Preface to From Sail to Steam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From Sail to Steam. Recollections of Naval Life by Alfred Thayer Mahan. Preface. When I was a boy, some years before I obtained my appointment in the Navy, I spent many of those happy hours that only childhood knows poring over the back numbers of a British service periodical, which began its career in 1828 with the title Colburn's United Service Magazine, under which name, save and except the Colburn, it still survives. Besides weightier matters, its early issues abounded in reminiscences by naval officers, then yet in the prime of life, who had served through the great Napoleonic wars. More delightful still, it had numerous nautical stories, based probably on facts, serials under such entrancing titles as Leaves from My Logbook, by Flexible Grommet, past midshipman, a pen name, the nautical felicity of which will be best appreciated by one who has had the misfortune to handle a grommet which was not flexible. Then there was The Order Book, by Jonathan Oldjunk, an epithet so suggestive of the waste heap, even to a landsman's ears, that one marvels a man ever took it unto himself, especially in that decline of life when we are more sensitive on the subject of bodily disabilities than once we were. Old Junk, however, can yet be worked up, as the sea expression goes, into other uses, and that perhaps was what Mr. Oldjunk meant. His early adventures, as a young luff, were for economical reasons worked up into their present literary shape, with the addition of a certain amount of extraneous matter, love-making, and the like. Indeed, so far from uselessness, the veteran seaman and rigid economist, the Earl of St. Vincent, then First Lord of the Admiralty, had given to a specific form of old junk, viz. Shakings, the honours of a special order, for the preservation thereof, the which forms the staple of a comical anecdote in Basil Hall's Fragments of Voyages and Travels, itself a superior example of the instructive recollections of less literary merit, which but for Colburn's would have perished. As anyone who has attempted to write history knows what queer nuggets of useful information lie hidden away in such papers, how they often help to reconstruct an incident or determine a mooted point. If the Greeks, after the Peloponnesian War, had had a Colburn's, we should have a more certain, if not a perfect, clue to the reconstruction of the trireme, and probably even could deduce with some accuracy the daily routine, the several duties, and hear the professional jokes and squabbles of their officers and crews. The serious people who write history can never fill the place of the gossips, who pour out an unpremeditated mixture of intimate knowledge and idle trash. The trash, upon the whole, is not the trash the truest history? Perhaps not the most valuable, but the most real. If you want contemporary color, contemporary atmosphere, you must seek it among the impressions which can be obtained only from those who have lived a life amid particular surroundings which they breathe and which colors them, dyes them in the wool. However skillless, they cannot help reproducing, any more than water poured from an old ink bottle can help coming out more or less black, although, if sufficiently pretentious, they can monstrously caricature, especially if they begin with the modest, time-worn admission that they are more familiar with the marlinspike than with the pen. But even the caricature born of pretentiousness will not prevent the unpremeditated betrayal of conditions, facts, and incidents, which help reconstruct the milieu. How much more, then, the unaffected simplicity of the born storyteller? I do not know how Froissart ranks as an authority with historians. I have not read him for years, and my recollections are chiefly those of childhood, with all the remoteness and all the vividness which memory preserves from early impressions. I think I might now find him wearisome, not so in boyhood. He was to me then, and seems to me now, a glorified flexible grommet or Jonathan Oldjunk, ranking as to them as Boswell does towards the common people of biography. That there are many solid chunks of useful information to be dug out of him, I am sure. That his stories are all true, I have no desire to question. But what among it all is so instructive, so entertaining, as the point of view of himself, his heroes, and his colloquists, the particular contemporary modification of universal human nature in which he lived and moved, and had his being? If such a man has the genius of his business as had Froissart and Boswell, it excels in proportion to his unconsciousness of the fact. His colours run truer. For lesser gobblers who have not genius, the best way to lose consciousness is just to let themselves go. If they endeavour to paint artistically, the muddle will be worse. To such the proverb of the cobbler and his last is a perennial warning. As a barber once sagely remarked to me, you can't trim a beard well unless you're born to it. It is possible in some degree to imitate Froissart and Boswell in that marvellous diligence to accumulate material which was common to them both. But, when gathered, how impossible it is to work up that old junk into permanent, engrossing interest, let those answer who have grappled with ancient chronicles or with many biographies. So, with a circumlocution which probably convicts me in advance of decisive deficiency as a narrator, I let myself go. I have no model, unless it be the old man sitting in the sun on a summer's day, bringing forth out of his memories things new and old, mostly old. A. T. Mahan. Introducing myself. While extracts from the following pages were appearing in Harper's Magazine, I received a letter from a reader, hoping that I would say something about myself before entering the Navy. This had been outside my purpose, which was chiefly to narrate what had passed around me that I thought interesting, but it seems possibly fit to establish in a few words my antecedents by heredity and environment. I was born September 27th, 1840, within the boundaries of the state of New York, but not upon its territory. The place, West Point on the Hudson River, having been ceded to the general government for the purposes of the military academy, at which my father, Dennis Hart Mahan, was then professor of engineering, as well civil as military. He himself was of pure Irish blood, his father and mother, already married, having emigrated together from the old country early in the last century. But he was also American by birthright, having been born in April 1802, very soon after the arrival of his parents in the city of New York. There also he was baptized into the Roman Catholic Church in the parish of St. Peter's, the church building of which now stands far downtown in Barclay Street. It is not, I believe, the same that existed in 1802. Very soon afterwards, before he reached an age to remember, his parents removed to Norfolk, Virginia, where he grew up and formed his earliest associations. As is usual, these colored his whole life. He was always a Virginian in attachment and preference. In the days of crisis he remained firm to the Union, by conviction and affection, but he broke no friendships, and to the end there continued in him that surest positive indication of local fondness, admiration for the women of what was to him his native land. In beauty, in manner, and in charm, they surpassed. "Your mother is Northern," he once said to me, "and very few can approach her, but still in the general none compare for me with the Southern woman." The same causes, early association, gave him a very pronounced dislike to England, for he could remember the War of 1812, and had experienced the embittered feeling, which was probably nowhere fiercer than around the shores of the Chesapeake, the scene of the most widespread devastation inflicted, partly from motives of policy, partly as measures of retaliation. Spending afterwards 3 or 4 years of early manhood in France, he there imbibed a warm feeling for the people, among whom he contracted several intimacies. He there knew personally Lafayette and his family, receiving from him the hospitality which the Marquis's service in the War of Independence and his then recent ovation during his tour of the United States in 1825 prompted him to extend to Americans. This communication with a man who could tell, and did tell him, intimate stories of intercourse with Washington doubtless emphasized my father's patriotic prejudices as well as his patriotism. When he revisited France in 1856, he found many former friends still alive, and when I myself went there for the first time in 1870, he asked me too to hunt them up, but they had all then disappeared. His fondness for the French doubtless accentuated his repugnance to the English, at that time still their traditional enemy. The combination of Irish and French prepossession could scarcely have resulted otherwise, and thus was evolved an atmosphere in which I was brought up, not only passively absorbing, but to a certain extent actively impressed with love for France and the southern section of the United States, while learning to look askance upon England and abolitionists. The experiences of life, together with subsequent reading and reflection, modified, and in the end entirely overcame, these early prepossessions. My father was for over 40 years professor at West Point, of which he had been a graduate. In short, the academy was his life, and he there earned what I think I am modest in calling a distinguished reputation. The best proof of this, perhaps, is that at even so early a date in our national history as his graduation from the Academy, in 1824, he was thought an officer of such promise as to make it expedient to send him to France for the higher military education in which the country of Napoleon and his marshals then stood preeminent. From 1820, when he entered the Academy as a pupil, to his death in 1871, he was detached from it only these 3 or 4 years. Yet this determination of his life's work proceeded from a mere accident, scarcely more than a boy's fancy. He had begun the study of medicine under Dr. Archer of Richmond, but he had a very strong wish to learn drawing. In those primitive days the opportunity of instruction was wanting where he lived, and hearing that it was taught at the military academy, he set to work for an appointment, not from inclination to the calling of a soldier, but as a means to this particular end. It is rather singular that he should have had no bias toward the profession of arms, for although he drifted almost from the first into the civil branch, as a teacher and then professor, I have never known a man of more strict and lofty military ideas. The spirit of the profession was strong in him, though he cared little for its pride, pomp, and circumstance. I believe that in this observation others who knew him well agree with me. The work of a teacher, however important and absorbing in itself, does not usually offer much of interest to readers. My father, by the personal contact of teacher and taught, knew almost every one of the distinguished generals who fought in the War of Secession, on either the Union or the Confederate side. With scarcely an exception, they had been his pupils. But his own life was uneventful. He married in 1839 Mary Helena O'Kill, of New York City. My mother's father was English, her mother an American, but with a strong strain of French blood, her maiden name, Mary J., being that of a Huguenot family which had left France under Louis XIV. By the time of her birth in 1786, a good deal of American admixture had doubtless qualified the original French. But I remember her well, and though she lived to be 73, she had up to the last a vivacity and keen enjoyment of life, more French than American, reflected from quick black eyes, which fairly danced with animation through her interest in her surroundings. From my derivation, therefore, I am a pretty fair illustration of the mix-up of bloods which seems destined to bring forth some new and yet undecipherable combination on the North American continent. 1/2 Irish, 1/4 English, and a good deal more than a trace of French would appear to be the showing of quantitative analysis. Yet, as far as I understand my personality, I think to see in the result the predominance which the English strain has usually asserted for itself over others. I have none of the gregariousness of either the French or Irish, and while I have no difficulty in entering into civil conversation with a stranger who addresses me, I rarely begin, having, upon the whole, a preference for an introduction. This is not perverseness, but lack of facility, and I believe Froissart noted something of the same in the Englishman of 500 years ago. I have, too, an abhorrence of public speaking, and a desire to slip unobserved into a back seat wherever I am, which amount to a mania. But I am bound to admit I get both these dispositions from my father, whose Irishry was undiluted by foreign admixture. In my boyhood, till I was nearly 10, West Point was a very sequestered place. It was accessible only by steamboats, and during great part of the winter months not by them, the Hudson being frozen over most of the season as far as 10 to 20 miles lower down. The railroad was not running before 1848, and then it followed the east bank of the river. One of my early recollections is of begging off from school one day, long enough to go to a part of the post distant from our house, whence I caught my first sight of a train of cars on the opposite shore. Another recollection is of the return of a company of engineer soldiers from the war with Mexico. The detachment was drawn up for inspection where we boys could see it. One of the men had grown a full beard, a sight to me then as novel as the railroad, and I announced it at home as a most interesting fact. I had as yet seen only clean-shaven faces. Among my other recollections of childhood are, as superintendent of the academy, Colonel Robert E. Lee, afterwards the great Confederate leader, and McClellan, then a junior engineer officer. As my boyhood advanced, the abolition movement was gaining strength, to the great disapprobation and dismay of my father, with his strong Southern and Union sympathies. I remember that when Uncle Tom's Cabin came out in my 12th year, the master of the school I attended gave me a copy, being himself, I presume, one of the rising party adverse to slavery. My father took it out of my hands, and I came to regard it much as I would a bottle labeled poison. In consequence, I never read it in the days of its vogue, and I have to admit that since then, in mature years, I have not been able to continue it after beginning. The same motives, in great part, led to my being sent to a boarding school in Maryland, near Hagerstown, which drew its pupils very largely, though not exclusively, from the South. The environment would be upon the whole Southern. I remained there, however, only 2 years, my father becoming dissatisfied with my progress in mathematics. In 1854, therefore, I matriculated as a freshman at Columbia College in the city of New York, where I remained till I went to the Naval Academy. My entrance into the Navy was greatly against my father's wish. I do not remember all his arguments, but he told me he thought me much less fit for a military than a civil profession, having watched me carefully. I think myself now that he was right, for though I have no cause to complain of unsuccess, I believe I should have done better elsewhere. While thus more than dissenting from my choice, he held that a child should not be peremptorily thwarted in his scheme of life. Consequently, while he would not actively help me in the doubtful undertaking of obtaining an appointment, which depended then as now upon the representative from the congressional district, he gave me the means to go to Washington, and also 2 or 3 letters to personal friends, among them Jefferson Davis, then Secretary of War, and James Watson Webb, a prominent character in New York journalism and in politics, both state and national. Thus equipped, I started for Washington on the first day of 1856, being then 3 months over 15. As I think now of my age and more than usual diffidence, and of my omission to win the favor of a politician who had constituents to reward, whereas to all my family practical politics were as foreign as Sanskrit, I know not whether the situation was more comical or pathetic. On the way I foregathered with a Southern lad, some 3 years my senior, returning home from England, where he had been at school. He beguiled the time by stories of his experiences, to me passing strange, And I remember in crossing the Susquehanna, which was then by ferry boat, looking at the fields of ice fragments, I said it would be unpleasant to fall in. "I would sooner have a knife stuck into me," he replied. I wonder what became of him, for I never knew his name. Of course, he entered the Confederate Army, but what besides? I remember my week's stay in Washington much as I suppose a man overboard remembers the incidents of that experience. Memory is an odd helpmate. Why some circumstances take hold and others not is one of those things no fellow can find out. I saw the member of Congress, who I find by reference to have been Ambrose S. Murray, representative of the district within which West Point lay. He received me kindly, but with reserve characteristic of most interviews, where one party desires a favor for which he has nothing in exchange to offer. I think, however, that Mr. Webb, with whom and his family I breakfasted one day, said some good words for me. Jefferson Davis was a graduate of the Military Academy of 1827, and although his term there had overlapped my father's by only 1 year, his interest in everything pertaining to the army had maintained between them an acquaintance approaching intimacy. He therefore was very cordial to the boy before him, and took me round to the office of the then Secretary of the Navy, Mr. James C. Dobbin, of North Carolina. Just why I do not understand yet, as the Secretary could not influence my immediate object. Perhaps he felt the need of a friendly chat, for I remember that after presenting me the two sat down and discussed the President's message, of which Davis expressed a warm approval. This being the time of the protracted contest over the speakership, which ended in the election of Banks, I suppose the colleagues were talking about a document which was then ready and familiar to them, but which was not actually sent to Congress until it organized, some weeks after this interview. Probably their conversation was the aftermath of a cabinet meeting. I returned home with fairly sanguine hopes, which on the journey received a douche of cold water from an old gentleman, a distant connection of my family, to visit whom I stopped a few hours in Philadelphia. He asked about my chance of the appointment, and being told that it seemed good, he rejoined, "Well, I hope you won't get it. I have known many naval officers, captains and lieutenants in different parts of the world." For his time, he was then nearly 80, he had traveled extensively. "I have talked much with them, and know that it is a profession with little prospect." Then he quoted Dr. Johnson: "No man will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into jail, for being in a ship is being in a jail with the chance of being drowned." And further to overwhelm me, he clinched the saying by a comment of his own: "In a ship of war you run the risk of being killed as well as that of being drowned." The interview left me a perplexed but not a wiser lad. Late in the ensuing spring, Mr. Murray wrote me that he would nominate me for the appointment. Just what determined him in my favor I do not certainly know, but as I remember Mr. Davis had authorized me to say to him that if the place were given to me, he would use his own influence with President Pierce to obtain for a nominee from his district a presidential appointment to the Military Academy. Mr. Murray replied that such a proposition was very acceptable to him, because the tendency among his constituents was much more to the Army than to the Navy. At that day, besides one cadet at West Point for each congressional district, which was in the gift of the representative, the law permitted the President a certain number of annual appointments called at-large, the object being to provide for sons of military and naval officers whose lack of political influence made it difficult otherwise to enter the school. This presidential privilege has since been extended to the Naval Academy, but had not then. The proposed interchange in my case, therefore, would be practically to give an officer's son an appointment at large in the Navy. Whether this arrangement was actually carried out, I have never known nor inquired. But it has pleased me to believe, as I do, that I owe my entrance to the United States Navy to the interposition of the first and only President of the Southern Confederacy, whose influence with Mr. Pierce is a matter of history. I entered the Naval Academy as an acting midshipman, September 30th, 1856. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Naval Conditions Before the War of Secession. The Officers and Seamen. Part 1. Naval officers who began their career in the '50s of the past century, as I did, and who survive till now, as very many do, have been observant, if inconspicuous, witnesses of one of the most rapid and revolutionary changes that naval science and warfare have ever undergone. It has been aptly said that a naval captain who fought the Invincible Armada would have been more at home in the typical warship of 1840 than the average captain of 1840 would have been in the advanced types of the American Civil War. The 20 years here chosen for comparison cover the middle period of the century, which has but recently expired. Since that time progress has gone on in accelerating ratio, and if the consequent changes have been less radical in kind, they have been more extensive in scope. It is interesting to observe that within the same 2 decades, in 1854, occurred the formal visit of Commodore Perry to Japan, and the negotiations of the treaty bringing her fairly within the movement of Western civilization, starting her upon the path which has resulted in the most striking illustration yet given of the powers of modern naval instruments, ships, and weapons, diligently developed and elaborated during the period that has since elapsed. When I received my appointment to the Naval School at Annapolis in the early part of the year 1856, the United States Navy was under the influence of one of those spasmodic awakenings which, so far as action is concerned, have been the chief characteristic of American statesmanship in the matter of naval policy up to 20 years ago. Since then, there has been a more continuous practical recognition of the necessity for a sustained and consistent development of naval power. This wholesome change has been coincident with, and doubtless largely due to, a change in appreciation of the importance of naval power in the realm of international relations, which within the same period has passed over the world at large. The United States of America began its career under the Constitution of 1789 with no navy, but in 1794 the intolerable outrages of the Barbary pirates, and the humiliation of having to depend upon the armed ships of Portugal for the protection of American trade, aroused Congress to vote the building of a half-dozen frigates, with the provision, however, that the building should stop if an arrangement with Algiers were reached. Not till 1798 was the Navy separated from the War Department. The President at that date, John Adams, was, through his New England origin, in profound sympathy with all naval questions, and while Minister to Great Britain in 1785, had had continual opportunity to observe the beneficial effects of maritime activity and naval power upon that kingdom. He had also bitter experience of the insolence of its government toward our interests, based upon its conscious control of the sea. He thus came into office strongly biased toward naval development. To the impulse given by him contributed also the outrageous course toward our commerce initiated by the French Directory, after Bonaparte's astounding campaigns in Italy had struck down all opposition to France save that of the Mistress of the Seas. The nation, as represented in Congress, woke up, rubbed its eyes, and built a small number of vessels, which did exemplary service in the subsequent quasi-war with France. Provision was made for a further increase, and it is not too much to say that this beginning, if maintained, might have averted the War of 1812. But within 4 years revulsion came. Adams gave place to Jefferson and Madison, the leaders of a party which frankly and avowedly rejected a navy as an element of national strength, and saw in it only a menace to liberty. Save for the irrepressible marauding of the Barbary corsairs, and the impressment of our seamen by British ships of war, the remnant of Adams's ships would not improbably have been swept out of existence. This result was feared by naval officers of the day, and with what good reason is shown by the fact that within 6 months of the declaration of war in 1812, and when the party in control was determined that war there should be, a proposition to increase the navy received but lukewarm support from the administration, and was voted down in Congress. The government, awed by the overwhelming numbers of the British fleet, proposed to save its vessels by keeping them at home, just as a few years before it had undertaken to save its commerce by forbidding its merchant ships to go to sea. Such policy with regard to a military service means to it not sleep but death. The urgent remonstrances of 3 or 4 naval captains obtained a change of plan, and at the end of the year the President admitted that, for the very reasons advanced by them, the activity of a small squadron, skillfully directed, had ensured the safe return of much the most part of our exposed merchant shipping. It is not, however, such broad general results of sagacious management that bring conviction to nations and arouse them to action. Professionally, the cruise of Rodgers's squadron, unsuccessful in outward seeming, was a much more significant event, and much more productive than the capture of the Guerrière by the Constitution. But it was this which woke up the people. The other probably would not have turned a vote in either house. As a military exploit, the frigate victory was exaggerated, and not unnaturally, but no words can exaggerate its influence upon the future of the American Navy. Here was something that men could see and understand, even though they might not correctly appreciate. Coinciding, as the tidings did, with the mortification of Hull's surrender at Detroit, they came at a moment which was truly psychological. Bowed down with shame at reverse where only triumph had been anticipated, the exultation over victory where disaster had been more naturally awaited produced a wild reaction. The effect was decisive. Inefficient and dilatory as was much of the subsequent administration of the Navy, there was never any further question of its continuance. And yet, from the ship which thus played the most determining part in the history of her service, it has been proposed to take her name and give it to another, of newer construction, as though with the name could go also the association. Could any other victory be Nelson's victory to Great Britain? Can calling a man George Washington help to perpetuate the services of the one Washington? The last much vaunted addition to the British fleet, the Dreadnought, bears a family name extending back over 2 centuries or more. She is one of a series reasonably perpetuated, ship after ship, as son after sire, a line of succession honored in the traditions of the nation. So there were victories before the one whose revered hulk still remains a hallowed association, but her individual connection with any one event has set her apart. The name might be transferred, but with it the association cannot be transmitted. But not even the victory, with all her clinging memories, did for the British Navy what the Constitution did for the American. There was thenceforward no longer any question about votes for the Navy. Ships of the line, frigates, and sloops were ordered to be built, and the impulse thus received never wholly died out. Still, as with all motives, which in origin are emotional rather than reasoned, there was a lack of staying power. As the enthusiasm of the moment languished, there came languor of growth, or more properly of development. Continuance became routine in character, tending to reproduce contentedly the old types consecrated by the War of 1812. There was little conscious recognition of national exigencies, stimulating a demand that the Navy in types and numbers should be kept abreast of the times. In most pursuits of life, American intelligence has been persistently apt and quick in search of improvement. But while such characteristics have not been absent from the naval service, they have been confined chiefly and naturally to the men engaged in the profession, and have lacked the outside support which immediately felt needs impart to movements in business or politics. Few men in civil life could have given an immediate reply to the question, why do we need a navy? Besides, although the American people are aggressive, combative, even warlike, they are the reverse of military, out of sympathy with military tone and feeling. Consequently, the appearance of professional pride, the insistence upon the absolute necessity for professional training, which in the physician, lawyer, engineer, or other civil occupation is accepted as not only becoming, but conducive to uplifting the profession as a whole, is felt in the military man to be the obtrusion of an alien temperament, easily stigmatized as the arrogance of professional conceit and exclusiveness. The wise traditional jealousy of any invasion of the civil power by the military has no doubt played some part in this, but a healthy vigilance is one thing, and morbid distrust another. Morbid distrust and unreasoned prepossession were responsible for the feebleness of the Navy in 1812, and these feelings long survived. An adverse atmosphere was created, with results unfortunate to the nation, so far as the Navy was important to national welfare or national progress. Indeed, between the day of my entrance into the service, 50 years ago, and the present, nowhere is change more notable than in the matter of atmosphere, of the national attitude toward the Navy and comprehension of its office. Then it was accepted without much question as part of the necessary lumber that every adequately organized maritime state carried, along with the rest of a national establishment. Of what use it was, or might be, few cared much to inquire. There was not sufficient interest even to dispute the necessity of its existence, although it is true, as late as 1875, an old-time Jeffersonian Democrat repeated to me with conviction the master's dictum, that the Navy was a useless appendage, a statement which its work in the War of Secession, as well on the Confederate as on the Union side, might seem to have been refuted sufficiently and with abundant illustration. To such doubters before the war, there was always ready the routine reply that a navy protected commerce, and American shipping, then the second in the world, literally whitened every sea with its snowy cotton sails, a distinctive mark at that time of American merchant shipping. In my first long voyage in 1859, from Philadelphia to Brazil, it was no rare occurrence to be becalmed in the doldrums in company with 2 or 3 of these beautiful semi-clipper vessels, their low black hulls contrasting vividly with the tall pyramids of dazzling canvas which rose above them. They needed no protection then, and none foresaw that within a decade, by the operations of a few small steam cruisers, they would be swept from the seas, never to return. Everything was taken for granted, and not least that the war was a barbarism of the past. From 1815 to 1850, the lifetime of a generation, international peace had prevailed substantially unbroken, despite numerous revolutionary movements internal to the states concerned, and it had been lightly assumed that these conditions would thenceforth continue, crowned as they had been by the great sacrament of peace, when the nations for the first time gathered under a common roof the fruits of their several industries in the World's Exposition of 1851. The shadows of disunion were indeed gathering over our own land, but for the most of us they carried with them no fear of war. American fight American? Never. Separation there might be, and with a common sorrow officers of both sections thought of it, but brother shed the blood of brother? No. By 1859 the Crimean War had indeed intervened to shake these fond convictions, but after all, rules have exceptions, and in the succeeding peace the British government, consistent with the prepossessions derived from the propaganda of Cobden, yielded perfectly gratuitously the principle that an enemy's commerce might be freely transported under a neutral flag, thereby wrenching away permanently one of the prongs of Neptune's trident. Surely we were on the road to universal peace. San Francisco, before and after its recent earthquake, at this moment of writing 10 days ago, scarcely presented a greater contrast of experience than that my day has known; and the political condition and balance of the world now is as different from that of the period of which I have been writing as the new city will be from the old one it will replace at the Golden Gate. Of this universal change and displacement the most significant factor, at least in our Western civilization, has been the establishment of the German Empire, with its ensuing commercial, maritime, and naval development. To it, certainly, we owe the military impulse which has been transmitted everywhere to the forces of sea and land, an impulse for which, in my judgment, too great gratitude cannot be felt. It has braced and organized Western civilization for an ordeal as yet dimly perceived. But between 1850 and 1860, long desuetude of war, and confident reliance upon the commercial progress which freedom of trade had brought in its train, especially to Great Britain, had induced the prevalent feeling that tomorrow would be as today, and much more abundant. This was too consonant to national temperament not to pervade America also, and it was promoted by a distance from Europe and her complications much greater than now exists, and by the consistent determination not to be implicated in her concerns. All these factors went to constitute the atmosphere of indifference to military affairs in general, and particularly to those external interests of which a navy is the outward and visible sign and champion. I do not think there is error or exaggeration in this picture of the environment of the Navy and popular appreciation at the time I entered. Under such conditions, which had obtained substantially since soon after the War of 1812, and which long disastrously affected even Great Britain, with all her proud naval traditions and maritime and colonial interests, a military service cannot thrive. Indifference and neglect tell on most individuals, and on all professions. The saving clauses were the high sense of duty and professional integrity, which from first to last I have never known wanting in the service; while the beauty of the ships themselves, quick as a docile and intelligent animal to respond to the master's call, inspired affection and intensified professional enthusiasm. The exercises of sails and spars, under the varying exigencies of service, bewildering as they may have seemed to the uninitiated, to the appreciative, possessed fascination, and were their own sufficient reward for the care lavished upon them. In their mute yet exact response was some compensation for external neglect. They were, so to say, the testimony of a good conscience, the assurance of professional merit, and of work well done, if scantily recognized. Poor and beloved sails and spars, la joie de la manœuvre, to use the sympathetic phrase of a French officer of that day, gone ye are with the past of which I have been speaking, and of which ye were a goodly symbol. But, like other symptoms of the times, had we listened aright, we should have heard the stern rebuke, "Up and depart hence. This is not the place of your rest." The result of all this had been a body of officers and of men of war seamen strong in professional sentiment, and admirably qualified in the main for the duties of a calling which in many of its leading characteristics was rapidly becoming obsolete. There was the spirit of youth, but the body of age. As a class, officers and men were well up in the use of such instruments as the country gave them, but the profession did not wield the corporate influence necessary to extort better instruments. An impotence to remedy produced acquiescence in, perhaps more properly submission to, an arrest of progress, the evils of which were clearly seen. Yet the salt was still there, nor had it lost its savor. The military professions are discouraged, even enjoined, against that combined independent action for the remedy of grievances which is the safeguard of civil liberty, but tends to sap the unquestioning obedience essential to unity of action under a single will, at once the virtue and the menace of a standing army. Naval officers had neither the privilege nor the habits which would promote united effort for betterment. But when individuals among them are found, like Farragut, Dupont, Porter, Dahlgren, to mention only a few names that became conspicuous in the War of Secession, there will be found also in civil and political life men who will become the channels through which the needs of the service will receive expression and ultimately obtain relief. The process is over slow for perfect adequacy, but it exists. It may be asked, was not the Navy Department constituted for this special purpose? Possibly, but experience has shown that sometimes it is effective and sometimes it is not. There is in it no provision for a continuous policy. No administrative period of our naval history since 1812 has been more disastrously stagnant and inefficient than that which followed closely the War of Secession, with its extraordinary and in the main well-directed administrative energy. The deeds of Farragut, his compeers, and their followers, after exciting a moment's enthusiasm, were powerless to sustain popular interest. Reaction ruled, as after the War of 1812. To whomsoever due, in the decade immediately preceding the War of Secession, there were two notable attempts at regeneration which had a profound influence upon the fortunes of that contest. Of these, one affected the personnel of the Navy, the other the material. It had for some time been recognized within the service that, owing partly to easygoing toleration of offenders, partly to the absence of authorized methods for dealing with the disabled, or the merely incompetent, partly also, doubtless, to the effect of general professional stagnation upon those naturally inclined to worthlessness, there had accumulated a very considerable percentage of officers who were useless, or worse, unreliable. In measure, this was also due to habits of drinking, much more common in all classes of men then than now. Yet within the 10 years with which I am dealing, an officer not much my senior remarked to me on the great improvement in this respect in his own experience, and my contemporaries will bear me out in saying that since then the advance has been so sustained that the evil now is practically non-existent. But then the compassionate expression, "a first-rate officer when he is not drinking," was ominously frequent, and in the generation before too little attention had been paid to the equally significant remark that with a fool you know what to count on, but with one who drank you never knew. But drink was far from the only cause. There were regular examinations after 6 years of service for promotion from the warrant of midshipman to a lieutenant's commission, but that successfully passed, there was no further review of an officer's qualifications unless misconduct brought him before a court-martial. Nor was there any provision for removing the physically incompetent. Before I entered the Navy I knew one such, who had been bedridden for nearly 10 years. He had been a midshipman with Farragut under Porter in the old Essex, when captured by the Phoebe and Cherub, a gallant boy, specially named in the dispatch. He had such aptitude that at 16, as he told me himself, he wore an epaulet on the left shoulder, the uniform of a lieutenant at that time, and a contemporary assured me that in handling a ship he was the smartest officer of the deck he had ever known. But in early middle life disease overtook him, and though flat on his back, he had been born on the active list because there was nothing else to do with him. In that plight he was even promoted. There was another who, as a midshipman, had lost a foot in the War of 1812, but had been carried on from grade to grade for 40 years, until at the time I speak of he was a captain, then the highest rank in the Navy. Possibly, probably, he never saw water bluer than that of the lakes where he was wounded. The undeserving were not treated with quite the same indulgence. Those familiar with the Navy Register of those days will recall some half dozen old diehards who figured from year to year at the head of the lieutenant's list. Continuously overslawed, never promoted, but never dismissed. To deal in the same manner with such men as the two veterans first mentioned would have been insulting. The distinction of promotion had to be conceded. But there were those also who, despite habits or inefficiency, slipped through even formal examination; commanders whose ships were run by the subordinates, lieutenants whose watch on deck kept their captains from sleeping, midshipmen whose unfitness made their retention unpardonable, for at their age to re-begin life was no hardship, much less injustice. On one such the story ran that his captain, giving him the letter required by regulation, wrote, "Mr. So-and-so is a very excellent young gentleman of perfectly correct habits, but nothing will make an officer of him." He answered his questions, however, and the board considered that they could not go beyond that fact. They passed him in the face of the opinion of a superior of tried efficiency, who had had his professional conduct under prolonged observation. I never knew this particular man professionally, but the general estimate of the service confirmed his captain's opinion. 20 or 30 years later, I was myself one of a board called to deal with a precisely similar case. The letter of the captain was explicitly condemnatory and strong, but the president of the board, a man of exemplary rectitude, was vehement even in refusing to act upon it, and his opinion prevailed. Some years afterward the individual came under my command, and proved to be of so eccentric worthlessness that I thought him on the borderline of insanity. He afterwards disappeared. I do not know how. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Naval Conditions Before the War of Secession. The Officers and Seamen. Part 1. Chapter 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Naval Conditions Before the War of Secession. The Officers and Seamen. Part 2. Talking of examinations, a comical incident came under my notice immediately after the War of Secession, when there were still employed a large number of those volunteer officers who had honorably and usefully filled up the depleted ranks of the regular service, an accession of strength imperatively needed. There was among them, naturally, inefficients as well as efficients. One had applied for promotion, and a board of 3, among them myself, was assembled to examine. Several commonplace questions in seamanship were put to him, of which I now remember only that he had no conception of the difference between a ship moored and one lying at single anchor, a subject as pertinent today as 100 years ago. After failing to explain this, he expressed his wish not to go further, whereupon one of the board asked why, if ignorant of these simple matters, he had applied for examination. His answer was, "I did not apply for examination, I applied for promotion." Even in this case, when the applicant had left the room, the president of the board, then a somewhat notorious survival of the unfittest, long since departed this life, asked whether we refused to pass him. The third member, himself a volunteer officer, and myself, said we did. "Well," he rejoined,
You know this man may get a chance at you some day."
This prudent consideration, however, did not save him. Such tolerance toward the unfit, the reluctance to strike the individual in the interests of the community, was but a special and not very flagrant instance of the sympathy evoked for much worse offenders, murderers, and defrauders in civil life. In such cases, the average man, except when personally affected, sides unreasonably with the sufferer and against the public. Witness the easily signed petitions for pardon which flow in. It can be understood that in a public employment, civil or military, there will usually be reluctance to punish, and especially to take the bread out of the mouths of a man and his family by ejection. Usually, only immediate personal interest in efficiency can supply the needed hardness of heart. Speaking after a very extensive and varied inside experience of courts martial, I can say most positively that their tendency is not toward the excessive severity which I have heard charged against them by an eminent lawyer. On the contrary, the difficulty is to keep the members up to the mark against their natural and professional sympathies. Their superiors in the civil government have more often to rebuke undue leniency. How much more hard when, instead of an evil doer, one had only to deal with a good-tempered, kindly ignoramus, or one perhaps who drew near the border-line of slipshod adequacy, and especially when to do so was to initiate action apparently invidious and probably useless, as in cases I have cited. It was easier for a captain or first lieutenant to nurse such a one along through a cruise, and then dismiss him to his home, thanking God, like Dolbier, that you are rid of a fool, and trusting you may see him no more. But this confidence may be misplaced. Even his ghost may return to plague you or your conscience. Basil Hall tells an interesting story in point. When himself about to pass for lieutenant in 1808, while in an anteroom awaiting his summons, a candidate came out flushed and perturbed. Hall was called in, and one of the examining captains said to him, "Mr. Blank, who has just gone out, could not answer a question which we will put to you." He naturally looked for a stunner, and was surprised at the extremely commonplace problem proposed to him. From the general incident he presumed his predecessor had been rejected, but when the list was published, saw his name among the passed. Some years later he met one of the examiners, who in the conversation recalled to him the circumstances. "We hesitated," he said, "whether to let him go through, but we did, and I voted for him. A few weeks later I saw him gazetted second lieutenant of a sloop of war, and a twinge of compunction seized me. Not long afterwards I read also the loss of that ship, with all on board. I have never known how it happened, but I cannot rid myself of an uneasy feeling that it may have been in that young man's watch." He added, "Mr. Hall, if ever you are employed as I then was, do not take your duties as lightly as I did." Sometimes retribution does not assume this ghastly form, but shows the humorous side of her countenance, for she has two faces, like the famous ship that was painted a different color on either side, and always tacked at night, so that the enemy might imagine two ships off their coast. I recall, many of us recall, a well-known character in the service, Bobby, who was a synonym for inefficiency. He is long since in his grave, where reminiscence cannot disturb him, and the Bobby can reveal him only to those who knew him as well and better than I, and not to an unsympathetic public. Well, Bobby, after much indulgence, had been retired from active service by that convulsive effort at re-establishment known as the Retiring Board of 1854-55, to which I am coming if ever I see daylight through this thicket of recollections which seem to close around me as I proceed, instead of getting clearer. The action of that board was afterwards extensively reviewed, and among the data brought before the reviewers was a letter from a commander, who presumably should have known better, warmly endorsing Bobby. In consequence of this, and perhaps other circumstances, Bobby was restored to an admiring service. But the department, probably through some officer who appreciated the situation, sent him to his advocate as first lieutenant, that is, as general manager and right-hand man. The joke was somewhat grim, and grimly resented. It fell to me, a little later, to see the commander on a matter of duty. He received me in his cabin, his feet swathed on a chair, his hands gnarled and knotted with gout or rheumatism, from which he was a great sufferer. Business dispatched, we drifted into talk and got on the subject of Bobby. His face became distorted. "I suppose the department thinks it has done a very funny thing in sending me him as first lieutenant. But I tell you, Mr. Mahan, every word I wrote was perfectly true. There is nothing about a ship from her hold to her trucks that Bobby don't know. But," here fury took possession of him, and he vociferated, "put him on deck, handling men, he is the damnedest fool that ever man laid eyes on." How far his sense of injury biased his judgments as to the acquirements of his protege, I cannot say. But a cruise or two before, I had happened to hear from eyewitnesses of Bobby's appearance in public after his restoration as first lieutenant in charge of the deck. On the occasion in question he was to exercise the whole crew at some particular maneuver. Taking his stand on the hawse block, he drew from his pocket a small notebook, cast upon it his eye, and announced, doubtless through a trumpet, "Man the fore royal braces." Again a pause, and another reference. "Man the main royal braces." Again a pause. "Man the mizzen royal braces." "Man all the royal braces." It is quite true, however, that there may be plenty of knowledge with lack of power to apply it professionally, a fact observable in all callings, but one which examination alone will not elicit. I knew such a one who said of himself, "Before I take the trumpet, I know what ought to be said and done, but with the trumpet in my hand, everything goes away from me." This was doubtless partly stage fright, but stage fright does not last where there is real aptitude. This man, of very marked general ability, esteemed and liked by all, finally left the Navy, and probably wisely. On the other hand, I remember a very excellent seaman and officer telling me that the poorest officer he had ever known tacked ship the best. So men differ. Thus it happened, through the operation of a variety of causes, that by the early '50s there had accumulated on the lists of the Navy in every grade a number of men who had been tried in the balance of professional judgment and found distinctly wanting. Not only was the public, the nation, being wronged by the continuance in positions of responsibility of men who could not meet an emergency or even discharge common duties, but there was the further harm that they were occupying places which, if vacated, could be at once filled by capable men waiting behind them. Fortunately, this had come to constitute a body of individual grievance among the deserving, which counterbalanced the natural sympathy with the individual incompetent. The remedy adopted was drastic enough, although in fact only an application of the principle of selection in a very guarded form. Unhappily, previous neglect to apply selection through a long series of years had now occasioned conditions in which it had to be used on a huge scale, and in the most invidious manner, the selecting out of the unfit. It was therefore easy for cavillers to liken this process to a trial at law, in which unfavorable decision was a condemnation without the accused being heard. And of course, once having received this coloring, the impression could not be removed, nor the method reconciled to a public having Anglo-Saxon traditions concerning the administration of justice. A board of 15 was constituted, 5 captains, 5 commanders, and 5 lieutenants. These were then the only grades of commissioned officers, and represented from them all ensured, as far as could be, an adequate acquaintance with the entire personnel of the Navy.
The board sat in secret, reaching its own conclusions by its own methods, deciding who were and who were not fit to be carried longer on the active list. Rejections were of three kinds: those wholly removed, and those retired on two different grades of pay, called retired and furloughed. The report was accepted by the government and became operative. This occurred a year or two before I entered the naval school, and as I was already expecting to do so, I read with an interest I well recall the lists of persons unfavorably affected. Of course, neither then nor afterwards had I knowledge to form an independent opinion upon the merits of the cases; but as far as I could gather, in the immediately succeeding years, from different officers, the general verdict was that in very few instances had injustice been done. Where I had the opportunity of verifying the mistakes cited to me, I found instead reason rather to corroborate than to impugn the action of the board. But, of course, in so large a review as it had to undertake, even a jury of 15 experts can scarcely be expected never to err. In the Navy it was a first, and doubtless somewhat crude, attempt to apply the method of selection which every business man or corporation uses in choosing employees, an arbitrary conclusion based upon personal knowledge and observation, or upon adequate information. But in private affairs such decisions are not regarded as legal judgment, nor rejection as condemnation, and there is no appeal. The private interests of the employer is warrant that he will do the best he can for his business. This presumption does not lie in the case of public affairs, although after the most searching criticism the action of the Board of 15 might probably be quoted to prove that selection for promotion could safely be trusted at all times to similar means. I mean that such a body would never recommend an unfit man for promotion, and in 3 cases out of 5 would choose very near the best man. But no such system can work unless a government have the courage of its findings, for private and public opinion will inevitably constitute itself a court of appeal. In Great Britain, where the principle of selection has never been abandoned, in the application the Admiralty is none the less constrained, browbeaten, I fancy, would hardly be too strong a word, by opinion outside. P has been promoted, say the service journals, but why was A passed over, or F, or K? Choice is difficult, indeed, in peace times, but years sap efficiency, and for the good of the nation it is imperative to get men along while in the vigor of life, which will never be effected by the slow routine in which each second stands heir to the first. P, possibly, may not be better than A or K. But the nation will profit more, and in a matter vital to it, that if P, whose equality may be conceded, has to wait for the whole alphabet to die out of his way. The justice, if so it be, to the individual must not be allowed to impede the essential prosperity of the community. In 1854-55 the results of a contrary system had reached proportions at once disheartening and comical. It then required 14 years after entrance to reach a lieutenant's commission, the lowest of all; that in coming as a midshipman at 15, not till 29. After 10 or 12 years, probably on a sea-going vessel, was a man found fit, by official position, to take charge of a ship at sea, or to command a division of guns. True, the famous Billy Culmer of the British Navy, under a system of selection, found himself a midshipman still at 56, and then declined a commission on the ground that he preferred to continue senior midshipman rather than be the junior lieutenant. But the injustice, if so it were, to Billy and to many others, had put the ships into the hands of captains in the prime of life. Of the historic admirals of that navy, few had failed to reach a captaincy in their 20s. Per contra, I was told the following anecdote by an officer of our service, whose name was, and is, for he still lives, a synonym for personal activity and professional seamanship, but who waited his 14 years for a lieutenancy. On one occasion, the ship in which he returned to Norfolk from a 3 years' cruise was ordered from there to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to go out of commission. For some cause, almost all the lieutenants had been detached, the cruise being thought ended. It became necessary, therefore, to entrust the charge of the deck to him and other passed midshipmen, and great was the shaking of heads among old stagers over the danger the ship was to run. If this were exceptional, it would not be worth quoting, but it was not. A similar routine in the British Navy, in a dry rot period of 100 years before, had induced a like head wagging and exchange of views when one of its greatest admirals, Hawke, was first given charge of a squadron, being then already a man of mark and 4 years older than Nelson at the Nile. But he was younger than the rule, and so distrusted. The vacancies made by the wholesale action of 1854 remedied this for a while. The lieutenants who owed their rank to it became such after 7 or 8 years, or at 23 or 4, and this meant really passing out of pupilage into manhood. The change, being effected immediately, anticipated the reaction of public opinion and in Congress, which rejected the findings of the board and compelled a review of the whole procedure. Many restorations were made, and as these swelled the lists beyond the number then authorized by law, there was established a reduced pay for those whose recent promotion made them in excess. For them was adopted, in naval colloquialism, the inelegant but suggestive term jackass lieutenants. It should be explained to the outsider, perhaps even many professional readers now may not know, that the word was formerly used for a class of so-called frigates, which intervened between the frigate class proper and the sloop of war proper, and like all hybrids, such as the armored cruiser, shared more in the defects than in the virtues of either. It was therefore not a new coinage, and its uncomplimentary suggestion applied rather to the grudging legislation than to the unlucky victims. Of course, promotion was stopped till this block was worked off, but the immediate gain was retained. Before the trouble came on afresh, the War of Secession, causing a large number of Southerners to leave the service, introduced a very different problem, namely, how to find officers enough to meet the expansion of the Navy caused by the vast demands of the contest. The men of my time became lieutenants between 20 and 23. My own commission was dated a month before my 21st birthday, and with what good further prospects, even under the strict rule of seniority promotion, is evident, for before I was 25 I was made lieutenant commander, corresponding to major in the army. Those were cheerful days in this respect for the men who struck the crest of the wave, but already the symptoms of inevitable reaction to old conditions of stagnancy were observable to those careful to heed. It would be difficult to exaggerate the benefit of this measure to the nation through the service, despite the subsequent reactionary legislation. By a single act, a large number of officers were advanced from the most subordinate and irresponsible positions to those which called all their faculties into play. Responsibility, said one of the most experienced admirals the world has known, is the test of a man's courage. And where the native fitness exists, nothing so educates for responsibility as the having it. The responsibility of the lieutenant of the watch differs little from that of the captain in degree, and less in kind. To early bearing of responsibility Farragut attributed in great part his fearlessness in it, which was well known to the service before his hour of strain. It was much that the government found ready for the extreme demands of the war a number of officers, who instead of supervising the washing of lower decks and stowing of holds during their best years, had been put betimes in charge of the ship. From there to the captain's berth was but a small step. Passed midshipman, says one of Cooper's characters, is a good grade to reach, but a bad one to stop in. For if fate little better than this, a large and promising number of young officers were thus rescued for the commands and responsibilities of the War of Secession.
End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Naval Conditions Before the War of Secession. The Vessels. Part 1. Less far-reaching, because men are greater than ships, but still of immense timeliness as a preparative to the war, was the reconstitution of the material of the Navy, practically coincident with the regeneration of the personnel. The causes which led to this are before my time, and beyond my contemporary knowledge. They therefore form no part of my theme, but the result, which is more important than the process, was strictly contemporary with me. It marked a definite parting with sails as the motive reliance of the ship of war, but at the same time was characterized by an extreme conservatism, which then was probably judicious, and certainly represented the naval opinion of the day. It must be remembered that the Atlantic was first crossed under steam in 1837, a feat shortly before thought impossible on account of coal consumption, and that the screw propeller was not generally adopted till several years afterwards. In 1855 the transatlantic liners were still paddlers, but the paddle wheel shaft was far above the water, and so, in necessary consequence, was much of the machinery which transmitted power from the boilers to the wheel. All battle experience avouched the probability of disabling injury under such exposure, not more certain, but probably more fatal, than that to spars and sails of sailing ships. Despite this drawback, paddle wheel men of war were being built between 1840 and 1850. Our own navy had of these two large and powerful vessels, sisters, the Missouri and the Mississippi. Singularly enough, both met the same end, by fire, the Missouri being burned in the Bay of Gibraltar in 1843, the Mississippi in the river whence she took her name, in the course of Farragut's passage of the batteries at Port Hudson in 1863. This engagement marked the end of the admiral's achievements in the river, through which, beginning with the passage of the forts and the capture of New Orleans, the Mississippi had done good work. At the time of her destruction, the present Admiral Dewey was her first lieutenant. Besides these two, we had the Susquehanna, paddle-wheel steam frigate, which also served manfully through the war and was in commission after it. It was she that carried General Sherman on his mission to Mexico in 1866. As usual, the principal European navies had built many more of these vessels, that is, had adopted improvements more readily than we did. During my first cruise after graduation on the coast of Brazil, 1859 to 61, the British squadron there was composed chiefly of paddlers, the flagship Leopard being one. As I remember, there was only one screw steamer, the sloop of war Curaçao. By that time, however, the paddlers were only survivals, but it may be noted in passing, with reference to the cry of obsolescence so readily raised in our day, that these survivals did yeoman service in the War of Secession. It is possible to be too quick in discarding as well as too slow in adopting. By 1850 the screw had made good its position, and the difficulty which had impeded the progress of steam in men of war disappeared when it became possible to place all machinery below water. There were, however, many improvements still to come, before it could be frankly and fully accepted as the sole motive power. It is not well to let go with one hand till sure of your grip with the other. So in the early days of electric lighting, prudent steamship companies kept their oil lamps trimmed and filled in the brackets beside the electric globes. Apart from the problem experienced by the average man, and governments are almost always averages in adjusting his action to novel conditions, the science of steam enginery was still very backward. Notably, the expenditure of coal was excessive. To produce a given result in miles traveled or speed attained, much more had to be burned than now, a condition to which contributed also the lack of rigidity in the wooden hulls, which still held their ground. Sails were very expensive articles, as I heard said by an accomplished officer of the olden days,
but they were less costly than coal. Steam, therefore, was accepted at the first only as an accessory for emergencies. It was too evident for a question that in battle a vessel independent of the wind would have an unqualified advantage over one dependent, though an early acquaintance of mine, a sailmaker in the Navy, a man of unusual intelligence and tried courage, used to maintain that steam would never prevail. Small steamers, he contended, would accompany sailing fleets to tow vessels becalmed or disabled in battle, a most entertaining instance of professional prepossession. What would be his reflections, had he survived this year of grace, to see only 6 sailmakers on the active list of the Navy, the last one appointed in 1888, and not one of them afloat? Likewise, in breasting the continuous headwinds which mark some ocean districts, or traversing the calms of others, there would be gain. But for the most part sailing, it was thought, was sufficiently expeditious, decidedly cheaper, and more generally reliable, for steamers broke down. Admiral Baudin, a French veteran of the Napoleonic period, was very sarcastic over the uncertainties of action of the steamers accompanying his sailing frigates when he attacked Fort San Juan de Ola off Vera Cruz in 1839. And since writing these words, I have come across the following quotation of several years later from the London Guardian, which, in republishing some of its older news under the title "'Tis 60 Years Since." Quote, Naval Maneuvers in 1846. The Squadron of Evolution is one of the topics of the present week, June 10th, 1846. Its arrival in the Cove of Cork after a cruise which has tested by every variety of weather the sailing qualities of the vessels, has furnished the world with a few particulars of its doings, and with some materials for speculating on the problems it was sent out to solve. The result, as far as it goes, is certainly unfavorable to the exclusive prevalence of steam agency in naval warfare. Sailing ships, it is seen, can do things which steamers, as at present constructed, cannot accomplish. They can keep the sea when steamers cannot. But the screw steamer, which is reported to have astonished everybody, is certainly an exception. Perhaps by this contrivance the rapidity and convenience of steam locomotion may be combined with the power and stability of our huge sailing batteries. End quote. Under convictions thus slowly recasting, the first big steamships of war carried merely auxiliary engines, were in fact sailing vessels, of the types in use for over a century, into which machinery was introduced to meet occasional emergencies. In some cases, probably in many, ships already built as sailors were lengthened and engined. As late as 1868 we were station mates with one such, the Rodney, of 90 guns, then the flagship of the British China Squadron, and we had already met another, the Princess Royal, at the Cape of Good Hope, homeward bound. She, however, had been built as a steamer. She was a singularly handsome vessel, of her majestic type, and as she lay close by us, I remember commenting on her appearance to one of my messmates, poor Stewart, who afterwards went down in the Oneida. Yes, he replied, she possesses certain elements of the sublime. They were certainly imposing creations, with their double and treble tiers of guns, thrusting their black muzzles through the successive ports which, to the number of 15 to 20, broke through the 2 broad white bands that from bow to stern traversed the blackness of their hulls. Above those rose spars as tall and broad as ever graced the days of Nelson. To make the illusion of the past as complete as possible, and the dissemblance from the sailing ship as slight, the smokestack, or funnel, was telescopic, permitting it to be lowered almost out of sight. For those who can recall these predecessors of the modern battleships, the latter can make slight claim to beauty or impressiveness, yet despite the ugliness of their angular broken skyline, they have a gracefulness all their own, when moving slowly in still water. I remember a dozen years ago watching the French Mediterranean fleet of 6 or 8 battleships leaving the harbor of Villefranche, near Nice.
There was some manoeuvring to get their several stations, during which here and there a vessel lying quiet, waiting her opportunity, would glide forward with a dozen slow turns of the screws, not agitating the water beyond a light ripple at the bows. The bay at the moment was quiet as a mill pond, and it needed little imagination to prompt recognition of the identity of dignified movement with that of a swan making its leisurely way by means equally unseen. No turbulent display of energy, yet suggestive of mysterious power. Before the War of Secession, and indeed for 20 years after it, the United States never inclined to the maintenance of squadrons, properly so called. It is true, a dozen fine ships of the line were built during the sail period, but they never sailed together, and the essence of the battleship, in all eras, is combined action. Our squadrons, till long after I entered the Navy, were simply aggregations of vessels, no two of which were necessarily of the same size or class. When a ship of the line went to sea, which never happened in my time, she went without mates, a palpable paradox, a ship of the line which to no line belonged. Ours was a navy of single isolated cruisers, and under that condition we had received a correct tradition that, whatever the nominal class of an American ship of war, she should be somewhat stronger than the corresponding vessels built by other nations. Each cruiser, therefore, would bring superior force to any field of battle at all possible to her. This was a perfectly just military conception, to which in great measure we owed our successes in 1812. The same rule does not apply to fleets, which to achieve the like superiority rely upon united action, and upon tactical facility obtained by the homogeneous qualities of the several ships, enabling them to combine greater numbers upon a part of the enemy. Therefore Great Britain, which so long ruled the world by fleets, attached less importance to size in the particular vessel. Class for class, her ships were weaker than those of her enemies, but in fleet action they usually won. At the period of which I am writing, the screw propeller, having fairly established its position, prompted a reconstruction of the Navy, with no change of the principles just mentioned. The cruiser idea dictated the classes of vessels ordered, and the idea of relative size prescribed their dimensions. There were to be 6 steam frigates of the largest class, 6 steam sloops, and 6 smaller vessels, a precise title for which I do not know. I myself have usually called them by the French name corvette, which has a recognized place in English marine phraseology, and means a sloop of war of the smaller class. A transfer of terms accompanying a change of system is apt to be marked by anomalies. These 18 vessels were the nucleus of the fighting force with which the government met the War of 1861. In the frigates and sloops, steam was purely auxiliary. They had every spar and sail of the sailing ships to which they corresponded. 4 of the larger sloops, the Hartford, Richmond, Brooklyn, and Pensacola, constituted the backbone of Farragut's fleet throughout his operations in the Mississippi. The Lancaster, one of the finest of these 5 sisters, was already in the Pacific, and there remained throughout the contest, while the San Jacinto, being of different type and size, was employed rather as a cruiser than for the important operations of war. It was she that arrested the Confederate commissioners Slidell and Mason on board the British mail steamer Trent in 1861. The corvettes, for the most part, were also employed as cruisers, being at once less effective in battery for river work and swifter. They alone of the vessels built in the 50s were engined for speed, as speed went in those days, but their sail power also was ample, though somewhat reduced. One of them, the Iroquois, accompanied Farragut to New Orleans, as did a sister ship to her, the Oneida, which was laid down in 1861, after many Southern senators and representatives had left their seats in Congress, and the secession movement became ominous of war, when it began to be admitted that perhaps after all, for sufficient cause, brothers might shed the blood of brothers. The steam frigates were of too deep draught to be of much use in the shoal waters, to which the nature of the hostilities and the character of the southern coast confined naval operations. Being extremely expensive in upkeep, with enormous crews, and not having speed under steam to make them effective chasers, they were of little avail against an enemy who had not, and could not have, any ships at sea heavy enough to compete with them. The Wabash of this class bore the flag of Admiral Dupont at the capture of Port Royal, and after the fight the negroes who had witnessed it on shore reported that when that checker-sided ship, following the elliptical course prescribed to the squadron for the engagement, came abreast the enemy's works, the gunners, after one experience, took at once to cover. No barbette or merely embrasured battery of that day could stand up against the 20 or more heavy guns carried on each broadside by the steam frigates, if these could get near enough. At New Orleans, even the less numerous pieces of the sloops beat down opposition so long as they remained in front of Fort St. Philip and close to. But when they passed on, so the first lieutenant of one of them told me, the enemy returned to his guns and hammered them severely. This showed that the fort was not seriously injured, nor its armament decisively crippled, but that the personnel was completely dominated by the fire of many heavy guns during the critical period required for the smaller as well as larger vessels to pass. As most of the river work was of this character, the broadsides of the sloops were determinative, and those of the frigates would have been more so, could they have been brought to the scene, but they could not. Much labor was expended in the attempt to drag the Colorado, sister ship to the Wabash, across the bar of the Mississippi, but fruitlessly. For the reason named, the screw frigates built in the 50s had little active share in the Civil War. Were they then, from a national standpoint, uselessly built? Not unless preparation for war is to be rejected and reliance placed upon extemporized means. To this resort our people have always been inclined to trust unduly, owing to a false or partial reading of history, but to it they were excusably compelled by the extensive demands of the War of Secession, which could scarcely have been anticipated. At the time these frigates were built, they were, by their dimensions and the character of their armaments, much the most formidable ships of their class afloat, or as yet designed. Though correctly styled frigates, having but one covered deck of guns, they were open to the charge brought against our frigates in 1812 by the British of being ships of the line in disguise, and being homogeneous in qualities, they would, in acting together, have presented a line of battle, extorting very serious consideration from any probable foreign enemy. It was for such purpose they were built, and it is no reproach to their designers that, being intended to meet a probable contingency, they were too big for one which very few men thought likely. At that moment, when the portentous evolution of naval material which my time has witnessed was but just beginning, they were thoroughly up to date, abreast and rather ahead of the conclusions as yet reached by contemporary opinion. The best of compliments was paid them by the imitation of other navies, for when the first one was finished we sent her abroad on exhibition, much like a hen cackling over its last performance, with the result that we had not long to congratulate ourselves on the newest and best thing. It is this place in a long series of development which gives them their historical interest. But if the frigates were unfitted to the particular emergency of a civil contest, scarcely to be discerned as imminent in 1855, the advantage of preparation for general service is avouched by the history of the first year of hostilities, even so exceptional as those of 1861 and 1862. Within a year of the first Bull Run, Farragut's squadron had fought its way from the mouth of the Mississippi to Vicksburg. That the extreme position was not held was not the fault of the ships, but of backwardness in other undertakings of the nation. All the naval vessels that subdued New Orleans had been launched and ready before the war, except the Oneida and the gunboats, and to attribute any determinative effect in such operations to the gunboats, with their one heavy gun, is to misunderstand the conditions. Even a year later, at the very important passage of Port Hudson, The fighting work was done by the Hartford, Richmond, Mississippi, and Monongahela, of which only the last named and least powerful was built after the war began. It would be difficult to overrate the value, material and moral, of the early successes which led the way to the opening of the great river, due to having the ships and officers ready. So the important advantages obtained by the capture of Port Royal in South Carolina, and of Hatteras Inlet in North Carolina, within the first 6 months, were the results of readiness, slight and inadequate as that was in reference to anything like a great naval war. A brief analysis of the composition of the Navy at the opening of the War of Secession will bring out still more vividly how vitally important to the issue were the additions of the decade 1850 to 60. In March 1861, when Lincoln was inaugurated, the available ships of war at sea or in the yards numbered 61. Of these, 34 were sailing vessels, substantially worthless, although, as the commerce of the world was still chiefly carried on by sailing ships, they could be of some slight service against those attempting to pass a blockade. For the most part, however, they were but scarecrows, if even respected as such. Of the 27 steamers, only 6 dated from before 1850. The remainder were being built when I entered the Naval Academy in September 1856. Their construction, with all that it meant, constituted a principal part of the environment into which I was then brought, of which the recasting of the list of officers was the other most important and significant feature. Both were revolutionary in character, and prophetic of further changes quite beyond the foresight of contemporaries. From this point of view, the period in question has the character of an epoch, initiated, made possible, by the invention of the screw propeller, which, in addition to the better nautical qualities associated with it, permitted the defense of the machinery by submersion, and of the sides of the ship by the application of armor. In this lay the germ of the race between the armor and the gun, involving almost directly the attempt to reach the parts which armor cannot protect, the underwater body, by means of the torpedo. The increases of weight induced by the competition of gun and armor led necessarily to increase of size, which in turn lent itself to increases of speed that have been pushed beyond the strictly necessary, and at all events are neither militarily nor logically involved in the progress made. It has remained to me always a matter of interest and satisfaction that I first knew the Navy, was in close personal contact and association with it, in this period of unconscious transition, and that to the fact of its being yet incomplete I have owed the experience of vessels now wholly extinct, of which it would be no more than truth to say that in all essential details they were familiar to the men of 200 years ago. Nay, in their predecessors of that date, as transmitted to us by contemporary prints, it is easy to trace the development, in form, of the ships I have known from the medieval galley; and this, were the records equally complete, would doubtless find its rudimentary outlines in the triremes of the ancient world. Of this evolution of structure clear evidences remain also in terminology, even now current, survivals which, if the fact were unknown, would provoke curiosity and inquiry as to their origin, as physiologists seek to reconstruct the past of a race from scanty traces still extant. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Naval Conditions Before the War of Secession, The Vessels, Part 2. I have said that the character of the ships then building constituted a chief part of my environment in entering the Navy. The effect was inevitable, and amounted in fact simply to making me a man of my period. My most susceptible years were colored by the still lingering traditions of the sail period, and of the marling spike seaman,
Not that I, always clumsy with my fingers, had any promise of ever distinguishing myself with the marling spike. This expressive phrase, derived from its chief tool, characterized the whole professional equipment of the then mechanic of the sea, of the man who, given the necessary rope yarns and the spars shaped by a carpenter, could take a bare hull as she lay for the first time quietly at anchor from the impetus of her launch, and equip her for sea without other assistance. Parbuckle on board her spars lying alongside her in the stream, fit her rigging, bend her sails, stow her hold, and present all her a taunto to the men who were to sail her. The navigation of a ship thus equipped was a field of seamanship apart from that of the marling spike. But the men who sailed her to all parts of the earth were expected to be able to do all the preliminary work themselves, often did do it, and considered it quite as truly a part of their business as the handling her at sea. Of course, in equipping ships, as in all other business, specialization had come in with progress. There were rope makers, there were riggers who took the ropes ready-made and fitted them for the ship, and there were stevedores to stow holds, etc. But the tradition ran that the seaman should be able on a pinch to do all this himself, and the tradition kept alive the practice, which derived from the days not yet wholly passed away when he might, and often did, have to refit his vessel in scenes far distant from any help other than his own, and without any resources save those which his ready wit could adapt from materials meant for quite different uses. How to make a jib boom do the work of a topsail yard, or to utilize spare spars in rigging a jury rudder, were specimens of the problems then presented to the aspiring seaman. It was something in the 30s, not so very long before my time, that a Captain Rouse of the British Navy achieved renown, I would say immortal, were I not afraid that most people have forgotten, by bringing his frigate home from Labrador to England after losing her rudder. It is said that he subsequently ran for Parliament, and when on the hustings some doubter asked about his political record, he answered, "I am Captain Rouse, who brought the Peak across the Atlantic without a rudder." Of course, the reply was lustily cheered, and deservedly, for in such seas, where the ship depended upon sails only, it was a splendid, if somewhat reckless, achievement. Cooper, in his Homeward Bound, places the ship dismasted on the coast of Africa. Close at hand, but on the beach, lies a wrecked vessel with her spar standing, and there is no exaggeration in the words he puts into the mouth of Captain Truck as he looked upon these resources. "The seaman who, with sticks and ropes and blocks enough, cannot rig his ship, might as well stay ashore and publish in a hebdomadal." Such was the marling spike seaman of the days of Cooper and Marryat, and such was still the able seaman, the A.B., of 1855. It was not indeed necessary, nor expected, that most naval officers should do such things with their own hands, but it was justly required that they should know when a job of marling spike seamanship was well or ill done, and be able to supervise when necessary. Napoleon is reported to have said that he could judge personally whether the shoes furnished his soldiers were well or ill made, but he needed not to be a shoemaker. Marryat, commenting on one of his characters, says that he had seldom known an officer who prided himself on his practical knowledge, who was at the same time a good navigator, and that such too often lower the respect due to him by assuming the jack tar. Oddly enough, lunching once with an old and distinguished British admiral who had been a midshipman while Marryat still lived, he told me that he remembered him well. His reputation, he added, was that of an excellent seaman, but not much of an officer. An expressive phrase, current in our own language, which doubtless has its equivalent in all maritime languages. In my early naval life I came into curious accidental contact with just such a person as Marryat described. I was still at the academy, within a year of graduation, and had been granted a few days' leave at Christmas. Returning by rail, there seated himself alongside me a gentleman who proved to be a lieutenant from the flagship of the home squadron, going to Washington with dispatches.
Becoming known to each other, he began to question me as to what new radicalisms were being fostered in Annapolis. Are they still wasting the young men's time over French? I would not permit them to learn any other language than their own. And how about seamanship? What do they know about that? As far as I have observed, they know nothing about marling-spike seamanship, strapping blocks, fitting rigging, etc. Now, I can sit down alongside of any seaman doing a bit of work and show him how it ought to be done, yes, and do it myself. It was Marryat's lieutenant, Philot, ipsissimus verbis. I listened, overawed by the weight of authority and experience, and I fear somewhat in sympathy, for such talk was in the air, part of the environment of an old order slowly and reluctantly giving way to a new. Of course I shared this, how should I not, at 18? In giving expression to it once, I drew down upon my head a ringing buffet from my father, in which he embodied an anecdote of Decatur I never saw elsewhere, and fancy he owed to his boyhood passed near a navy yard town, Portsmouth, Virginia, while Decatur was in his prime. I had written home with reference to some study, in which probably I did not shine. What did Decatur know about such things? A boy may be pardoned for laying himself open to the retort which so many of his superiors equally invited. Depend upon it, if Decatur had been a student at the Academy, he would, so far as his abilities permitted, have got as far to the front as he always did in fighting. He always aimed to be first. It was told of him that he commanded one of two ships ordered on a common service, in which the other arrived first at the point on the way. Her captain, instead of pushing forward, waited for Decatur to come up, on hearing which the latter exclaimed in his energetic way, "The damned fool!" Decatur, however, also shared inevitably the prepossessions of his day. I was told by Mr. Charles King, then president of Columbia College, that he had been present in company with Decatur at one of the early experiments in steam navigation. Crude as the appliances still were, demonstration was conclusive, and Decatur, whatever his prejudices, was open to conviction. "Yes," he said gloomily to King, "it is the end of our business. Hereafter any man who can boil a tea kettle will be as good as the best of us." It is notable that in my day a tradition ran that Decatur himself was not thoroughly a seaman. The captain of the first ship in which I served after graduation, a man of much solid information, who had known the Commodore's contemporaries, speaking about some occurrence, said to me, "The trouble with Decatur was that he was not a seaman." I repeated the remark to one of our lieutenants, and he ejaculated with emphasis, "Yes, that is true." I cannot tell how far these opinions were the result of prepossession in those from whom they derived. There had been hard and factious division in the navy of Decatur's day, culminating in the duel in which he fell, and the lieutenant at least was associated by family ties with Decatur's antagonist. To deny that the methods of the Naval Academy were open to criticism would be to claim for them infallibility. Upon the whole, however, in my time they erred rather on the side of being over-conservative than unduly progressive. 20 years later, recalling some of our Academy experiences to one of my contemporaries, himself more a man of action than a student, and who had meanwhile distinguished himself by extraordinary courage in the War of Secession, I mean Edward Terry. He said, "Oh yes, those were the days before the flood." The hold-back element was strong, though not sufficiently so to suit such as my friend of the railroad. Objectors laid great stress on the word practical, than which, with all its most respectable derivation and association, I know none more frequently nor more effectually used as a bludgeon for slaying ideas. Strictly, of course, it means knowing how to do things, and doing them. But colloquially, it usually means doing them before learning how. Leap before you look. The practical part is bruising your shins for lack of previous reflection. Of course, no one denies the educational value of breaking your shins, and everything else you own. A burnt child dreads the fire. But the question remains whether an equally good result may not be reached at less cost, and so be more really practical. I recall the fine scorn with which one of our professors, Chauvenet, a man of great and acknowledged ability, practical and other, used to speak of practical men. "Now, young gentlemen, in adjusting your theodolites in the field, remember not to bear too hard on the screws. Don't put them down with main force, as though the one object was never to unscrew them. If you do, you indent the plate, and it will soon be quite impossible to level the instrument properly. That," he would continue, "is the way with your practical men. There, for instance, is Mr. Blank," naming an assistant in another department, known to the midshipmen as Bullpup, who, I suppose, had been a practical surveyor. "That is what he does." I presume the denunciation was due to BP having at one time borrowed an instrument from the department, and returned it thus maltreated. But practical, so misapplied, action without thought, was Chauvenet's red rag. An amusing reminiscence, illustrative of the same common tendency, was told me by General Howard. I had the pleasure of meeting Howard, then in command of one wing of Sherman's army, at Savannah, just after the conclusion of the March to the Sea in 1864. He spoke pleasantly of his associations with my father, when a cadet at the Military Academy, and added, "I remember how he used to say, 'A little common sense, Mr. Howard, a little common sense.'" Howard did not say what particular occasions he had in mind; but a student reciting, and confronted suddenly with some question or step in a demonstration which he has failed to master, or upon which he has not reflected, is apt to feel that the practical thing to do is not to admit ignorance, to trust to luck and answer at random. Such a one, explaining a drawing of a bridge to my father, was asked by him what was represented by certain lines showing the upstream part of a pier. Not knowing, he replied, "That is a hole to catch the ice in." "Imagine," said my father in telling me the story, "catching all the ice from above in holes in the piers." A little common sense, exercised first, not afterwards, is the prescription against leaping before you look, or jamming your screws too hard. To substitute acquired common sense, knowledge, and reflection for the cruder and tardier processes of learning by hard personal experience and mistakes is, of course, the object of all education; and it was this which caused the foundation of the Naval Academy, behind which at its beginning lay the initiative of some of the most reputed and accomplished senior officers of the Navy, conscious of the needless difficulties they themselves had had to surmount in reaching the level they had. It involved no detraction from their professional excellence, the excellence of men professionally self-made; but none comprehend the advantages of education better than candid men who have made their way without it. By the time I entered, however, there had been a decided, though not decisive, reaction in professional feeling. 10 years had elapsed since the founding of the school, and already development had gone so far that suspicion and antagonism were aroused. Up to 1850, midshipmen went at once to sea, and after 5 years there, spent one at Annapolis, whereupon followed the final examination for a lieutenancy. This effected, the man became a passed midshipman. Beginning with 1851, the system was changed. 4 years at the academy were required, after which 2 at sea, and then examination. This, being a clean break from the past, outraged conservatism. It introduced such abominations as French and extended mathematics. Much attention was paid to infantry drill, soldiering. The scheme was not practical. And it was doubtless true that the young graduate, despite 6 months of summer cruising interposed between academic terms, came comparatively green to shipboard. In that particular respect he could not but compare for the moment unfavorably with one who, under the old plan, would have spent 4 years on a ship's deck. Whether that brief period of inexperience passed, he would not be permanently the better for the prior initiation into the rationale of his business, few inquired, and time had not yet had opportunity to show. Perhaps, too, there was among the graduates something of the freshness which is attributed to the same age in leaving a university. I do not think it. The immediate contact with conditions but partly familiar to us, yet perfectly familiar to all about us, excited rather a wholesome feeling of inferiority or inadequacy. We had yet to find ourselves, but there remained undoubtedly some antagonism between the old and the new. Not that this ever showed itself offensively. Nothing could have been kinder or more open-hearted than our reception by the lieutenants who had not known the academy, and who probably deprecated it in their hearts. Whatever they thought, nothing was ever said that could reflect upon us, the outcome of the system. It was not even hinted that we might have been turned out in better shape under different conditions. From my personal experience, I hope we proved more satisfactory than may have been expected. When we returned home in 1861, just after the first battle of Bull Run, our third lieutenant said to me that he expected a command, and would be glad to have me as his first lieutenant, and upon my detachment one of the warrant officers expressed his regret that I was not remaining as one of the lieutenants of that ship. Both being men of mature years and long service, and with no obligation to speak, it is permissible to infer that they thought us fit at least to take the deck. As it was, in the uproar of those days, no questions were asked. The usual examinations were waived, and my class was hurried out of the midshipman's mess into the first lieutenant's berth. Without exception, I believe, we all had that duty at once, second to the captain, missing thereby the very valuable experience of the deck officer. In the face of considerable opposition, as I was told by Admiral Dupont, the leading officers of the day frustrated the attempt to introduce volunteer officers from the merchant service over our heads. Another proof of confidence in us, as at least good raw material. The longer practice of the others at sea was alleged as a reason for thus preferring them, which was seriously contemplated; but the reply was that acquaintance with the organization of a ship of war, with her equipment and armament, the general military tone so quickly assimilated by the young, and so hardly by the mature, outweighed completely any mere question of attainment in handling a ship. As drill officers, too, the general excellence of the graduates was admitted. Within a fortnight of doing duty on the forecastle as a midshipman, I thus found myself as first lieutenant of a very respectable vessel. One of my shipmates, less quickly fortunate, was detailed to instruct a number of volunteer officers with the great guns and muskets. One of them said to him, "Yes, you can teach me this, but I expect I can teach you something in seamanship," a freedom of speech which by itself showed imperfect military temper. At the same moment I myself had a somewhat similar encounter, which illustrates why the old officers insisted on the superior value of military habit, and the necessarily unmilitary attitude at first of the volunteers. I had been sent momentarily to a paddle-wheel merchant steamer, now purchased for a ship of war, the James Adger, which had plied between Charleston and New York. A day or two after joining, I saw two of the engineer force going ashore without my knowledge. I stopped them, and a few moments afterwards the chief engineer, who had long been in her when she was a packet, came to me with flaming eyes and angry voice to know by what right I interfered with his men. It had to be explained to him that, unlike the merchant service, the engine room was but a department of the military whole of the ship, and that other consent than his was necessary to their departure. A trivial incident, but a whole world of atmosphere behind it. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Naval Academy in its relation to the Navy at large, 1850 to 1860. Part 1. Probably there have been in all periods educational excesses in the outlook of some of the Naval Academy authorities,
and I personally have sympathized in the main with those who would subordinate the technological element to the more strictly professional. I remember one superintendent, and he, unless rumor was in error, had been one of the early opposition, saying to me with marked elation, "I believe we carry the calculus farther here than they do at West Point." I myself had then long forgotten all the calculus I ever knew, and I fear that with him too it was a case of omne ignotum pro magnifico. A more curious extravagancy was uttered to me by a professor of applied mathematics. I had happened to say that while it was well each student should have the opportunity to acquire all he could in that department, I did not think it necessary that every officer of the deck should be able to calculate mathematically the relation between a weight he had to hoist on board and the power of the purchase he was about to use, which I think a mild proposition, considering the centuries during which that knowledge had been dispensed with. "Oh, I differ with you," he replied. "I think it of the utmost importance they should all be able to do so." "Nothing like sails," said my friend the sailmaker. "Nothing like leather," says the shoemaker. I mentioned this shortly afterward to one of my colleagues, himself an officer of unusual mathematical and scientific attainment. "No," he exclaimed, "did he really say that?" This was to claim for this mere head knowledge a falsely practical value, as distinguished from the educational value of the mental training involved, and from the undoubted imperative need of such acquisitions in those who have to deal with problems of ship construction or other mechanical questions connected with naval material. His position was really as little practical as that of the men who opposed the Academy plan in general as unpractical; as little practical as it would be to maintain that it is essential that every naval officer to day should be skilled to handle a ship under sail, because the habit of the sailing ship educated, brought out, faculties and habits of the first value to the military man. Still, there is something not only excusable, but laudable, in a man magnifying his office, and it was well that my friend the professor should have a slightly exaggerated idea of the bearing of the calculus on the daily routine or occasional emergencies of a ship. What is needed is a counterpoise to correct undue deflection of the like kind, to which an educational institution from its very character and object is always liable. That the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath, is a saying of wide application. The administrator tends to think more of his administrative machine than of the object for which it exists, and the educator to forget that while the foundation is essential, it yet exists only for the building, which is the practical end in view. The object of naval education is to make a naval officer. Too much as well as too little of one ingredient will mar the compound, and if exaggeration cannot be wholly avoided, it had better rest upon the professional side. This was the function discharged by the critical attitude of the outside service, such as my friend of the railroad, at times somewhat irrational, but still as a check effective after the manner of other public opinion, in which in fact it was an instance. In September 1856, when I entered, professional influence was perhaps in excess. The preceding June had seen the graduation of the last class of oldsters, of those who after 5 years at sea had spent the 6th at the Academy, subjected formally to its discipline and methods. I therefore just missed seeing that phase of the Academy's history, but I could not thereby escape the traces of its influence. However transient, this lasted my time. It may be imagined what an influential, yet incongruous, element in a crowd of boys was constituted by introducing among them 20 or 30 young men, too young for ripeness, yet who for 5 years had been bearing the not slight responsibility of the charge of seamen, often on duty away from their superiors, and permitted substantially all the powers and privileges conceded to their seniors, men of mature years. How could such be brought under the curb of the narrowly ordered life of the school, for the short 8 months to which they knew the ordeal was restricted? Could this have been attempted seriously, there would probably have been an explosion. But in truth, as far as my observation went, most of the disciplinary officers, the lieutenants, rather sympathized with irregularities, within pretty wide limits. A midshipman was a being who traditionally had little but the exuberance of his spirits to make up for the discomforts of his lot. The comprehensive saying that what was nobody's business was a midshipman's business epitomized the harrying of his daily life, with its narrow quarters, hard fare, and constant hustling for poor pay. Like the seaman, above whom in early days he stood but little, the midshipman had then only his jollity and his youth to compensate; and also, like the seaman, a certain recklessness was conceded to his moments of enjoyment. The very name carried with it the privilege of frolicking. The old times of license among seafaring men were still of recent memory, and though practice had improved, opinion remained tolerant. The gunner of the first ship in which I served after graduation told me that in 1832, when he was a young seaman before the mast on board a sloop of war in the Mediterranean, on Christmas Eve, there being a 2-knot breeze, that is, substantially calm, at sundown the ship was put under 2 close-reefed topsails for the night, storm canvas, and then the jollity began. How far it was expected to go may be inferred from the precautions, and we gain here some inkling of the phrase heavy weather, applied to such conditions. But of the same ship he told me that she stood into the harbor of Malta under all sail, royal and studding sails, to make a flying moor, which I must explain to the unprofessional is to drop an anchor under sail, the cable running out under the force of the ship's way till the place is reached for letting go the second anchor, the ship finally being brought to lie midway between the two. An accurate eye, a close judgment as to the ship's speed, and an absolute promptness of execution are needed, for all the sail that is on when the first anchor goes must be off before the second. In this case nothing was started before the first. Within 15 minutes all was in, the ship moored, sails furled, and yards squared, awaiting doubtless the final touches of the boatswain. Whether the flag of the port was saluted within the same quarter hour I will not undertake to say. It would be quite in keeping to have attempted it. System, preparation, and various tricks of the trade go far to facilitate such rapidity. Now, I dare say that some of my brother officers may cavil at this story, but I personally believe it, with perhaps 2 or 3 minutes allowance for error in clocks. Much may be accepted of seamen who not uncommonly reefed topsails in stays, that is, while the ship was being tacked. Of the narrator's good faith I am certain. It was not with hint of one of the stock stories told about the lost cruise, nor was he a romancer. It came naturally in course of conversation, as one tells any experience, and he added, when the British admiral returned the commander's visit, he complimented the ship on the smartest performance he had ever seen. But it is in the combination of license and smartness that the pith of these related stories lies. Between them they embody much of the spirit of a time which in 1855 was remembered and influential. Midway in the War of Secession I met the first lieutenant who held the trumpet in that memorable maneuver, a man of 1813, now a quiet, elderly, slow-spoken old gentleman, retired, with little to suggest the smart officer, at the stamp of whose foot the ship's company jumped, to use the gunner's expression. Such performances exemplify the ideals that still obtained, were in full force, in the Navy as first I knew it. In the ship in which the gunner and I were then serving, it was our common performance to up topgallant masts and yards and loose sail to a bowline, in 3 minutes and a half from the time the topmen and the masts started aloft together from the deck. For this time I can vouch myself, and we did it fairly too, though I dare say we would have hesitated to carry the sails in a stiff breeze without a few minutes more. It was a very dramatic and impressive performance. The band, with drum and fife, was part of it. When all was reported ready from the three masts, but not before, it was permitted to be 8 o'clock. The drums gave 3 rolls, the order "sway across, let fall" was given, the yards swung into their places, the sails dropped and were dragged out by their bowlines to facilitate their drying, the bell struck 8, the flag was hoisted, and close on the drums followed the band playing the Star-Spangled Banner, while the ship's company went to breakfast. It was the transformation scene of a theatre. Within 5 minutes the metamorphosis was complete. There was doubtless a flavor of the circus about it all, but it was a wholesome flavor, and tonicked the professional appetite. Yes, and the natural appetite, too. Your breakfast tasted better, especially if some other ship had got into trouble with one of her yards or sails. Did you see what a mess the made of fore topgallant yard this morning? An old boatswain's mate of the ship used to tell me one of his last cruise stories, of when he was in the Delaware, 74, up the Mediterranean in 1842. Of course, the Delaware had beaten the Congress's time. The last ship always did. Then he would add, "I was in the foretop in those days, and had the fore topgallant yard, and if one of us fellows let his yard show on either side of the mast before the order 'sway across,' we could count on a dozen when we got down, just as sure as we could count on our breakfast." Flogging was not abolished until about 1849. No wonder men were jolly when they could be, without worrying about tomorrow's headache. Part of the preparation was to let the captain know beforehand that it was 8 o'clock, and get his authority that it might be so, subject always to the yet higher authority that the yards and sails were ready. If they were not, so much the worse for 8 o'clock. It had to wait quite as imperatively as the sun did for Joshua. Sunset, when the masts and yards came down, was equally under bonds. It awaited the pleasure of the captain or admiral. Indeed, in my time a story ran of a court-martial at a much earlier day sitting in a capital case. By law, each day's session must end by sundown. On the occasion in question, sundown was reported to the admiral, or rather commodore. We had no admirals then. He sent to know how soon the court could finish. The reply was, in about 15 minutes. "Tell the officer of the deck not to make it sundown until he hears from me." And in defiance of the earth's movement, the colors were kept flying in attestation that the sun was up. One other hour of the 24, noon, was brought in like manner to the captain's attention, and required his action, but it was treated with more deference. Recognition rather than authority was meted to it, and it was never known to be tampered with. The circumstance of the sun's crossing the ship's meridian was unique in the day, and the observation of the fact, which drew on deck all the navigating group with their instruments, establishing the latitude immediately and precisely, was of itself a principal institution of the ship's economy. Such claims were not open to trifling, and were there not also certain established customs, almost vested interests, such as the 7-bell nip, cocktail or otherwise, connected with the half hour before, when the sun was over the foreyard? I admit I never knew whence the latter phrase originated, nor just what it meant, but it had associations. Like sign language, it can be understood. I was myself shipmate, as they say, with most of this sort of thing, for with its good points and its bad it did not disappear until the War of Secession, the exigencies of which drove out alike the sails and the sailor. The abolition of the grog ration in 1862 may be looked upon as a chronological farewell to a picturesque past. We did not so understand it. Contemporaries are apt to be blind to bloodless revolutions. Had we seen the full bearing, perhaps there might have been observed a professional sundown, in recognition of the fact that the topgallant yards had come down for the last time, ending one professional era. A protest was recorded by one eccentric character, a survival whom Cooper unfortunately never knew, who hoisted a whiskey demijohn at the peak of his gunboat, the ensign's allotted place. To the admiral's immediate demand for an explanation, he replied that that was the flag he served under, but he was one of those to whom all things are forgiven. The seaman remains and must always remain while there are seas to cross and to rule. But the sailor, in his accomplishments and in his defects, began then to depart, or to be evolutionized into something entirely different. I am bound to admit that in the main the better has survived, but now that such hairs as I have are gray, I may be permitted to look back somewhat wistfully and affectionately on that which I remember a half century ago. Perhaps to sympathize with the seamen of that period, who saw themselves swamped out of sight and influence among the vast numbers required by the sudden 7- or 8-fold expansion of the navy for that momentous conflict. Occasionally one of these old salts, mournful amid his new environment, would meet me and say, "Ah, Mr. Mahan, the navy isn't what it was." True. In 1823, Lord St. Vincent, then verging on 90, had made the same remark to George IV, and I am quite sure if the aged admiral had searched his memory, he could have recalled it in the mouth of some veteran of 1750. The worst of it is, this is perennially true. From period to period the gain exceeds, but still there has been loss as well. And to sentiment ranging over the past, the loss stands more conspicuous. Memory reveals every rose, but secreteth its thorn. This is the more apparent when the change has been sudden, or on such a scale as to overwhelm by mere bulk that subtle influence for which we owe to the French the name of esprit de corps. It is the breath of the body, the breath of life. Before the War of Secession, our old friends the Marines had a deserved reputation for fidelity, which could not survive the big introduction of alien matter into the corps. I remember hearing an officer of long service say that he had known but a single instance of a Marine deserting, and as to the general fact, there was no dissent among the bystanders. The same could scarcely be said now, nor of seamen then. The sentiment of particular faithfulness had been nurtured in the British Marines under times and conditions which made them at a critical moment the saviors of discipline, and thereby the saviors of the state. It is needless to philosophize the strength of such a tradition so established, nor its effect on each member of the body, and from thence, not improbably, it was transmitted to our younger navy. Whence ever coming, there it was. One marine private, in a ship to which I belonged, returning from liberty on shore, was heard saying to another with drunken impressiveness, "Remember, our motto is patriotism and laziness." Of course, this went around the ship, greatly delighting on both counts our marine officers, who became embodied in the chaff that passed to and fro between the two corps, of which one saying, the two most useless things in a ship were the captain of marines and the mizzen royal, deserves for its drollery to be committed to writing, now that mizzen royals have ceased to be. May it be long before the like extinction awaits the captains of marines. Our own, however, an eccentric man, who had accomplished the then rare feat of working his way up from the ranks, used to claim that marines were an absurdity. It is having one army to keep another army in order, he would say. This was once true, and might with equal truth be said of a city police force, one set of citizens to keep the other citizens orderly. In the olden time, it had been the application of the sound statesmanship dogma, divide et impera. For this, in the Navy, happily, the need no longer exists, but I can see no reason to believe the time at hand when we can dispense with the corps of seamen, the specialty of which is infantry, and shore expedition when necessary. Patriotism, as our marine understood it, was sticking by your colors and your corps, and doing your duty through thick and thin. No bad ideal. In like mingling of good and evil, the oldsters at the Naval Academy, along with some things objectionable, including a liberty that under the conditions too often resembled license, brought with them sound traditions, which throughout my stay there constituted a real esprit de corps. In nothing was this more conspicuous than in the attitude toward hazing. Owing to circumstances I will mention later, I entered at once the class which, as I understand, most usually perpetrated the outrageous practices that became a scandal in the country; the class, that is, which is entering on its second year at the Academy. My home always having been at the Military Academy, I, without much thinking, expected to find rife the same proceedings which had prevailed there from time, to me, immemorial. Such anticipations made deeper and more lasting the impression produced by the contrary state of things, and yet more by the wholly different tone prevalent at Annapolis. Not only was hazing not practised, but it scarcely obtained even the recognition of mention. It was not so much reprobated as ignored, and if it came under discussion at all, it was dismissed with a turn of the nose as something altogether beneath us. That is not the sort of thing we do here. It may be all very well at West Point, much as what would do for a marine could not be thought of for a seaman; but we were officers and gentlemen, and thought no small beans of ourselves as such. There were at times absurd manifestations of this same precocious dignity, of which I may speak later. Still, as O'Brien said of Boatswain Chucks, "You may laugh at such assumptions of gentility, but did any one of his shipmates ever know Mr. Chucks to do an unhandsome or a mean action? And why? Because he aspired to be a gentleman." While I can vouch for this general state of feeling, I cannot be sure of its derivation; but I've always thought it due to the presence during the previous 5 years of the oldsters, nominally under the same discipline as ourselves, but looked up to with the respect and observance which at that age are naturally given to those 2 or 3 seasons older. And these men were not merely more advanced in years; they had matured beyond their age by early habits of responsibility and command, and themselves imbued by constant contact with the spirit of the phrase "an officer and a gentleman," which constitutes the norm of military conduct. Their intercourse with their seniors on board ship had been much closer than that which was possible at the school. This atmosphere they brought with them to a position from which they could not but most powerfully influence us. How far the tradition might have been carried on in smooth seas I do not know; but along with many other things, good and bad, it was shattered by the War of Secession. The school was precipitately removed to Newport, where it was established in extemporized and temporary surroundings. The older undergraduates were hurried to sea, while the new entries were huddled together in 2 sailing frigates moored in the harbor, dissociated from the influence of those above them. The whole anatomy, and, so to say, nervous system of the organization were dislocated. For better or for worse, perhaps for better and for worse, the change was more like death and resurrection than life and growth. The potent element which the oldster had contributed and the upper classes absorbed and perpetuated was eliminated at once and entirely by the detachment of the senior cadets and the segregation of the newcomers. New ideals were evolved by a mass of schoolboys, severed from those elder associates, from the influence of whom no professors nor officers can vie. How hazing came up I do not know, and am not writing its history. I presume it is one of the inevitable weeds that schoolboy nature brings forth of itself, unless checked by unfavorable environment. I merely note its almost total absence in my time. Its subsequent existence was unhappily notorious. A general good-humored tolerance, easy-going, and depending upon a mutual understanding, none the less clear because informal, characterized the relations of the officers and students. Primarily, each were in the appreciation of the other officers and gentlemen. So far there was implicit equality, and while the ones were in duty bound to enforce academic regulations, which the others felt an equal obligation to disregard, it was a kind of game in which they did not much mind being losers, provided we did not trespass on the standards of the gentleman and of the officer, liberally construed. They, I think, had an unacknowledged feeling that while under schoolboy or collegiate discipline as to times or manners, some relaxation of strict official correctness must be endured. Larking, sometimes uproarious, met with personal sympathy, if official condemnation. Nor did we resent being detected by what we regarded as fair means, to which we perhaps gave a pretty wide interpretation. The exceptional man, who inspected at unaccustomed hours, which we considered our own prescriptive right, though not by rules, who came upon us unawares, was apt to be credited with rather unofficer-like ideas of what was becoming, and suspected of the not very gentlemanly practice of wearing noiseless rubber shoes. That intimation of his approach was conveyed by us from room to room by concerted taps on the gas pipes was fair war, nor did our opponents seem to mind what they could not but clearly hear. Indeed, I think most of them were rather glad to find evidences of order and propriety prevailing, where possibly, but for those kindly signals, they might have detected matter for report. There was one lieutenant, however, the memory of whom was still green as a bay tree in my day, though it would have been blasted indeed could cursing have blighted it, to whom the game of detective seemed to possess the fascination of the chase, and so successful was he that his baffled opponents could not view the matter dispassionately, nor accept their defeat in sportsmanlike spirit. I knew him later. He had a saturnine appearance, not calculated to conciliate a victim, but he liked a joke, especially of the practical kind, and for the sake of one successfully achieved could forgive an offender. Night surprises, inroads on the enemy's country, at the hours when we were mistakenly supposed to be safe in bed, and regulations so required, were favorite stratagems with him. On one occasion, so tradition ran, some half-dozen midshipmen had congregated in a room after taps, and with windows carefully darkened, had contrived an extempore kitchen to fry themselves a mess of oysters. The process was slow, owing to the number of oysters the pan could take at once, and the largeness of the expectant appetites. But it had progressed nearly to completion, when without premonition the door opened and appeared. He asked no questions and offered no comments, but walking to the platter, seized it, and threw out of the window the accumulated results of an hour's weary work. No further notice of the delinquency followed. The discomfiture of the sufferers sufficiently repaid his sense of humor. At another midnight hour, a midshipman visiting in a room not his, lured thither, let us hope, by the charms of intellectual conversation, was warned by the gas pipes that the enemy was on the war path. Retreat being cut off, he took refuge under a bed, but unwittingly left a hand visible. Caught sight of it, walked to the bed, flashed his lantern in the eyes of its occupant, who naturally was sleeping as never before, and at the same time trod hard on the exposed fingers. A squeal followed this unexpected attention, and the culprit had to drag himself out. But the lieutenant was satisfied, and let him go at that. End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3, part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Naval Academy in its relation to the Navy at large, 1850 to 1860, Part 2. I have said that Larking met with more than toleration, with sympathy. The once magic word midshipman seemed to cloak any outburst of frolicking. Otherwise, some exhibitions I witnessed could scarcely have passed unscathed. They were felt to be in character by the older officers, and while obliged to reprehend, I doubt whether some of them would not have more enjoyed taking a share. They knew, too, that we were just as proud as they of the service, and that under all lay an entire readiness to do or to submit to that which we and they alike recognized as duty. Sometimes rioting went rather too far, but for the most part it was harmless. One rather grave incident shortly before my entry derived its humor mainly from the way in which it was treated by the superintendent. One of the outbuildings of the academy, either because offensive or out of sheer deviltry, was set on fire and destroyed. The perpetrator of this startling practical joke was Alexander F. Crossman, of the '51 date, whom many of us yet living remember well. Small in stature, with something of the chip on the shoulder characteristic often seen in such, he was conspicuous for a certain chivalrous gallantry of thought and mien, the reflection of a native brilliant courage, a trait which in the end caused his death about 1870 by drowning, in the effort to save an imperiled boat's crew. The superintendent, a man of ponderous dimensions, and equally ponderous but rapid speech, though it is due to say also unusually accomplished, both professionally and personally, was greatly outraged and excited at this defiance of discipline. The day following he went out to meet the corps, when it had just left some formation, and calling a halt, delivered a speech on the basis of the Articles of War, a copy of which he brandished before his audience. These ancient ordinances, among many other denunciations of naval crimes and misdemeanors, pronounced the punishment of death, or such other worse as a court martial might adjudge upon any person in the navy who shall maliciously set on fire, or otherwise destroy, any government property not then in the possession of an enemy, pirate, or rebel. The gem of oratory hereupon erected was paraphrased as follows by the culprit himself, aided and abetted in his lyrical flight by his roommate, John S. Barnes, who after graduating left the service, returned for the War of Secession, and subsequently resigned finally. To this survivor of the two collaborators I owe the particulars of the affair. How many more traitors there were I know not. Those who recall the speaker will recognize that the parody must have followed closely the real words of the address. Young gentlemen assembled, it makes no matter where, I only want to speak to you, so hear me where you are. Some vile incendiary last night was prowling round, who set fire to a roundhouse and burned it to the ground. I'll read the naval law. The man who dares to burn a roundhouse, not the enemy's, a traitor's fate shall learn. And if a man there be, who does this traitor know, and keeps it to himself, he shall suffer death also. 'Tis well then to tell then, who did this grievous ill, and damn him I will hang him, so help me God I will. If anything could have aided to the gaiety of the fire, such an outburst would. In after years I sailed under the command of this speechmaker. At monthly musters he reserved to himself the prerogative of reading the articles, probably thinking that he did it more effectively than the first lieutenant, in which he was quite right. It also happened that, owing to doubt whether a certain paragraph applied to the Marine Corps, Congress had been pleased to make a special enactment that the word persons in such and such a clause should be construed to include Marines. Coming as this did near the end, some humorist was moved to remark that the first Sunday in the month muster was for the purpose of informing us authoritatively that a Marine was a person. As the captain read this interesting announcement, his voice assumed a gradual crescendo, concluding with a profound emphasis on the word Marines, which he accompanied with a half turn and a flourish of the book toward that honorable body, drawn up in full uniform, at parade rest, its venerable captain, whose sandy hair was fast streaking with gray, standing at its head, his hands meekly crossed over his sword hilt, the blade hanging down before him, all doubtless suitably impressed with this definition of their status, which for greater certainty they heard every month. It was very fine indeed, appealing to more senses than one. The shore drills, infantry and field artillery, furnished special occasions for organized or disorganized upheavals of animal spirits. For these exercises we then had scant respect. They were soldiering, and from time immemorial soldier had been an adjective to express uselessness, or that which was so easy as to pass no man's ability. A soldier's wind, for example, was a wind fair both ways, to go and to return. No demands on brains there, much less on seamanship. The curious irrelevancy of such applications never strikes persons, unless indeed a perception of incongruity is the soul of wit, a definition which I think I have heard. To depart without the ceremony of saying good-bye takes its name from the most elaborately civil of people, French leave, while the least perturbable of nations has been made to contribute an epithet Dutch to the courage derived from the whiskey bottle. In the latter case, however, I fancy that, besides a tradition of long ago national rivalries, there may have been the idea that to excite a Dutchman you must, as they say, light a fire under him, or as was forcibly remarked by a midshipman of my time of his phlegmatic room-mate, he had to kick him in the morning to get him started for the day. To return to the shore drills. These were then committed to one of the civil professors of the Academy, a fact which itself spoke for the familiarity with them of the sea lieutenants, as these always exercised us at ship's guns. The different estimation which the two obtained in the outside service was too obvious to escape quick-witted young fellows, and it was difficult to overcome the resultant disrespect. The professor was not one to effect the impossible. He was a graduate of West Point, a man of ability, not lacking in dignity, and personally worthy of all respect. But he stuttered badly, and this impediment not only received no mercy from the youth, but interfered with the accuracy of manoeuvres where the word of command needed to be timely in utterance. Report ran that on one occasion, advanced by the column of companies, while the professor was struggling with halt, the leading company, composed martyrs to discipline, marched over the sea wall into 3 feet of water. Had the water been deeper, they might have been less literal. Despite his military training, his bearing and carriage had not the strong soldierly stamp which might redeem his infirmity, and even in the classroom a certain whimsical atmosphere seemed born from the drill ground. He, I believe, was the central figure of one of the most humorous scenes in Herman Melville's White Jacket, a book which, despite its prejudiced tone, has preserved many amusing and interesting inside recollections of a ship of war in the olden time. The naval instructor on board the frigate is using Rodney's battle of 1782 to illustrate on the blackboard the principles of naval tactics to the class of midshipmen. Now, young gentlemen, you see this disabled French ship in the corner, far to windward of her fleet, between it and the enemy. She has lost all 3 masts, and the greater part of the ship's company are killed and wounded. What will you do to save her? To this knotty problem many extemporized practical answers are given, of which the most plausible is by Mr. Dash of Virginia. I should nail my colors to the mast and let her sink under me. As this could scarcely be called saving her, Mr. Dash is rebuked for irrelevance. But after the gamut of possible solutions has been well guessed over, the instructor announces impressively, "That ship, young gentlemen, cannot be saved." I cannot say that he dealt with us thus tantalizingly, but one of my contemporaries used to tell a story of his personal experience which was generically allied to the above. At the conclusion of some faulty maneuver, the instructor remarked aloud, This all went wrong, owing to Mr. P.'s not standing fast in his own person. I will now repeat it for the particular benefit of Mr. P. The repetition ensued, and in its course the instructor called out, "Be careful, Mr. P., and stand fast where you are." "I am standing fast," replied P. incautiously. "Report Mr. P. for talking in ranks." At the Academy, naval tactics were not within his purview, and of all our experiences with him in the classroom, one ludicrous incident alone remains with me. One of my class, though in most ways well at head, was a little alarmed about his standing in infantry tactics. He therefore, at a critical occasion, attempted to carry the textbook with him to the blackboard. This surreptitious deed, being not to get advantage over a fellow, but to save himself, was condoned by public opinion; but being unused to such deceits, in his agitation he copied his figure upside down, and became hopelessly involved in the demonstration. The professor next day took occasion to comment slightingly on our general performance, but as to Mr. Blank, he added derisively, he did wretchedly. I sometimes wonder that we learned anything about soldiering, but we did, in a way. The principles and theory were mastered if performance was slovenly, and in execution as company officers we got our companies there, although just how we did it might be open to criticism. In our last year, the adjutant of my class, who graduated at its head, on the first occasion of forming the battalion, after some moments of visible embarrassment, could think of no order more appropriate than "Form your companies fore and aft the pavement." Fore and aft is lengthwise of a ship. No humiliation attended such a confession of ignorance on that subject, but had the same man missed stays when in charge of the deck, he would have been sorely mortified. His successor of to day probably never will have a chance to miss stays. There thus ran through our drills an undercurrent of levity, which on provocation would burst out almost spontaneously into absurdity. On one occasion the battalion was drawn up in line, fronting at some distance the 5 buildings which then constituted the midshipmen's quarters. The intimation was given that we were to advance and then charge. Once put in motion, I know not whether stuttering lost the opportunity of stopping us, but the pace became quicker and quicker till the whole body broke into a run, rushed cheering tumultuously through the passages between the houses, and reformed, peaceably enough, on the other side. The captains all got a wigging for failing to keep us in hand, but they were powerless. The whole thing was without preconcertment or warning. It could hardly have happened, however, had the instinct of discipline been as strong in those drills as in others. A more deliberate prank was played with the field artillery. These light pieces, being of the nature of cannon rather than muskets, obtained more deference, being recognized as of the same genus with the great guns which then constituted a ship's broadside. On one occasion they were incautiously left out overnight on the drill ground. Between tattoo and taps, 9:30 to 10 p.m., was always a half hour of release from quarters. There was mischief ready made for idle hands to do. The guns were taken in possession, rushed violently to and fro in mock drill performance, and finally taken to pieces, the parts being scattered promiscuously in all directions. Dawn revealed an appearance of havoc resembling a popular impressionist representation of a battlefield. Here a caisson with its boxes, severed from their belongings, stretched its long pole appealingly toward heaven. The wheels had been dispersed to distant quarters of the ground and lay on their sides. Elsewhere were the guns, sometimes reversed and solitary, at others not wholly dismounted, canted at an angle, with one wheel in place. As there were 6 of them, complete in equipments, the scene was extensive and of most admired confusion. Ingenuity had exhausted itself in variety, to enhance picturesqueness of effect. How the lieutenant in charge accounted for all this happening without his interference, I do not know. Certainly there was noise enough, but then that half hour always was noisy. The superintendent of that time had, when walking, a trick of grasping the lapel of his coat with his right hand, and twitching it when preoccupied. The following day, as he surveyed conditions, it seemed as if the lapel might come away. But he made no speech, nor, as far as I know, was any notice taken of the affair. No real damage had been done, and the man would indeed have been hard-heartedly conscientious who would judge the action which showed in so comical a sight. I once heard an excellent First Lieutenant, Farragut's own through the principal actions of the War of Secession, say that where there was obvious inattention to uniform, there would always be found slackness in discipline. It may be, therefore, that our habits as to uniform were symptomatic of the same easy tolerance which bore with such extravagances as I have mentioned, the like of which, in overt act, was not known to me in my later association with the Academy as an officer. We had a prescribed uniform, certainly, but regulations, like legislative acts, admit of much variety of interpretation and latitude in practice, unless there is behind them a strong public sentiment. In my earlier days there was no public sentiment of the somewhat martinet kind, such as would compel all alike to wear an overcoat because the captain felt cold. In practice there was great laxity in details. I remember in later days and later manners, when we were all compelled to be well buttoned up to the throat, a young officer remarked to me disparagingly of another, "He's the sort of man, you know, who would wear a frock coat unbuttoned." There's nothing like classification. My friend had achieved a feat in natural history. In 10 words he had defined a species. On another occasion the same man remorselessly wiped out of existence another species, consecrated by generations of blue books and naval regulations. "I know nothing of superior officers," he said. "Senior officers, if you choose, but superior, no." Whether the naval regulations have yet recognized this obvious distinction, whether it is no longer superior officers, but only senior officers, who are not to be treated with contempt, etc., I have not inquired. Apart from such amusing criticism of the times past, it is undoubtedly true that attention to minutiae is symptomatic of a much more important underlying spirit, one of exactness and precision running through all the management of a ship and affecting her efficiency. I concede that a thing so trifling as the buttoning of a frock coat may indicate a development and survival of the fittest. But in 1855 to 60 frock coats had not been disciplined, and in accordance with the tone of the general service we midshipmen were tacitly indulged in a similar freedom. This tolerance may have been in part a reaction from the vexatious and absurd interference of a decade before with such natural rights as the cut of the beard, not a matter of neatness, but of pattern. Even for some time after I graduated, unless I misunderstood my informants, officers in the British Navy were not permitted to wear a full beard, nor a mustache, and we had outbreaks of similar regulative annoyance in our own servants, one of which furnished Melville with a striking chapter. Discussing the matter in my presence once, the captain of a frigate said, "There is one reply to objectors. If they do not wish to conform, they can leave the service." Clearly, however, a middle-aged man cannot throw up his profession thus easily. Another circumstance that may have contributed to indifference to details of dress was the carefulness with which the old-time sea officers had constantly to look after the set and trim of the canvas. Every variation of the wind, every change of course, every considerable maneuver, involves corresponding changes in the disposition of the sails, which must be effected not only correctly, but with a minute exactness, extending to 100 seemingly trivial details, upon precision in which depended, and justly, an officer's general reputation for officer-like character. Not only so, but the mere weight of rigging and sails, and the stretching resultant on such strain, caused recurring derangements, which, permitted, became slovenliness. Yards accurately braced, sheets home alike, weather leeches and braces taut, with all the other and sundry indications which a well-trained eye instinctively sought and noted, were less the dandyism than the self-respecting neatness of a well-dressed ship, and were no bad substitute, as tests, for buttoned frock coats. The man without fault in the one might well be pardoned, by others as well as himself, for neglect which had never occurred to him to be such. His attention was centered elsewhere, as a man may think more of his wife's dress than his own. After all, one cannot be always stretched with four pins, as the French say. There must be some give somewhere. The frock was then the working coat of the Navy. There were fuller dress for exceptional occasions, in which, at one festive muster early in the cruise, we all had to appear, to show that we had it, but otherwise it was generally done up in camphor. The jacket, which was prescribed to the midshipmen of the Academy, had informal recognition in the service, and we took our surviving garments of that order with us to sea, to wear them out. But while here and there some officer would sport one, they could scarcely be called popular. One of our lieutenants, indeed, took a somewhat sentimental view of the jacket. "There was Mr. S," he said to me, speaking of a brother midshipman, "on deck yesterday with a jacket. It looked so tidy and becoming. If there had been anything aloft out of the way, I could say to him, 'Mr. S, just jump up there, will you, and see what is the matter.'" War, which soon afterwards followed with its stern preoccupations and incidental deprivations, induced inevitably deterioration in matters of dress. With it the sack coat, or pilot jacket, burrowed its way in, the cut and insignia of these showing many variations. The undergraduates at the Academy in my day had for all uses a double-breasted jacket, but it was worn buttoned or not at choice. On the rolling collar a gold foul anchor, an anchor with a rope cable twined around it, was prescribed. But while a standard embroidered pattern was supplied at the Academy store, those who wished procured for themselves metal anchors, and these not only were of many shapes and sizes, but for symmetrical pinning in place demanded an accuracy of eye and hand which not every one had. The result was variegated and fanciful to a degree, but I doubt if any of the officers thought aught amiss. So the regulation vest buttoned up to the chin, but very many had theirs made with rolling collar to show the shirt. I had a handsome, very dandy Creole classmate, whom an admiring family kept always well supplied with fancy shirts, and I am sure, if precisians of the present day could have seen him starting out on a Saturday afternoon to pay his visits, with everything just so, except in a regulation sense, and not a back hair out of place, they must have accepted the results as a testimony to the value of the personal factor in uniform. Respect for individual tastes was rather a mark of that time in the Navy. Seamen handy with their needle were permitted, if not encouraged, to embroider elaborate patterns in divers colors on the fronts of their shirts, and turned many honest pennies by doing the like for less skillful shipmates. Pride in personal appearance, dandyism, is quite consonant with military feeling, as history has abundantly shown, and it may be that something has been lost as well as gained in the suppression of individual action. Now, when an inspecting officer may almost be said to carry with him a yardstick and micrometer to detect deviations. A very curious manifestation of this disposition to bedeck the body was the prevalence of tattooing. If not universal, it was very nearly so among seamen of that day. Elaborate designs covering the chest or back or arms were seen everywhere, when the men were stripped on deck for washing. There was no possible inducement to this, except a crude love of ornament, or a mere imitation of prevailing fashion, which is another manifestation of the same propensity. The inconvenience of being branded for life should have been felt by men prone to desertion, but the descriptive lists which accompany every crew were crowded with such remarks as "Goddess of Liberty, R.F.A." right forearm, the which, if a man ran away, helped the police of the port to identify him. My memory does not retain the various emblems thus perpetuated in men's skins. They were largely patriotic and extremely conventional, each practised tattooer having doubtless his own particular style. Many midshipmen of my time acquired these embellishments. I wonder if they have not since been sorry.
End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Naval Academy in its Interior Workings. Practice Cruises, 1855 to 60. Part 1.
In the preceding pages my effort has been to reconstitute for the reader the Navy in body and in spirit as it was when I entered in 1856, and had been during the period immediately preceding. There was no marked change up to 1861, when the War of Secession began. The atmosphere and environment which I had first encountered upon my entrance to the Naval Academy in 1856 was nothing strange or even unfamiliar to a boy who had devoured Cooper and Marryat, not as mere tales of adventure, but with some real appreciation and understanding of conditions as by them depicted. I had studied as well as been absorbed by them. Cooper is much more of an idealist and romancer than is Marryat, who belongs essentially to the realistic school. Some of the Englishman's presentations may be exaggerated, though not beyond probability. Elaborated would perhaps be a juster word, and in one passage he expressly abjures all willingness to present a caricature of the seaman he had known. Cooper, on the other hand, while his sea scenes are well worked up, has given us personalities which, tested by Marryat's, are made out of the whole cloth. Creations, if you will, but not resemblances. Marryat entered the Navy earlier than his rival, and followed the sea longer. His experience was in every way wider. Even in my time could be seen justifications of his portrayal. But whoever saw the like of Tom Coffin, Trysail, or Bolt Rope? The interested curiosity concerning all things naval which possessed me, and held me enthralled by the mere sight of an occasional square-rigged vessel, such as at rare intervals passed our home on the Hudson, 50 miles from the sea, led me also to pore over a copy of the Academy Regulations, which the then superintendent, Captain Louis Goldsborough, afterwards admiral, had sent my father. The two had been acquaintances in Paris, in the 20s of the century and of their own ages. I have always had a morbid fondness for registers and timetables, and over them have wasted precious hours, but on this occasion the practice saved me a year. I discovered that, contrary to the established rule at the Military Academy, an appointee to the naval might enter any class for which he could pass the examinations. Further inquiry confirmed this, and I set about fitting myself. At that date, even more than at present, the standard of admission to the two academies had to take into account the very differing facilities for education in different parts of the country, as well as the strictly democratic method of appointment. This being in the gift of the representative of the congressional district, the candidates came from every section, and being selected by the various considerations which influence such patronage, the mass of lads who presented themselves necessarily differed greatly in acquirements. Hence, to enter either Annapolis or West Point, only very rudimentary knowledge was demanded. Having grown up myself so far amid abundant opportunity, and been carefully looked after, I found that I was quite prepared to enter the class above the lowest, except in one or two minor matters easily picked up. Thus forewarned, I came forearmed. There were probably in every class a dozen who could have done the same, but they accepted the prevailing custom without question. I believe I was the only one fortunate enough to make this gain. In some instances before, and in many after, the academic work was for certain classes compressed within 3 years, but I was singular in entering a class already of a 12-month standing. About my own examination I remember nothing, except that it was successful. But one incident occurred in my hearing which has stuck by me for a half-century. One other youth underwent the same tests. He had already once entered 2 or 3 years before, and afterwards had failed to pass one of the semi-annual tests. Such cases frequently were dropped into the next lower class, but the rule then was that a second similar lapse was final. This had befallen my present associate, but he had influence, which obtained for him another appointment, conditional upon passing the requirements for the third class, fourth being the lowest. Examinations then were oral, not written, and preoccupied though I was with my own difficulties, I could not but catch at times sounds of his. He was being questioned in grammar and in parsing, which I have heard, I do not know whether truly, are now looked upon as archaic methods of teaching, and the sentence propounded to him was, "Mahomet was driven from Mecca, but he returned in triumph." His rendering of the first words I did not hear, my attention not being arrested until "but," which proved to him a truly disjunctive conjunction. "But," he ejaculated, "but," and paused. Then came the practical leap into the unknown. "But" is an adverb qualifying he, showing what he is doing. Poor fellow! It was no joke to him, nor probably his fault, but that of circumstances. When released from the ordeal, we stood round together awaiting sentence. He was in despair, nor could I honestly encourage him. "Look at you," he said, "as quiet as if nothing had happened." I was by no means confident that I had cause for elation. If I were as sure that I had passed as that you have, I should be skipping all over the place. I never heard of him again, but suppose from his name, which I remember, and his state, of which I am less sure, that he took, and in any event would have taken, the Confederate side in the coming troubles. His loss by this failure was therefore probably less than it then seemed. An intruder, in breach of well-settled precedent, might have expected to be looked on askance by the class which I thus unusually entered. Not the faintest indication of discontent was ever shown, nor, I believe, felt, even by those over whom I subsequently passed by such standing as I established, although the fact meant promotion over them. The spirit of the officer and the gentleman, which disdained hazing, disdained discourtesy equally, and thrust aside with the generosity of youth the jealousy that mature years more readily cherishes toward competitors. The habit in those days was to distinguish classes not by the year of graduation, but by that of entry. Colloquially, the so-and-so date, a manner derived from an earlier period, when there was no other chronological point of departure for the career, and in those days before the flood, nothing would have tempted us to depart from a time-honored custom. Dates frequently established among their contemporaries reputations analogous to those of individuals. At that time the 41 date, then in the prime of life, was obnoxious to those below it, not for its own fault, but because of its numbers, which, with promotion strictly by seniority, constituted a superincumbent mass that could not but be regarded bitterly by those who followed. At present there would be the consolation that retirement, though distant, would ultimately sweep them all away simultaneously. But there was then no retired list. Whatever the motive, the Secretary of the Navy had been moved to introduce in 1841 over 200 midshipmen, which put an almost total stop to appointments for several subsequent years, and gave the date the invidious distinction it enjoyed. The well-known character in the service whose hoisting a demijohn for a flag I have before mentioned, and who found this great overplus above him, was credited with saying that those of them who did not drink themselves to death would strut themselves to death, a comment which testified rather to the warmth of his feelings than to the merits of the case. Of course, the greater the total, the more numerous the unworthy, and the unfortunate natural bias of mankind notices these more readily than it does the capable. The class to which I now find myself admitted was the 55 date, and whatever their reputation in the service, then or thereafter, they thought themselves uncommonly fine fellows, distinctly above the average, not perhaps in attainments, which was a subsidiary matter, but in tone and fellowship. One among them, a turn-back from the previous date, and for 2 years my roommate, used to declare enthusiastically that he was glad of his misfortune, finding himself in so much better a crowd. I doubt if I could have gone as far as this, but in the general estimate I agreed fully. We numbered then 28, having started with 49 a 12-month before. 3 years later we were graduated, 20. The dwindling numbers testifies rather to the imperfection of educational processes throughout the country than to the severity of the tests, which were very far below those of today. I have often heard it said, and believe it true, that the difficulty was less with the knowledge, that is, the nominal acquirements, of the appointees, than with the then prevalent methods of study and instruction, which had debauched the powers of application. My father, after long experience, used to think that upon the whole there was better promise in a youth who came with nothing more than the 3 R's, which then constituted substantially the demands of the military academy, than in one with a more pretentious showing. The first had not to unlearn bad habits. An illustration that the courses were not too severe for an average man, beginning with the very smallest equipment, is afforded by a true story of the time. A lad from one of the southern states, Tennessee, I think, having obtained an appointment, and being too poor to travel otherwise, walked his way to West Point, and then failed of admission. The affecting circumstances becoming known, a number of officers dubbed together and supported him for a year at a neighboring excellent school. He then entered, passed his course successfully, and proved a very respectable officer. There was, I believe, nothing brilliant in his record, except the earnestness and resolution shown. The absence of these, under demands which, though not excessive, were rigid, was the principal cause of failures. The requirements were certainly moderate, and our healths needed not to suffer from over-application. The marking system of that time gave the numeral 4 as a maximum, with which standard 2.5 was a passing average. He who reached that figure, as the combined result of his course of recitations and stated examinations, passed the test, and went on, or was graduated. The recitation marks being posted weekly, we had constant knowledge of our chances, and of the necessity of greater effort, if in danger, whether of failure or of being outstripped by a competitor. The latter motive was rarely evidenced, although I have seen the anxious and worried looks of one struggling for preeminence over a rival who amused himself by merely prodding where he might have surpassed. It is only fair to add, as I also witnessed, that no congratulations were more warmly received by the victor than those of the man who had so constantly trod on his heels. It is needless to say, to those who know the world in any sphere of life, that a certain proportion were satisfied with merely scraping through. The authorities leaned to Mercy's side, where there was reasonable promise of a man's making a good sea officer. In the latter period of written examinations, an instructor of much experience said to me, "If a man's paper comes near 2.5, I always read it over again, with a leaning toward a more favorable judgment on points." And he accompanied the words with a gesture which dramatically suggested a leaning so pronounced that it would certainly topple over the right way. Not strictly judicial, I fear, but perhaps practical. There were rare instances who played with 2.5, enticed perhaps by the mysterious charms of danger. Such a case I heard of, a man of unquestioned ability, who it was rumored boasted that he would get just above 2.5, and as near as he could. He was read dispassionately, and in the event came out 2.47. As an affected approximation, this may be considered a success, but for passing it was inadequate, and his general character did not bias the final appeal in his favor. He was not dropped, indeed, but had to undergo a second examination 3 weeks later, a circumstance calculated to cloud his summer. A more amusing instance came directly under my observation. He was a candidate for entrance, and I then head of one of the departments of the academy. Although I had nothing to do with admissions, his father came in to see me immediately after the results were known. He had a marked brogue, and was slightly elevated by success and by liquor. Placing his hand confidentially on my arm, he whispered, "He's got in, he's got in." I expressed my sympathy. He drew himself up with a smile of exultation and said, "He only got a 2.7. I said to him, "Blank, why didn't you do better than that? Sure you could." "Whisht, father," he replied. "Why should I do better when all I need's a 2.5? Just fancy his thinking of that," cried the proud parent. "The cuteness of him!" I forget this lad's further career, if I ever knew it. One of the distinguishing features of the two academies then, and I believe now, was the division of the classes into small sections, under several instructors. This gave the advantage of very frequent recitations for each student. None was safe in counted upon being overlooked on any day, and the teacher was kept familiar with the progress and promise of every one under his charge. It admitted also of a more extensive course for those who could stick in the higher sections, a kind of elective in which the election depended on the teacher, not the taught. Thoroughness of acquisition was favored by the steady pressure, the virtue of which lay less in its weight than in its constancy, but it is practicable only where large resources permit many tutors to be employed. The Naval Academy has had frequent difficulty, not chiefly of a money kind, but because the needed naval officers cannot always be spared from general service. A sound policy has continuously favored the employment of sea officers, where possible, not because they can often be equal in acquirement to chosen men from the special fields in question, but because through them the spirit and authority of the profession pervades the classroom as well as the drill ground, and so forwards the highly specialized product in view. Besides, as I have heard observed with admiration by a very able civilian, head of one of the departments, who had several officers under him, the habit of turning the hand to many different occupations and of doing in each just what was ordered, following directions explicitly, gives naval officers as a class an adaptability and a facility which become professional characteristics. It may be interesting to note that the same was commonly remarked of the old-time seaman. His specialty was everything, versatility, and he was handy under the least expected circumstances on shore as well as afloat. Burgoyne used chaffingly to attribute his misfortunes at Saratoga to the aptitude with which a British midshipman and seaman threw a bridge over the upper Hudson. "If it had not been for you," he said to the culprit, "we should never have got as far as this." In my day the proportion of officers was less than afterwards, when the graduates themselves took up the task of instruction. There were two who taught us mathematics, one of whom remains in my memory as the very best teacher, to the extent of his knowledge, that I ever knew. The professional branches, seamanship and gunnery, fell naturally to the sea officers who conducted the drills. These studies, as pursued, reflected the transition condition of the period which I have before depicted. The grasp on the old still was more tenacious than that on the new. The preparation of textbooks for young seamen far antedated the establishment of naval schools. There was one, The Sheet Anchor, by Darcy Lever, a British seaman, published before 1820, which had great vogue among us. Among other virtues, it was illustrated with very taking pictures of ships performing manoeuvres in the midst of highly conventional waves. As far as memory serves me, I think we were justified in regarding it as more instructive than the American work assigned to us by the course, The Kedge Anchor, by a master in our Navy named Brady. A kedge, the unprofessional must know, is a light anchor dropped for a momentary stop, or to haul a ship ahead, the title being in so far very consonant to the object of instruction; whereas the sheet anchor is the great and last standby of a vessel, let go as a final resource before the two big bowers which constitute the usual reliance. The rareness with which the sheet anchor touched ground, the bottom, gave rise to the proverb, to go ashore with the sheet anchor, as the ultimate expression of attention to duty; and the story ran of a British captain, a devoted shipkeeper, who to a lieutenant remonstrating on the little privilege of leave enjoyed by the junior officers, replied, "Sir, when I and the sheet anchor go ashore, you may go with us." By the prescription of our seniors, we had to tie to the kedge anchor, let us hope in the cause of progress to haul us ahead; but in a tight place the sheet anchor was our recourse, and by it, think I may say, we swore. I always mistrusted the kedge anchor after my researches into a mysterious sentence. Quote, "A celebrated master, now a commander, in the Navy, never served the bowsprit rigging all over." Unquote. In the old time frigates of the days of Nelson and Hull, the master was at the head of the marling-spike division of ship's economy, being in fact the descendant of the master, captain, of more than a century earlier, who managed the ship while soldiers commanded and fought her. But the masters were not in the line of promotion, and in the British Navy they rarely rose, in our own much more rarely. Who, then, was this celebrated master who was now a commander? Eventually I found the sentence in a British book, and my faith in the pure product of American home industry was suddenly shaken. It is only fair to say that books on seamanship, being essentially an accumulation of facts, must be more or less compilations. Methods were too well established to allow much originality, even of treatment. There were many other works of like character, the enumeration of which would be tedious. The Young Officer's Assistant was less a specific title than a generic description. Several of them were contemporary, and one, by a Captain Boyd of the British Navy, summed up the convictions of all of us, teachers as well as pupils, in the sententious aphorism, "It is by no means certain that coal whips will outlive tacks and sheets." It is scarcely kind to resurrect a prophecy, even when so guarded in expression and safely distant in prediction as was this; but I fear that for navies tacks and sheets are dead, and coal whips very much alive. The wish in those days fathered the thought. Who, to dumb forgetfulness a prey, could voluntarily relinquish all that had been so identified with life and thought, nor cast a longing, lingering look behind? So we plodded on, acquiring laboriously, yet lovingly, knowledge that would have fitted us to pass the examinations of Basil Hall and Peter Simple. To mention the details of cutting and fitting rigging, getting over whole and half tops, and other operations yet more recondite, would be to involve the unprofessional reader in a maze of incomprehensible terms, and the professional of that period in familiar recollections. Let me, however, linger lovingly for 10 lines on the knotting. Knotting and splicing, as the never divorced terms ran in the days when rigging a topgallant yard was a constituent part of our curriculum. The man who has never viewed the realm of a seaman's knots from the outside, and tried to get in, must not flatter himself that he fully appreciates the phrase knotty problem. I never got in. A few elementary bends, a square knot, and a bowline were very near the extent of my manual acquirements. The last I still retain, and use whenever I make up a bundle for the express. But before such mysteries to me as a Turk's head and a double wall, I merely bowed in reverence. When handsomely turned out, I could recognize the fact. But do them myself? No. I remember with humiliation that in 1862, being then a young lieutenant, I was called without warning to hear a section 1 hour in seamanship. As bad luck would have it, the subject happened to be knotting, and there was one of the midshipmen who had made a cruise in a merchant ship. The knots I had to ask about, to which that diabolical youngster invariably replied, "I can't describe it, sir, but I will make it for you." The convolutions through which the strands went in his ready fingers, and my eyes vainly strove to follow, are a poignant subject. There was no room for the time-honored refuge of a puzzled instructor. "We will take up that subject next recitation." The confounded boy was already right along, and I had only to be thankful that there were no questions asked. There was one professional subject, naval fleet tactics under sail, which at the end of my time shone forth with a kind of sunset splendor. The dying dolphin effect, curiously characteristic of the passing period in which we were. This had always been a recognition, d'estime, as the French say, but in my final year it fell into the hands of a new instructor, who proceeded to glorify it by amplification. He was a very accomplished man in his profession, a student of it in all its branches, though there was among us a certain understanding that he was not an eminently practical seaman, and he eventually lost his life in what appeared to me a very unpractical manner, being where it did not seem his business to be, and doing work which a junior would probably have done better. We remember William III at the Battle of the Boyne. "Your Majesty, the Bishop of Derry has been killed at the ford." What business had he to be at the ford? Was the unsympathetic answer. The textbook used by our new instructor was by a French lieutenant, written in the 30s of the century, and characterized by something of the peculiar French naval genius. The simpler changes of formation were so simple that complication could not be got into them. But that happy stage past, we went on to evolutions of huge masses of ships in 3 columns, in which the changes of dispositions from one order to another became subjects of trigonometrical demonstration quite as troublesome as Euclid. Sines, cosines, and tangents of fractional angles figured profusely in the processes, and in the result courses to be steered would be laid down to 1/8 of a point, when to keep a single vessel, let alone a column, steady within half a point, was considered good helmsmanship. There being no translation of the book, our text was provided by copying, individually, from a manuscript prepared by our teacher, which increased our labor, but, curiously enough, the effect of the whole procedure was so to magnify the subject as materially to increase the impression upon our minds. This is really an interesting matter for speculation as to what in effect is practical. The mastery of conclusions, to which practical effect never could have been given, served to drive home principles which would have come usefully into play, had the sail era continued and the United States maintained fleets of sailing battleships to handle. For myself, personally, when I came to write naval history, long years after, I derived invaluable aid from the principles and the simpler evolutions, thus assimilated and remembered. But for them I should often have found it difficult to understand what with them was obvious. A singular circumstance thus brought out was the want of exactness and precision in English terminology in this field. The most notable instance that occurs to me was in Nelson's journal on Trafalgar morning. The enemy wearing in succession, when in fact as a matter of maneuver the hostile fleet wore together, though the several vessels wore in succession, a paradox only to be understood at a glance by those familiar with fleet tactics under sail. The usual version of the attack at Trafalgar has of late been elaborately disputed by capable critics. I myself have no doubt that they are quite mistaken, but it would be curious to investigate how far their argument derives from inexact phraseology, as for example the definition of column and line applied to ships. These mathematical demonstrations of naval evolutions might be considered as a lapse from practicalness characteristic of the particular officer. They took up a good deal of valuable time, and on any drill ground manoeuvres are less a matter of geometric precision than of professional aptitude and eye judgment. The same mistake could scarcely be addressed at that time to the other parts of the Academy curriculum, either as foundation or as a superstructure in which it was sought to develop professional intelligence, to inform and improve professional action. There was little to find fault with in detail, and still less in general principle. The previous reasonable professional prejudice had been in favor of the practical man, the man who can do things, who knows how to do them. The new effort was to give the why of the how, and to save time in the process by giving it systematically. In this sense, that all we learned ministered to professional intelligence, the scholastic part was thoroughly professional in tone, and I think I have shown that the outside professional sentiment was also strongly felt among us. There is always, of course, a disposition latent in educators to deny that practical work may be sufficiently accomplished by cruder processes, by what we call the rule of thumb, and a corresponding inclination to represent that to be absolutely necessary which is only an advantage, to exaggerate the necessity of mastering the why in order to put the how into execution. An instance in point, already quoted, is that of the professor who maintained that every officer should be able to calculate mathematically the relation between weights and purchases. But between 1855 and 1860, if such a tendency existed in germ, it had no effect in practice. As I look back, the relation between what we were taught and what we were to do was neither remote nor indirect. In its own sphere, in both its merits and its faults, the Academy was in aspiration as professional as the outside service. This means that the Academy constituted for us an atmosphere perfectly accordant with the life for which we were intended, and an educational institution has no educative function to discharge higher than this. This influence was enhanced by the social customs, in favor of which disciplinary exactions were relaxed to the utmost possible, herein departing from the practice of the military academy, as then known to me. Not only on Saturdays and holidays, but every day, and at all hours not positively allotted to study or drills, the midshipmen might visit the houses of officers or professors to which they had the entrance. As a rule, very properly, no one was allowed to be absent from mess, but permission could always be obtained to accept an invitation to the evening meal with any of the families. This freedom of intercourse contributed its share to the formation of professional tone, for the heads of the families were selected professional men, who were thus met on terms of intimacy, precluded elsewhere by the official relations of the parties. More training is imparted by such association than by teaching, the familiar contrast of example and precept. An even greater gain, however, and a strictly professional gain too, was the social facility thus acquired. In all callings, probably, certainly in the Navy, social aptitude is professionally valuable. Nelson's dictum, that naval officers should know how to dance, was only one way of saying that they should be men of affairs, at home in all conditions where men or women gather for business or amusement. The phrase, all sorts and conditions of men, never had wider or juster application than to the assembly of green lads from every variety of parentage and previous surroundings, pitchforked into Annapolis once every year. And of all the humanizing and harmonizing influences under which they came, none exceeded that of the quiet, gentle folk of modest means with whom they mingled thus freely. Indeed, one of the most astute of our superintendents took into account the family of an officer before asking that he be ordered. An element of our social environment which should not be omitted was the prevalence of a Southern flavor. In our microcosm, this reflected the general sentiment of the world outside, then slowly freeing itself from the spirit of compromise which had dominated the statesmanship of two generations in their efforts to reconcile the incompatible. There were certainly strong Northern men in plenty, as well as strong Southerners. But every Southerner was convinced that the justice was all on their side, that their rights as well as interests were being attacked, whereas the Northerners were divided in feeling. And there were some pronounced abolitionists, here and there, prepared to go all party lengths, but in the majority from the North the devotion to the Union, which rose so instantaneously to the warlike pitch when fairly challenged, for the present counselled concession to the utmost limit, if only thereby the Union might endure. In this the membership of the school reproduced the political character of the House of Representatives, with whom appointment rested, and at our age, of course, we simply re-echoed the tones of our homes. Never in my now long life have I seen so evident the power of conviction as in the Southern men I then knew. They simply had no hesitations, whereas we others were perplexed. Yet I now doubt whether the Southern conviction was not really, if unconsciously, a resolution of despair, of doom felt, though unacknowledged, not before the attacks of the North, but before the resistless progress of the world, of which the North was to be the instrument. So also the patience of the North, if so noble a word can be conceded to our long temporizing, was an unconscious manifestation of latent power. To those who knew what the Union meant, to those who exalted it, should I not rather say her, in passionate adoration, need never have doubted what the response would be if threat passed into act and hands were lifted against her. Conviction was absolute and deep-rooted on that side as on the other, but it was less on the surface, and sought ever a solution of peace. The muse of history of late years has become so analytic, and withal so embarrassed with the accumulations of new material, revealing still more the complication of causes which undoubtedly concur to any general result, that she is prone to overlook the overpowering influence of the simple, elemental passions of human nature. Our country, right or wrong, may be very bad morality, but it is a tremendous force to reckon with. One is wise overmuch who thinks that interest can restrain or statesmen control, wise unto folly who ignores that disinterested emotion, even unreasoning, may be just the one factor which diplomacy cannot master. I was in Rome when our late troubles with Spain came on, and dined with a number of the diplomatic body. "Oh, yes," said to me one of these illuminati, "it is all very well to talk about humanity. The truth is, the United States wants Cuba." More profound was the remark of an American politician who had recently visited the island. I did not dare to tell all I saw, for if I had, there would be no holding our people back. Personally, I believed that the interests of the United States made expedient the acquisition of Cuba, if righteously accomplished, and prior to the war I knew little of the conditions on the island. But Cuba would be Spanish now, if interests chiefly had power to move us. So in the War of Secession. Innumerable precedent occurrences had produced a condition, but it was the passion for the Union, the strong loyalty to that sovereign, which dominated the situation, and in truth had been dominating it silently for years, a passion as profound, and though justifiable to reason, as unreasoning as any simple love that ever bound man to woman. Could this have been appreciated, what reams of demonstration might have been spared to foreign pens, demonstration of the folly, the hopelessness, the lust of conquest, the self-interest in myriad forms, which were supposed to be the actuating causes. Effectively, The South had lost this love for the Union. In this respect the two sections, I fancy, had parted company, unwittingly, soon after the War of 1812, through which, as we all well know, in many quarters sectional feeling had still prevailed over national. The North had since moved toward national consciousness, the South toward sectional, on paths steadily and rapidly diverging. As I recall those days when I first awoke to political observation, I should say that the feeling of my Southern associates toward the Union was that which men have toward a friend lately buried. Affection had not wholly disappeared, but life called. Let the dead bury their dead. I remember on my first practice cruise in 1857, standing in the maintop of the ship with a member of the class immediately before mine, the son of a North Carolina member of Congress. "Yes," he said to me, "Buchanan, inaugurated 4 months before, will be the last President of the United States." He was entirely unmoved, simply repeating certitudes to which familiarity had reconciled him. I, to whom such talk was new, as much aghast as though I had been told my mother would die within the like term. This outlook was common to all of them. The Union still was, and they continued in it, but to them the warning had sounded, and they were ready and acquiescent in its fall. Regretful, but resigned, very much resigned. This attitude was more marked among the younger men, those at school. In the service outside I found somewhat the same point of view, but repulsion was keenner. The Navy then, even more than now, symbolized the exterior activities of the country, which are committed by the Constitution to the Union. Hence the life of the profession naturally nurtured pride in the nation, and while states' rights had undermined the principle of loyalty to the Union, it had been less successful in destroying love for it. But to most the prospect was gloomy. That Massachusetts and South Carolina should be put into a pen together and left to fight it out was the solution expressed to me by a lieutenant who afterwards fell nobly in command on a Union deck in the war, the gallant Joe Smith, concerning whom runs a story that cannot be too widely known, even though often repeated. When it was reported to his father that the Congress had surrendered, he said simply, "Then Joe's dead." Joe was dead. But it is only fair to the survivors to say that 90 out of her crew of 400 were also dead, the ship aground, helpless, and in flames. In Annapolis, the capital of a border slave state, the general sentiment was, as might be expected, a blending of North and South, a desire to maintain the Union, but distinctly superior in motive, sympathy with the Southern view of the case. In my fairly intimate acquaintance with the small society of the town outside the Academy walls, there was but one family, the heads of which were decisively Union, not Northern, and of it 2 sons fought in the Southern armies. Between this influence and that of my comrades I remained as I had been brought up, the Union first and above all, but with the conviction that the great danger to the Union lay in the abolition propaganda. My father was by upbringing a Virginian, by lifelong occupation an officer of the general government, imbued to the marrow with the principles of military loyalty. Having married and continuously lived in the North, he had escaped all taint of the extreme states' rights school, but the memories of his youth kept him broadly Southern in feeling, less by local attachment than by affection for friends. More than 20 years after his death, when I was on court-martial duty in Richmond, an old Confederate general whom I had never seen sought me out in memory of the ties that had bound both himself and his wife's family to my father. With those clinging sympathies, the abolition agitation was an attack upon his friends, and still worse, a wanton endangering of the Union. To save me from being carried away by the swelling tide was one of his chief aims. End of chapter 4, part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Naval Academy in its Interior Workings. Practice Cruises. 1855–60. Part 2. Regarded by themselves, nothing can well be less important than the political opinions of one boy of 18 to 20. But few things are more important, if they are those of the mass of his generation, for then they are the echo from many homes. I believe, from what I saw at the Naval Academy, that mine were those of the large majority of the Northern youth, and that the very greatness of the concession which such were ready to make for the sake of the Union should have warned the disunionists that the same love was capable of equally great sacrifices in the other direction. They failed so to understand, chiefly, perhaps, because they could not appreciate the living force of the simple sentiment. Never in their lifetimes, if ever before, had the Union held the first place in the hearts of men of their section, and such love as had been felt was already moribund, overcome by supposed interest and local pride. Thus misled, it was easy to believe that in the North, controlled by considerations of advantage, yielding would follow yielding, even to permitting a disruption of the Union, a miscalculation of forces more fatal even than that of cotton is king. But forces will often be miscalculated by those who reckon interest as more powerful than principle or than sentiment. Singularly enough, considering the exodus of states' rights officers from the Navy at the outbreak of the War of Secession, my first service during it brought me into close relations with two captains, both Southerners, whose differing points of view shed interesting light upon the varying motives which in times of stress determined men into a common path. The first, Percival Drayton, a South Carolinian, had a strength of conviction on the question of slavery in itself and the wrong-headed course of the slave power, as well as a strong devotion to the Union, all which were needed to keep a son of that extreme state firm in his allegiance. I question, however, whether any other one of the seceding communities furnished as large a proportion of officers who stuck to the national flag, chiefly among the older men, a result scarcely surprising, for the intensity of affection for the Union, necessary to withstand nearest relatives and the headlong sweep of separatist impulse, where fiercest, naturally throve upon the opposition which it met, eliciting a corresponding tenacity of adherence to the cause it had embraced. No more than that other Southerner, Farragut, did Drayton feel doubt as to where he belonged in the coming struggle. I cannot exactly see the difference between my relations fighting against me and I against them, except that their cause is as unholy a one as the world has ever seen, and mine just the reverse. Were the sword in the one hand powerful enough, the secessionists would carry slavery with the other to the utmost parts of the Union, and I do not think the North has been at all too quick in stopping the movement. I do not think there will ever be peace between the two sections until slavery is so completely scotched as to make extension a hopeless matter. Drayton stayed with us but a brief time. His successor, George B. Balch, who still survives, now the senior rear admiral on the retired list of the Navy, a man beloved by all who have known him for his gallantry, benevolence, and piety, was equally pronounced and equally firm, but his position illustrated and carried on my experiences at the Academy, and afterwards in the service, and for the time confirmed my old prepossessions. He was fighting for the Union, assailed without just cause, not against slavery, nor for its abolition. Were the latter the motive of the war, he would not be in arms. This, of course, was the attitude of the government and of the people at large. Abolition, which came not long after, was a war measure, simply received with doubt by many, but which a few months of hostilities had prepared us all to accept. My own conversion was early and sudden.
The ship had made an expedition of some 50 miles up a South Carolina river, in the course of which numerous negroes fled to her. Unlike Drayton, our captain was rather disconcerted, I think, at having forced upon him a kind of practical abolition in carrying off the slaves, but his duty was clear. As for me, it was my first meeting with slavery, except in the house servants of Maryland, superficially a very different condition, and as I looked at the cowed, imbruted faces of the field hands, my early training fell away like a cloak. The process was not logical. I was generalizing from a few instances, but I was convinced. Knowing how strongly my father had felt, I wondered how I should break to him my instability. But when we met, I found that he too had gone over. Youngster as I still was, I should have divined the truth, that in assailing the Union his best friend became his enemy, to down whom abolition was good and fit as any other club. "My son," he said, "I did not think I could ever again be happy should our country fall into her present state. But now I am so absorbed in seeing those fellows beaten that I lose sight of the rest." Peculiar and personal association enhanced his interest, for, having been then over 30 years at the military academy, there were very few of the prominent generals on either side who had not been his pupils. The successful leaders were almost all from that school: Grant, Sherman, Thomas, Schofield on the Union side, Lee, Jackson, and the two Johnstons on the Confederate were all graduates, not to mention a host of others only less conspicuous. In the last analysis, slavery may have been, probably was, the cause of the war, but historically it was not the motive. Lincoln's words, "I will save the Union with slavery, or I will save it without slavery, as the case may demand," voiced the feeling prevalent in the military services, and also the will of the great body of the Northern people, whom he profoundly understood, and in his own mental advance illustrated. I cannot but think that such an aim was more statesmanlike than would have been the attempt to overturn immediately and violently an entire social and economical system, for the establishment of which the current generation was not responsible. In the long run, to allow the tares of bondage to stand with the wheat of freedom was wiser than the wish permanently to uproot. It had become the definite policy of the enemies of slavery to girdle the tree, by strict encompassing lines, leaving it to consequent sure process of decay. Its friends forced the issue. To the ones and to the others, the harvest of generations, in the form it took, came unexpected and suddenly, a day of judgment, a crisis like a thief in the night. It is a consummate proof of the accuracy of popular instinct, given time to work, that the uprising of 1861 rested upon recognition of the fact that the cause of the nation and of the world depended more upon the preservation of a single authority over all the territory involved, upon the consequent avoidance of future permanent oppositions, than it did upon the destruction of a particular institution, the life of which might be protracted, but under conditions of union must wane and ultimately expire. The gradual progress of decision by the American people was wiser than the abrupt action asked by foreign impatience, and abolition came with less shock and more finality as a military measure than it could as a political. Its advisability was more evident. If statesmanship is shown in bringing popular will to accord with national necessity, Lincoln was in this most sagacious. But not the least element in the tribute due him is that he was the barometer of popular impulse, measuring accurately the invisible force upon which depended the energy of that stormy period. Before taking final leave of my shore experiences at the Naval Academy, I will recall, as among them, the superb comet of the autumn of 1858, which we at the school witnessed evening after evening in October of that year, during the reliefs from quarters following supper. After the lapse of so nearly a half century, the survivors of those who saw that magnificent spectacle must be in a minority among their contemporaries, whether of that day or this. Since its disappearance, there has been visible one other notable comet, which I remember waking my children after midnight to see. But compared with that of 1858, whether in size or in splendor, it was literally as moonlight unto sunlight, or in impression as water unto wine. As the astronomers compute the period of return for the earlier at 2,000 years, more or less, we of that generation were truly singular in our opportunity of viewing this among the very few most magnificent of modern times. The tail, broadening toward the end, with a curve like that of a scimitar, was in length nearly a fourth of the span of the heavens, and its brightness that of a full moon. My memory retains the image with all the tenacity of 18. Corresponding in some measure to the summer encampment at the Military Academy, the Naval gave the 3 months from July to September, inclusive, to shipboard and the sea. In both institutions, the period was one of study interrupted in favor of outdoor work, but at West Point it was accompanied by a degree of social entertainment impossible to ship conditions. There were two theories as to the conduct of the practice cruises. One was that they should be confined to home waters, where regular hours and systematized instruction in doing things would suffer little interference from weather. The other was to make long voyages, preferably to Europe, leaving to the normal variability of the ocean and the watchful improvement of occasions the burden of initiating a youth into practical acquaintance with the exigencies of his intended profession. Personally, I have always favored the latter, being somewhat of the opinion of the old practical politician, never contrive an opportunity. Naturally an opportunist, the experience of life has justified me in rather awaiting than contriving occasions. One learns more widely and more thoroughly by reefing topsails when it has to be done, than by doing it at a routine hour, without the accompaniments of the wind, the wet, and the lurching, which give the operation a tone and a tonic. The real thing, in short. Doubtless we may wait too long, like Micawber, even for a reef topsail gale to turn up, though the ocean can usually be trusted to be nasty often enough. But on the other hand, one over sedulously bent on making opportunity is apt to be too preoccupied to see that which makes itself. Truth, doubtless, lies between the extremes. In my day, long cruises had unquestioned preference, and whatever their demerits otherwise, they were certainly eye-openers, even to those who, like myself, had obtained some intelligent impression of ships at sea. An instruction in seamanship was then never attempted, neither by work nor book, until after the second year. We went on board not knowing one mast from another, so far as teaching went. How far initial ignorance could go may be illustrated by an incident, to be appreciated, unluckily, only by seamen, which happened in my hearing. We had then been nearly 2 months on board, when one who had improved his opportunities was displaying his acquirements by the pleasing method of catechizing another. He asked, "Do you know what the topsail tie is?" The rejoinder, perfectly serious, was, "Do you mean the cross tie?" The topsail tie being one of the principal ropes in a ship, the ignorance was really symptomatic of character, and had not the hero of it been long dead, I would not have preserved it, even incog. I fear it may be cited against my view of practice cruises, as proving that systematic training is better than picking up. To which my reply would be that the picking up showed aptitude, or the reverse, if only some means could be devised of making it tell in selection, as it assuredly did in character. But at the beginning, despite my little previous inklings, we were all quite green. I still recall the innocent astonishment when we anchored in Hampton Roads after the run down the Chesapeake, and the boatswain, as by custom, pulled around the ship to see the yards square and rigging taut. Semaphore signaling was not then used, as later, and his stentorian lungs conveyed to us distinct sounds, bearing meanings we felt could never be compassed by us. "Haul taut the main top bowlines. Haul taut the starboard fore t'gallant sheet. Main top there, send a hand up and square the bunt gaskets of the t'gallant sail." "By Jove," said one of the admiring listeners, "there's seamanship for you." We all silently agreed, and I dare say many thought we might as well give it up and go home. Such excellence was not for us. The subsequent process of picking up was attended sometimes by comical as well as painful incidents. Peter Simple's experiences, as told by Marryat, were not yet quite obsolete in practice. A story ran of one, not long before my date, who, having been sent on 2 or 3 bootless errands by unauthorized jesters, finally received from a person in due authority the absurd sounding but legitimate message to have the jackasses put in the hawse holes. "Oh no," he replied resentfully, "I have been fooled often enough, that I will not do." I can better vouch for another which happened on my first practice cruise. In a sailing ship properly planned, the balance of the sails is such that to steer her on her course, the rudder need not be kept more to one side than the other. The helm is then amidships. But error of design or circumstances, such as a faulty trim of the sails or the ship inclining in a strong side wind, will sometimes so alter the influencing forces that the helm has to be carried steadily on one side, to correct the ship's disposition to turn to that side. She is then said to carry weather helm, or lee helm, as the case may be, and the knowing ones used to assert noticeable differences of sailing in certain conditions. In many ships, to carry a little weather helm was thought advantageous, and it was told of a certain deck officer, he who repeated the story to me made the late Admiral Porter the hero, that the ship being found to sail faster in his watch than in any other, the commander sent for him and asked the reason. "Well, sir," replied the lieutenant, "I will tell you my secret. As soon as the officer I relieve is gone below and out of sight, while the watch is mustering, I walk forward, look around at things generally, and say casually to the captain of the forecastle, 'Just slack off a little of this jib sheet.' Then about 10 minutes before 8 bells, after the last log of the watch has been hove, while the men are rousing to go below, I go forward again and say, 'Come here, half a dozen of us, and get a pull of the jib sheet,' and I turn the deck over to my relief with the jib well flattened in. In result, the frigate during his watch, and his only, carried a weather helm. My own experience of sailing ships was neither prolonged enough nor responsible enough to estimate just what weight to attach to these impressions, but they existed. And in any case, as the helm varying far from amidships showed something wrong, the question was frequently to the helmsman, "How does she carry her helm?" varied sometimes to, "What sort of helm does she carry?" Now we had among our green midshipmen one from the west, tall, angular, swarthy, with a coal black eye, which had a trick of cocking up and out, giving a queer, perplexed yet defiant cast to his countenance. Moreover, he stuttered a little, not from imperfection of organs, but from nervous excitability. We had also a lieutenant from far down east, red-haired, sanguine of complexion, bony of structure, who had a gesture of tossing his hair and head back and looking tremendously leonine, and master of the situation, monarch of all he surveyed. The two were naturally antagonistic, as was amusingly shown more than once. But on this occasion the midshipman was at the lee wheel, not himself steering, but helping the steersman in the manual labor. To him the lieutenant, passing in his stride and tilting his chin in the air, says, "Mr. Blank, what sort of helm does she carry?" Blank, who had never heard of weather or lee helms, and probably was not yet recovered from the effects of the boatswain's seamanship, twisted his eye and his head, looking more than ever confounded and saucy, and stammered, I'm not sure, sir, but I think it's a wooden one." Tableau, as the French say. In position on board we were midshipmen indeed, In a sense probably somewhat different from that which first gave birth to the title. We were not seamen, and it could scarcely be claimed that we were in any full sense officers, much as we stuck to that designation. We stood midway. There was a tradition in the British service that a midshipman, though in training for promotion, did not, while in the grade, rank with the boatswain or gunner, who had no future prospects, and who, with the carpenter, stood in a class by themselves. Marryat, who doubtless drew his characters from life, tells us that the gunner who sailed with Mr. Midshipman Easy was strong on the necessity for the gunner mastering navigation, and had many instances in point where all the officers had been killed down to the gunner, who in such case would have been sadly handicapped by ignorance of navigation. I fancy the doubt seldom needed to be settled in service. The duties of midshipman and boatswain could rarely come into collision, if each minded his own business. By luck, just after writing these words, I, for the first time in my life, have found a plausible derivation for midshipman. It would appear that in the days immediately after the flood the vessels were very high at the two ends, between which there was a deep waist, giving no ready means of passing from one to the other. To meet this difficulty there were employed a class of men, usually young and alert, who from their station were called midshipmen, to carry messages which were not subject for the trumpet shout. If this holds water, like forecastle and afterguard and night heads, gives another instance of survival from conditions which have long ceased. Whatever the origin of his title, it well expressed the anomalous and undefined position of the midshipman. He belonged, so to say, to both ends of the ship, as well as to the middle, and his duties and privileges alike fell within the broad saying, already quoted, that what was nobody's business was a midshipman's. When appointed as such in later days, he came in with the hayseed in his hair, and went out fit for a lieutenant's charge. But from first to last, whatever his personal progress, he remained, as a midshipman, a handy billy. He might be told, as Basil Hall's first captain did his midshipmen, that they might keep watch or not, as they pleased, that is, that the ship had no use for them, or he might be sent in charge of a prize, as was Farragut when 12 years old, doubtless with an old seaman as nurse, but still in full command. Anywhere from the bottom of the hold to the truck top of the masts he could be sent, and was sent. Every boat that went ashore had a midshipman, who must answer for her safety and see that none got away of a dozen men, whose one thought was to jump the boat and have a run on shore. Between times he passed hours at the masthead in expiation of faults which he had committed, or ought to have committed, to afford a just scapegoat for his senior's wrath. As Marryat said, it made little difference. If he did not think of something he had not been told, he was asked what his head was for. If he did something off his own bat, the question arose what business he had to think. In either case he went to the masthead. Of course, at a certain age, one turns to mirth all things of earth as only boyhood can, and the contemporary records of the steerage brim over with unforced jollity, like that notable hero of Marryat's, who was never quite happy except when he was damned miserable. Such undefined standing and employment taught men their business, but provided no remedy for the miscellaneous social origin of midshipmen. In the beginning of things they were probably selected from the smart young men of the crew, often also from the more middle-aged, in any event from before the mast. Even in much later days men passed backward and forward from midshipmen to lower ratings. Nelson is an instance in point. When a man became a lieutenant, he was something fixed and recognized, professionally and socially. He might fall below his station, but he had had his chance. In the British Navy, many most distinguished officers came from anywhere, through the hawse holes, as the expression ran, and a proud boast it should have been at a time when every Frenchman in his position had to be of noble blood. What was all very well for captains and lieutenants, once those ranks were reached, was not so easy for midshipmen. We know in every walk of life the woes of those whose position is doubtful or challenged. and what was said to his crew by Sir Peter Parker, an active frigate captain who was killed in Chesapeake Bay in 1814, "I'll have you touch your hat to a midshipman's jacket hung up to dry," curiously reminiscent of William Tell and Gessler's cap, not improbably testifies to equivocalness even at that late date. The social instinct of seamen is singularly observant and tenacious of their officers' manners and bearing. I have known one, reproved for a disrespect, say sullenly, "I have always been accustomed to sail with gentlemen." In the instance, the comment was just, though not permissible. Deference might be conceded to the midshipman's jacket, but it could not cover defects of a certain order. The midshipman's berth, as attested by contemporary sketches, was peopled by all sorts in age, fitness, and manners. In one of the many tales I devoured in youth, a middle-aged shellback of a master's mate, come in from before the mast, says with an oath to an aristocratic midshipman, "Isn't my blood as red as yours?" Still, even in the British Navy, with its fine democratic record, the social rank was more regarded than the military. His Majesty's ship So-and-so was commanded by John Smith, Esquire, and I have heard this point of view stated by competent authority as accounting for the address George Washington, Esquire, placed by Howe on the letter which Washington refused to accept because not carrying the rank conferred on him by Congress. This does not, however, explain away the etc., etc., which followed on the cover. John Byng, Esquire, Admiral of the Blue, would thus be of higher consideration as Esquire than as Admiral. Even in our own service, I remember an old log, the pages of which were headed "Cruise of the U.S. ship Preble, commanded by J. B. Esquire." In the practice cruises, the social question did not arise. Independent of the democratic tendency of all boys' schools, where each individual finds his level by natural gravitation, the Naval Academy, for reasons before alluded to, has been remarkably successful in assimilating its heterogeneous raw material and turning out a finished product of a good average social quality. Beyond this, social success or failure depends everywhere upon personal aptitudes which no training can bestow. But as officers we were nondescript. There were too many of us, and for the most the object was to acquire a sufficient seaman's knowledge, not an officer's. Yet, curiously enough, so at least it seemed to me, there was a disposition on the part of some to be jealous of any supposed infringement of our prerogative to be treated as a bit of an officer. Ashore or afloat, we made our own beds or lashed our own hammocks, swept our own rooms, tended our clothes, and blacked our boots. Our drills were those of men before the mast, at sails and guns. All parts of a seaman's work, except cleaning the ship, was required and willingly done. But there was a comical rebellion on one occasion when ordered to row, a boat ashore for some purpose, and almost a mutiny when one lieutenant directed us to go barefooted while decks were being scrubbed, a practice which, besides saving your shoe leather, is both healthy, cleanly, and in warm weather exceedingly comforting. Some asserted that the lieutenant in question, who afterwards commanded one of the Confederate commerce destroyers, and from his initials, James I., was known to us as Jassai, had done this because he had very pretty feet which he liked to show bare, and we must do the same, much as Germans are said to train their moustaches with the emperors. At all events, there was great wrath, which I supposed I should have shared had I not preferred bare feet, not for as sound reasons as the lieutenant's. It stands to reason, however, that imputation was slanderous, for there were no appreciative observers unless himself. Why waste such sweetness on the desert air of a lot of heedless midshipmen? With so many details regulated, if not enforced, from the length of our hair to the cut of our trousers, it did seem hypocritical to object to going shoeless for an hour. But Who is consistent? The uncertainty of our position kept the chip on the shoulder.
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, My First Cruise After Graduation. Nautical Characters, 1859 to 1861. Part 1. At the moment of graduation, in the summer of 1859, I had a narrow escape from the cutting short of my career, resembling that which a man has from a railway accident by missing the train. To a certain extent the members of classes were favored in forming groups of friends, and choosing the ship to which they would be sent. Myself and two intimates applied for the sloop of war Levant, destined for the Pacific by way of Cape Horn, our motive being partly the kind of vessel supposed by us to favor professional opportunity, and partly the friendship existing between one of us and the master of the Levant, a graduate of 2 or 3 years before, who had just completed his examinations for promotion. Luckily for us, and particularly for me, as the only one of the three who in after life survived middle age, the frigate Congress was fitting out, and her requirements for officers could not be disregarded. The Levant sailed, reached the Pacific, and disappeared. One of the mysteries of the deep. We very young men had the impression that small vessels were better calculated to advance us professionally, because, having fewer officers, deck duty might be devolved on us, either to ease the regular watch officers or in case of a disability. This prepossession extended particularly to brigs, of which the navy then had several. This was a pretty wild imagining, for I can hardly conceive any one entrusting such a vessel to a raw midshipman. It is scarcely an exaggeration to say they were all canvas and no hull, beautiful as a dream, but dangerous to a degree, except to the skilful. As it was, an unusual proportion of them came to grief. Our views were doubtless largely, if unconsciously, affected by the pleasing idea of prospective early importance as deck officers. The more solid opinion of our seniors was that we would do better to pause a while on the bottom step, under closer supervision, while as for vessel, the order, dignity, and scale of performance on big ships were more educative, more formative of military character, which, and not seamanship, is the leading element of professional value. "Keep them at sea," said Lord St. Vincent, "and they can't help becoming seamen. But attention is needed to make them learn their business with the guns." I have already mentioned that at the outbreak of the War of Secession it was this factor which decided the authorities to give seniority to the very young lieutenants over the volunteers from the merchant service, most of whom had longer experience, and, though by no means all of them, consequent ability as seamen. After graduating, my first cruise was upon what was then known as the Brazil Station, by the British called more comprehensively the southeast coast of America. After the war the name and limits were judiciously changed. It became the South Atlantic Station, to embrace the Cape of Good Hope, and generally the coasts of South America and Africa, with the islands lying between, such as St. Helena and the Falklands. From the point of view of healthy activity for the ships and their companies, and specifically for the education of younger officers, this extension was most desirable. In the earlier time long periods were spent in port, because there was really not enough that required doing. Our captain once kept the ship at sea for a fortnight or more, cruising, that is, moving about within certain limits, back and forth. In wartime this is frequent, if not general, but then it is for a specific purpose, conducive to the ends of war. In peace, cruising ends in itself. It is like a constitutional, beneficial, no doubt, but not to most men as healthily beneficial as the walk to the office, with its definite object, and the incidental amusement of the streets.
A terminus ad quem is essential to the perfection of exercise, bodily or mental. As it was, Montevideo in the River La Plata and Rio de Janeiro were the two chief ports between which we oscillated, with rare and brief stays elsewhere or at sea. The Congress was a magnificent ship of her period. The adjective is not too strong. Having been built about 1840, she represented the culmination of the sail era, which, judged by her, reached then the splendid maturity that in itself, to the prophetic eye, presages decay and vanishment. In her just but strong proportions, in her lines, fine yet not delicate, she seemed to dare, and did dare, the elements to strife; while for her peopled deck, when her 500 and odd men swarmed up for an evolution, or to get their hammocks for the night, it was peopled to the square foot, despite her size. On her forecastle, and to the fore and main masts each, were stationed 60 men, full half of them prime seamen, not only in skill but in age and physique, 90 for the starboard watch and 90 for the port, not to count the mizzen topmen, after guard, and marines, more than as many more. I have always remembered the effect produced upon me by this huge mass, when all hands gathered once to wear ship in a heavy gale, the height of one of those furious pamperos, which issue from the prairies, or pampas, of Buenos Aires. The ship having only fore and main topsails close reefed, the officers, beyond those of the watch, were not summoned. The handling of the yards required only the brute force of muscle, under which, even in such conditions, they were as toys in the hand of that superb ship's company. I had thus the chance to see things from the poop, a kind of bird's eye view. As the ship fell off before the wind, and while the captain was waiting that smoother chance which from time to time offers to bring her up to it again on the other side with the least shock, she of course gathered accelerated way with the gale right aft, scudding in fact. Unsteadied by wind on either side, she rolled deeply, and the sight of those 400 or more faces all turned up and aft, watching intently the officer of the deck for the next order, the braces stretched taut along in their hands for instant obedience, was singularly striking. Usually a midshipman had to be in the midst of such matters, with no leisure for impressions, at least of an impressionist character. Those were the prerogatives of the idlers, the surgeon, chaplain, and marine officers, who obtained thereby not only the benefit of the show, but material for discussion as to how well the thing had been done, or whether it ought to have been done at all. The midshipman's part at all hands was to be as much in the way as was necessary to see all needed gear manned, no skulkers, and as much out of the way as his personal stability required, from the rush of the huge gangs of seamen running away with a rope. I never had the opportunity of viewing the ship from outside under way at sea, but she was delightful to look at in port. Her spars, both masts and yards, lofty and yet square, were as true to proportion for perfection of appearance as was her hull, and the 25 guns she showed on each broadside, in 2 tiers, though they had abundance of working room, were close enough together to suggest 2 strong rows of solid teeth, ready for instant use. Nothing could be more splendidly martial. But what old timers they were, with the swell of their black muzzles like the lips of a full-blooded Negro. 32-pounders, all of them, except on either side 5 8-inch shell guns, a small tribute to progress. The rest threw solid shot for the most part, imposing as they certainly looked, and heavier though they were than most of those with which the world's famous sea fights had been fought. They were already antediluvian. A few years later I saw a long range of them enjoying their last repose on the skids in a navy yard, and a bystander, with equal truth and irreverence, called them pop guns. One almost felt that the word should be uttered in a whisper, out of respect for their feelings. But the whole equipment of the ship, though up to date in itself, was so far of the past that I recall it with mingled pathos and interest. What naval officer who may read these words was ever shipmate with rope trusses for the lower yards, or with a hemp messenger? A messenger was a huge rope of, I suppose, 18 to 24 inches circumference, used for lifting the anchor. At the after end of the ship it was passed 3 times round the capstan, where the men, walking round merrily to the sound of the fife under the eyes of the officer of the deck, were doing the work of weighing. At the forward end it moved round rollers to save friction. Thus one part was taut under the strain of the capstan, and to this the cable of the anchor, as it was hove in, was made fast by a succession of selvagees, for which I will borrow the elaborate description of White Jacket, who tells us the name was applied by the seaman of his ship to one of the lieutenants. It was a slender, tapering, unstranded piece of rope, prepared with much solicitude, peculiarly flexible, which wreathes and serpentines around the cable and messenger like an elegantly modelled garter snake around the stalks of a vine. The messenger was thus appropriately named. It went back and forth on its errand of anchor raising, the slack side being helped on its way by a row of 12 or 15 men seated, pulling it along forward. This gang, by immemorial usage, was composed of the colored servants, and I can see now that row of black faces with grinning ivories, as they yo-hoed in undertones together, lighting forward the messenger. Like the ship and her equipment, the officers and crew by training and methods were still of the olden time in tone and ideals, a condition, of course, fostered at the moment by the style of vessel. Yet they had that curious adaptability characteristic of the profession, which afterwards enabled them to fall readily into the use of the new constructions of every kind evolved by the War of Secession. Concerning some of these, a naval professional humorist observed that they could be worshipped without idolatry, for they were like nothing in heaven, or on earth, or in the waters under the earth. Adored or not, they were handled to purpose. By a paradoxical combination, the seaman of those days was at once most conservative in temperament and versatile in capacity. Among the officers, however, there was an open vision toward the future. I well remember Joe Smith enlarging to me on the merits of Cowper Cole's projected turret ship, much talked about in the British press in 1860, a full year or more before Ericsson, under the exigency of existing war, obtained from us a hearing for the Monitor. Cole's turrets, being then a novel project, were likened explanatorily to a railway turntable, a very illustrative definition, and Smith was already convinced of the value of the design, which was proved in Hampton Roads the day after he himself fell gloriously on the deck of the Congress. There is a double tragedy in his missing by this brief space the clear demonstration of a system to which he so early gave his adherence, and it is another tragedy, which most Americans except naval officers will have forgotten, that Coles himself found his grave in the ship, the Captain, ultimately built through his urgency upon this turret principle. This happened in 1870. The tradition of masts and sails as economical still surviving, she was equipped with them, which we from the beginning had discarded in monitors. The Captain was a large vessel with low freeboard, her deck only 6 feet above water. Lying to under sail in a moderate gale in the Bay of Biscay, she heeled over in a squall, bringing the lee side of the deck under water, and the force of the wind increasing, without meeting the resistance offered ordinarily by the pressure of the water against the lee side of a ship, she went clean over and sank. The incident made the deeper impression upon me, because 2 months before I had visited her, when she was lying at Spithead in company with another ironclad, the Monarch, which soon after was assigned by the British government to bring George Peabody's remains to their final resting place in America. I then met and was courteously received by the captain of the Captain, Burgoyne, of the same family as the general known to our War of Independence. Coles had gone merely as a passenger, to observe the practical working of his designs, I do not know how far the masting was consonant to his wishes. It may have been forced upon him as a concession, necessary to obtaining his main end, but nothing could be more incongruous than to embarrass the all-round fire of turrets by masts and rigging. In 1859, the United States government was coquetting with the title Admiral, which was supposed to have some insidious connection with monarchical institutions. Even so sensible and thoughtful a man as our sailmaker, who was a devout disciple and constant reader of Horace Greeley, with the advanced political tendencies of the Tribune, said to me, "Call them admirals? Never. They will be wanting to be dukes next." We had hit, therefore, on a compromise, quite accordant with the transition decade, 1850 to 1860, and styled them flag officers. Concerning which it might be said that all admirals are flag officers, but all flag officers are not admirals, not American flag officers, at all events. As a further element in the compromise, instead of the broad swallow-tail pendant of a commodore, our previous flag rank, we carried the square flag at the mizzen indicated in all navies of a rear admiral, to which we gave a rear admiral's salute of 13 guns, and expected the same from foreigners, while all the time the recipient stood on our navy register as a captain, only temporarily breveted flag officer. Well do I remember the dismay of our flag officer when, quitting a British ship of war, she fired the customary salute and stopped at 11, a commodore's perquisite. The hit was harder because the old gentleman was particularly fond of the English, having received from them great hospitality incidental to his commanding the ship of war which carried part of the American exhibition to the World's Fair of 1851. An et tu, Brute expression came over his face as he sank back with a sorrowful exclamation in the stern sheets of the barge, which, as nautical convention requires, was lying motionless, oars horizontal, a ship's length away, when, lo and behold, as a kind of appendix to the previous proceedings, bang, bang went 2 more guns, filling the baker's dozen. It was, of course, somewhat limping, but the apology was sufficient. Salutes are as liable to accidents as are other affairs of well-regulated households, and a little more so. A gun misses fire, or somebody counts wrong, or what not. On the Congress we rarely had trouble, for the greatest number of guns is 21, a national salute, and on our main deck we had 30, any part of which could be ready. If one missed fire, the gun next abaft stepped in. If near enough, you might hear the primer snap, but the error of interval was barely appreciable. The effect stood. Laymen may not know that the manner of the salute was, and is, for the officer conducting it to give the orders starboard, fire, port, fire, the discharges thus ranging from forward, aft, alternately, on each side. A man who cannot trust his ear times the interval by watch. Most, I presume, trust their counting. I once underwent an amusing faux pas in this matter of counting. Of course, the count is a serious matter. Gun for gun is diplomatically as important as an eye for an eye. My captain had heard that an excellent precaution was to provide oneself with a number of dried beans, with which, needless to say, a ship abounds, corresponding to the number of guns. The receipt ran: put them all in one pocket, and with each gun shift a bean to the other pocket. He proposed this to me, but I demurred. I feared I might get mixed on the beans and omit to shift one. He did not press me, but when I began to perform on the main deck, he stood near the hatch on the deck above, duly, or unduly, provided with beans. It was a national salute to the port. When I finished, he called to me, "You have only fired 20 guns." "No, sir," I replied, 21. "No," he repeated, 20, for I have a bean left." "All right," I returned, and I banged an appendix; after which, upon counting, it was found the captain had 22 beans, and the French 22 guns, a tiger which I hope they appreciated, but I'm sure they did not return. Our flag officer was a veteran of 1812. He had evidently been very handsome, to which possibly he owed 3 successive wives, the last one much younger than himself. Now in his 60s, he was still light in his movements. He had a queer way of tripping along on the balls of his feet, with a half shuffling movement, his hands buried in his pockets, with the thumbs out. He was, I fear, the sort of man capable of wearing a frock coat unbuttoned. It was amusing to see him walk the poop with the captain of the ship, who out-topped him by a head, was ponderous in dimensions, with wide tread and feet like an elephant's. Yet it was said by those who had seen, a beautiful waltzer. His son, who was his clerk, used to say, the old man's feet really aren't so big if he would not wear such shoes. When his shoes were sent up to dry in the sun, as all sea shoes must be at times, the midshipmen knew the occasion as a gunboat parade. The flag officer was styled familiarly in the Navy by the epithet Bucky. I never saw it spelled, but the pronunciation was as given. Report ran that he thus called everyone promiscuously. But although I was his aide for nearly 6 months, I only heard him use it once or twice. Possibly he was breaking a bad habit.
End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. My First Cruise After Graduation. Nautical Characters 1859 to 1861. Part 2. Judging by my experience, which I believe was no worse than the average, the life of an aide is literally that of a dog. It was chiefly following around, or else sitting in a boat at a landing, just as a dog waits outside for his master, to all hours of the night, till your superior comes down from his dinner or out from the theatre. A coachman has a cinch, to use our present-day slang, for he has only his own behavior to look to, while the aide has to see that the dozen bargemen also behave, don't skip up to the wharf for a drink, and then forget the way back to the boat. If one or two do, no matter how good his dinner may have been, the remarks of the flag officer are apt to be unpleasant, not to speak of subsequent interviews with the first lieutenant. I trace to those days a horror which has never left me of keeping servants waiting. Flag officers apparently never heard that punctuality is the politeness of kings. There are, however, occasional compensations. Bones, I might say, pursuing the dog analogy. One incident very interesting to me occurred. The flag officer had a well-deserved reputation for great bravery, and in his early career had fought 2 or 3 duels. One of these had been at Rio Janeiro, on an island in the harbor, and he had there killed his man. On this occasion, the barge being manned and I along, we pulled over to the island. In the 30 intervening years it must have changed greatly, for many buildings were now on it, but his memory evidently was busy and serving him well. He walked round meditatively, uttering a low humming whistle, his hands in his pockets, his secretary and myself following. At last he reached a point where he stopped and mused for some moments, after which he went quietly and silently to the boat. Not a word passed from him to us during our stay, nor the subsequent pull to shore, but there can be little doubt where his thoughts were. It is right to add that on the occasion in question not only was the provocation all on the other side, but it was endured by him to the utmost that the standards of 1830 would permit. To my aideship also I owed an unusual opportunity to see an incident of bygone times, the heaving down of a fair-sized ship of war. One of our sloops of some 800 tons burden, bound to China, had put into Rio for repairs. A leak of no special danger, but so near the keel as to demand examination. It might get worse. As yet Rio had no dry dock,
and so she must be hove down. This operation, probably never known in these days, when dry docks are to be found in all quarters, consisted in heeling the ship over, by heavy purchases attached to the top of the lower masts, until the keel, or at least so much of the side as was necessary, was out of water. As the leverage on the masts was extreme, almost everything had to be taken out of the ship, guns included, to lighten her to the utmost, and the spars themselves were heavily backed to bear the strain. The upper works, usually out of water, must on the downside be closed and protected against the proposed immersion. In short, preparation was minute as well as extensive. In the old days, when docks were rare, and long voyages would be made in regions without local resources, a ship would be hove down 2 or 3 times in a cruise, to clean her uncoppered bottom, or to see what damaged worms might be affecting. When frequently done, familiarity doubtless made it comparatively easy, but by 1859 it had become very exceptional. I have never seen another instance. She was taken to a sheltered cove in one of those picturesque bights which abound in the harbor of Rio, the most beautiful bay in the world, and there, in repeated visits by our flag officer, I saw most stages of the process. Technical details I will not inflict upon the reader, but there was one amusing anecdote told me by our carpenter, who was, as a senior in his business, very much to the fore. Some general overhauling was also required, and among other things the sloop's captain pointed out that the sideboard in the cabin was not well secured. "I have sometimes to get up 2 or 3 times in the night to see to it," he said. He had been one of the restored victims of the retiring board in 1855, and had the reputation of knowing that sideboards exist for other purposes than merely being secured. Hence, at this pathetic remark, the carpenter caught a wink on the fly, as it passed from the flag officer to the captain of the Congress, and back again. The commander invalided soon after that, and the sloop went on her way to China under the charge of the first lieutenant. The flag officer, though not a man of particular distinction, possessed strongly that kind of individuality which among seamen of the days before steam, when the world was less small and less frequented, was more common than it is now, when we so cluster that, like shot in a barrel, we are rounded and polished by mere attrition. Formerly, characteristics had more chance to emphasize themselves and throw out angles, as I believe they still do in long polar seclusions. Withal, there came from him from time to time a whiff of the naval atmosphere of the past, like that from a drawer where lavender has been. Going ashore once with him for a constitutional, he caught sight of a necktie which my fond mother had given me. It was black, yes, but with variations. "Humph!" he ejaculated. "Don't wear a thing like that with me. You look like a privateersman." There spoke the rivalries of 1812. There had not been a privateersman in the United States for near half a century. A great chum of his was the senior surgeon of the frigate, a man near his own years. Leaving the ship together for a walk, the surgeon, crossing the deck, smudged his white trousers with paint or coal tar, the free application of which in unexpected places is one of the snares attending a well-appearing man of war. "Never mind, doctor," said the flag officer, consolingly, falling back like Sancho Panza on an ancient proverb. "Remember, the 2 dirtiest things in the world are a clean ship and a clean soldier. Paint and pipe clay, to wit." Another trait was an extensive, though somewhat mild, profanity, which took no account of ladies' presence, although he was almost exaggeratedly deferential to them, as well as cordially courteous to all. His speech was like his gait, tripping. I remember the arrival of the first steamer of a new French line to Rio. Steam mail service was there and then exceptional. Most of our home letters still came by sailing vessel. Consequently, this was an event, and brought the inevitable banquet. He was present, I also, as his aide, seated nearly opposite him. with two or three other of our officers. He was called to respond to a toast. "Gentlemen and ladies," he began. "No, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies always first. Damn me!" What more he said I do not recall, although we all loyally applauded him. Many years afterwards, when he was old and feeble, an acquaintance of mine met him, and he began to tell of the tombstone of some person in whom he was interested. After various particulars, he startled his auditor with the general descriptive coruscation, "It was covered with angels and cherubs, and the hell knows what else." It would be easily possible to overdraw the personal peculiarities of the seamen. I remember nothing corresponding at all to the extravagances instanced in my early reading of Colburn's, such as a frigate's watch, say 150 men, on liberty in Portsmouth, England, buying up all the gold-laced cocked hats in the place, and appearing with them at the theatre. Many, however, who have seen a homeward bound ship leaving port, the lower rigging of her three masts crowded with seamen from deck to top, returning roundly the cheers given by all the ships of war present, foreign as well as national, as she passes, have witnessed also the time-honored ceremony of her crew throwing their hats overboard with the last cheer. This corresponded to the breaking of glasses after a favorite toast, or to the bursts of enthusiasm in a Spanish bull ring, where Andalusian caps fly by dozens into the arena. There, however, the bullfighter returns them with many bows, but those of the homeward bounders become the inheritance of the boatmen of the port. Midshipmen of the watch being stationed on the forecastle, my intimates among the crew were the staid seamen, approaching middle age, allotted there, where they would have least going aloft. The two captains of the forecastle, one, I shrewdly think, Dutch, the other English, though both had English names, would engage in conversation with me at times, mingling deference and conscious superior experience in due proportion. One, I remember, just before the War of Secession began, was greatly exercised about the coming troubles. The causes of the difficulty and the political complications disturbed him little, but the probable prospect of the heads of the rebellion losing their property engrossed his mind. He constantly referred to this. It would be confiscated, doubtless, yet the assertion was an evident implied query to me, to which I could give no positive answer. As is known, few of the seamen, as of private soldiers in the army, sympathized sufficiently with the Confederacy to join it. Indeed, the vaunt I have heard attributed to Southern officers of the old navy, which, though never uttered in my ears, was very consonant to the Southern spirit as I then knew it, that Southern officers with Yankee seamen could beat the world, testified at least to the probable attitude of the latter in the War of Sections. Considering the great naval names of the past, Preble, Hull, Decatur, Bainbridge, Stewart, Porter, Perry, and Macdonough, the two most southern of whom came from Delaware and Maryland, this antebellum assurance was, to say the least, self-confident. But Farragut was a Southerner. The other captain of the forecastle was less communicative, taciturn by nature, and there ran of him a story of amusing simplicity. It occurred to him on one occasion that he would lay under contribution the resources of the ship's small library. Accordingly, he went to the chaplain, in whose care it was, but as he was wholly in the dark as to what particular book he might like, the chaplain, after 2 or 3 tries, suggested a Life of Paul Jones. Yes, he thought he would like that. You see, I was shipmates with him some cruises ago. He was with me in the maintop of the . Another forecastle intimate of mine was the boatswain, who, like most boatswains of that day, had served his time before the mast. As is the case with many self-made men, he, on his small scale, was very conscious of the fact, and of general consequent desert. A favorite saying with him was, "Thanks to my own industry and my wife's economy, I am now well beforehand with the world." Like a distinguished officer higher in rank of that day, of whom it was said that he remembered nothing later than 1813, My boatswain's memory dwelt much in the 30s, though he acknowledged more recent experiences. His attitude towards steam, essentially conservative, was strictly and amusingly official. He had served on board one steamer, the San Jacinto, and what had pleased him was that the yards could be squared and rigging hauled taut, his own special function, before entering port, so that in those respects the job had been done when the anchor dropped. One of his pet stories, frequently brought forward, concerned a schooner, in which he had served in the earlier period, and will appeal to those who know how dear a fresh coat of paint is to a seaman's heart. She had just been thus decorated within and without, and was standing into a West Indian port to show her fine feathers, when a sudden flaw of wind knocked her off and over, dangerously close to a rocky point. The first order given was, "Stand clear of the paintwork," an instance of the ruling passion, strong in extremis. He had another woesome account of a sloop of war in which he had gone through the Straits of Magellan. The difficult navigation and balky winds made the passage protracted for a sailing vessel. All were put on short rations, and the day before she entered a Chilean port the bread room was swept to the last crumbs. I often could not sleep for hunger when I turned in. In the same ship, the watch officers falling short through illness or suspension, the captain set a second lieutenant of marines to take a day watch. Being, as he supposed, put to do something, he naturally wanted to do it, if he only knew what it was and how it was to be done. The master of the ship was named Peter Wager, and to him, when taking sights, the marine appealed, "Peter, what's the use of being officer of the deck if you don't do anything? Tell me something to do." "Well," Peter replied, "you might send all the watch aft and take in the mizzen royal." The mizzen royal being the smallest of all sails, requiring about 2 ordinary men, and in no wise missed when in. This was practical tales for the marines. The boatswain afterwards saw the last of the Congress, when the Merrimac, or rather the Virginia to give her her Confederate name, wasted time murdering a ship already dead, aground, and on fire. He often afterwards spun me the yarn, for I liked the old man, and not infrequently went to see him in later days. He had borne good humoredly the testiness with which a youngster is at times prone to assert himself against what he fancies interference, and I had appreciated the rebuke. The Congress disaster was a very big and striking incident in the career of any person, and it both ministered to his self-esteem and provided the evening of his life with material for talk. Unhappily, I have to confess, as even Boswell at times did, I took no notes, and cannot reproduce that which to me is of absorbing interest, the individual impressions of a vivid catastrophe. The boatswain was one of the 4 who in naval phrase were termed warrant officers, in distinction from the lieutenants and those above, who held their offices by commission. The 3 others were the gunner, carpenter, and sailmaker, names which sufficiently indicate their several functions. In the hierarchical classification of the Navy, as then established by long tradition, the midshipmen, although on their way to a commission, were warrant officers also, and in consequence, though they had a separate mess, they had the same smoking place, the effect of which in establishing a community of social intercourse every smoker will recognize. I suppose if there had been 3 sides to a ship, there would have been 3 smoking rendezvous, but in the crude barbarism of those days, as it will now probably be considered, both commissioned and warrant officers had no place to smoke except away forward on the gun deck, the eyes of the ship, as the spot was appropriately named. The superiors on the honor side, which on the gun deck was the port, the midshipmen and warrant officers on the starboard. The position was not without advantages, when riding head to wind in hot tropical weather, but under way, close hauled, with a stiff breeze, a good deal of salt water found its way in, especially if the jackasses were in the hawse holes. But under such conditions we sat there serenely, the water coursing in a flowing stream under our chairs if the ship had a steady heel, or rushing madly from side to side if she lurched to windward. The stupidity of it was that we didn't even know we were uncomfortable, and by all sound philosophy were so far better off than our better accommodated successors. What was more annoying was the getting forward at night when the hammocks were in place, but even for that occasional compensations offered. I remember once, when making this awkward journey, hearing a colloquy between two young seamen just about to swing themselves into bed at 9 o'clock. "I say, Bill," said one, with voluptuous satisfaction, "2 watches in, and beans tomorrow." Can any philosophy soar higher than that, in contentment with small things? Plain living and high thinking? Diogenes wasn't in it. As the warrant officers of the ship were of the generation before us, we heard from their lips many racy and entertaining experiences of the former navy, most of which naturally have escaped me, while others I have dropped all along the line of my preceding reminiscences where they seem to come in aptly. Each of the 4 had very different characteristics, and I fancy they did not agree very well together. All have long since gone to their rest. Peace be with them. 4 is an awkwardly small number for a mess table of equals. Friction is emphasized by narrowness of sphere. "I didn't like the man," said the boatswain afterwards to me of the sailmaker, narrating the destruction of the Congress, "but he is brave as can be. Getting the wounded over the side to put them ashore, he was as cool as though nothing had happened. The great guns weren't so bad," he continued, "but the rifle bullets that came singing along in clouds like mosquitoes, ah!" He used to snap each time he told me the tale, slapping his ears right and left as one does at the hum of those intrusive insects. He did not like the carpenter either, for reasons of another kind. They were both humorists, but of a different order. Indeed, I don't think that the boatswain, though strictly sardonic in expression, suspected himself of humor, but he really came at times pretty close to wit, if that be a perception of incongruities, as I have heard said. He was telling me one day of some mishap that befell a vessel, wherein the officer in charge showed the happy blending of composure and ignorance we sometimes find, a condition concerning which a sufferer once said of himself, "I never open my mouth but I put my foot in it." A confusion of metaphor and suggestion of physical contortion, not often so neatly combined in a dozen words. The boatswain commented. He didn't mind, he didn't know what to do, but there he stood, looking all the time as happy as a duck barefooted. A duck shod, in the consequent expression of its countenance, presents to my mind infinite entertainment. Our first lieutenant, under whom immediately he worked, was a great trial to him. He was an elderly man, as first lieutenants of big ships were then, great with the paintbrush and tar pot, traces of which were continually surprising one's clothes, mighty also in that lavish swashing of sea water which is called washing decks, and in the tropics is not so bad. But otherwise, while he was one of the kindliest of men's, the go was pretty well out of him. Yes, the boatswain used to say grimly, he seldom smiled, "The first lieutenant is like an old piece of soap, half wore out. Go day, come day, God send Sunday. That's he." The carpenter, on the other hand, was always on a broad grin, or rather roar. He breathed farce both in story and feature. Unlike the boatswain, who was middle-sized and very trig, as well as scrupulously neat, the carpenter was over 6 feet, broad in proportion, with big, round, red, close-shaven face, framed with abundance of white hair. He looked not unlike one's fancies of the typical English yeoman, while withal having a strong Yankee flavor. Wearing always a frock coat, buttoned up as high as any one then buttoned, he carried with it a bluff heartiness of manner, which gave an impression of solidity, not, I fear, wholly sustained on demand. There was no such doubt about the fun, however, or his own huge enjoyment of his own stories, accompanied by a running fire of guffaws, which pointed the appreciation we easily gave. But it was all of the same character, broad farce, accounts of mishaps such as befall in children's pantomimes, which their seniors enjoy too, practical jokes equally ludicrous, and resulting situations to match. Comical as such tales were at the time, and many a pleasant pipeful of Lynchburg tobacco in Powhatan clay, though they whiled away, they lacked the catching and fixing power of the boatswain's shrewd sayings. I can remember distinctly only one, of two small midshipmen, shipmates of his in a sloop of war of long gone days, who had a deadly quarrel, calling for blood. A duel ashore might in those times have been arranged unknown to superiors. They often were, but the necessity for speedy satisfaction was too urgent, and they could not wait for the end of the voyage. Consequently, they determined to fight from the two ends of the spritsail yard, a horizontal spar which crossed the bowsprit end, and gave, or could admit, the required number of paces. Seconds, I presume, were omitted. They might have attracted unnecessary attention, and on the yard would have been in the way of shot, unless they sat behind their several principals like damsels on a pillion. So these two mites, procuring each a loaded pistol, crawled out quietly to their respective places, straddled the yard, and were proceeding to business when the boatswain caught sight of them from his frequent standpoint between the knightheads. He ran out, got between them in the line of fire, and from this position of tactical advantage, having collared first one and then the other, brought them both in on the forecastle, where he knocked their heads together. The last action, I fancy, must be considered an embellishment, necessary for the dramatic completeness of the incident, though it may at least be admitted it would not have been incongruous. In telling this occurrence, which, punctuated by his own laughter, bore frequent repetition, the carpenter used to give the names of the heroes. One I have forgotten. The other I knew in after life and middle age, still small of stature, with a red face, in outline much like a paroquet's. He was not a bad fellow, but his first lieutenant, a very competent critic, used to say that what he did not know of seamanship would fill a large book. At first thought it seems somewhat singular that the 6 lieutenants of the ship presented no such aggregate of idiosyncrasies as did the 4 warrant officers. It was not by any means because we did not know them well, and mingle among them with comparative frequency. Midshipmen, who travelled from one side to the other, here at home, there guests, but to both admitted freely. But, come to think of it more widely, the distinction I here note must have had a foundation in conditions. My acquaintance with Marryat, who lived the naval life as no other sea author has, is now somewhat remote, but was once intimate as well as extensive, and recollection deceives me if the same remark does not apply to his characters. He had a full gallery of captains and lieutenants, each differing from the other, but his greatest successes in portrayal, those which take hold of the memory, are his warrant officers, boatswains, gunners, and carpenters. The British Navy did not give sailmakers this promotion. By-products though they are, rather than leading characters, boatswain Chucks, whom Marryat takes off the stage midway, as though too much to sustain to the end, Carpenter Muddle, and Gunner Tallboys, with his aspirations toward navigating, sketched but briefly and in bold outline as they are, survive most of their superiors in clear individuality and amusing eccentricity. Peter Simple, and even Jack Easy himself, whose traits are more personal than nautical, are less vivid to memory. Cooper, also, who caricatures rather than reproduces life, seeks here his fittest subjects, bolt rope and trysail, warrant masters, superior in grade indeed to the others, but closely identified with them on board ship, and essentially of the same class. Such coincidence betokens a more pronounced individuality in the subject matter. There have been particular eccentric commissioned officers, of whom quaint stories have descended, but in early days originality was the class mark of those of whom I am speaking, as many an anecdote witnesses. I fancy few will have seen this, which I picked up in my miscellaneous nautical readings. A boatswain, who had been with Cook in his voyages, chanced upon one of those fervent Methodist meetings common in the 18th century. The preacher, an illustration of the abundance of the divine mercy, affirmed that there was hope for the worst, even for the boatswain of a man of war, whereupon the boatswain sprang to the platform and administered a drubbing. True or not, offence and punishment testify to public estimate as to the character and action, to a natural exaggeration of feature which lends itself readily to reproduction. This was due probably to a more contracted sphere in early life, and afterwards less of that social opportunity, in the course of which angular projections are rounded off and personal peculiarities softened by various contact. The same cause would naturally occasion more friction and disagreement among themselves. Thus the several lieutenants of our frigate call for no special characterization. If egotism, the most amusing of traits where it is not offensive, existed among them to any unusual degree, it was modified and concealed by the acquired exterior of social usage. Their interests also were wider. With them, talk was less of self and personal experience, and more upon subjects of general interest, professional or external. The outlook was wider. But while all this tended to make them more instructive, and in so far more useful companions, it also took from the salt of individuality somewhat of its pungency. It did not fall to them, either, to become afterwards especially conspicuous in the nearing War of Secession. They were good seamen and gallant men, knew their duty and did it, but either opportunity failed them, or they failed opportunity. From my knowledge of them, probably the former. As Nelson once wrote, a sea officer cannot form plans like those of a land officer. His object is to embrace the happy moment which now and then offers. It may be this day, not for a month, and perhaps never. So also Farragut is reported to have said of a conspicuous shortcoming, every man has one chance. He has had his and lost it. Certainly, by failure that man lost promotion with its chances. It is somewhat congruous to this train of thought that Smith, whom I have so often mentioned, said one day to me, if I had a son, he was unmarried, I would put him in the Navy without hesitation. I believe there is a day coming shortly when the opportunities for a naval officer will exceed any that our country has yet known. He did not say what contingencies he had in mind, scarcely those of the War of Secession, large looming though it already was, for, like most of us, he doubtless refused to entertain that sorrowful possibility. As with many a prophecy, his was of wider scope than he thought, and though in part fulfilled, more yet remains on the laps of the gods. He himself, perhaps the ablest of this group, was cut off too early to contribute more than an heroic memory. But that must live in naval annals, enshrined in his father's phase, along with Craven's "After you, pilot," when the Tecumseh sank. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, My First Cruise After Graduation, Nautical Scenes and Scenery, The Approach of Disunion, 1859 to 1861, Part 1. The absence of the Congress lasted a little over 2 years, a fateful 2 years in which the elements of strife in the United States were sifting apart and gathering in new combinations for the tremendous outbreak of 1861. The first battle of Bull Run had been fought before she again saw a home port. The cruise offered little worthy of special note. This story is one of commonplaces, but they are the commonplaces of conditions which have passed away forever, and some details are worthy to be not entirely forgotten now that the life has disappeared. We were in contact with it in all its forms and phases, being, as midshipmen, utilized for every kind of miscellaneous and nondescript duty. Our captain interfered very little with us directly, and I might almost say washed his hands of us. The regulations required that at the expiry of a cruise the commander of a vessel should give his midshipmen a letter, to be presented to the board of examiners before whom they were shortly to appear. Ours, while certifying to our general correct behavior, personal rather than official, limited himself on the score of professional accomplishments, which should have been under constant observation, to saying that, as we were soon to appear before a board, the intent of which would be to test them, he forbore an opinion. This was even more non-committal than another captain, whose certificates came under my eye when myself a member of a board. In these, after some very cautious commendation on the score of conduct, he added, I should have liked the display of a little more zeal. Zeal, the readers of Midshipman Easy will remember, is the naval universal solvent. Although liable at times to be misplaced, as Easy found, it is not so suspicious a quality as Talleyrand considered it to be in diplomacy. Our captain's zeal for our improvement confined itself to putting us in 3 watches; that is, every night we had to be on deck and duty through one of the 3 periods of 4 hours each, into which the sea night is divided. Of this he made a principle, and in it doubtless found the satisfaction of a good conscience. He had done all that could be expected, at least by himself. I personally agree with Basil Hall. Upon the whole, watch-keeping pays, yields more of interest than of disagreeables. It must be conceded that it was unpleasant to be waked at midnight in your warm hammock, told your hour was come, that it was raining and blowing hard, that another reef was about to be taken in the topsails, and the topgallant yards sent on deck. Patriotism and glory seemed very poor stimulants at that moment. Still half asleep, you tumbled, somewhat literally, out of the hammock onto a deck probably wet, dressed by a dim single-wick swinging lantern, which revealed chiefly what you did not want, or by a candle which had to be watched with one eye, lest it roll over, and, as once in my experience happened, set fire to woodwork. Needless to say, electric lights then were not. Dressed in storm clothes about as conducive to agility as a suit of medieval armor, and a sou'wester which caught at every corner you turned, you forced your way up through 2 successive tarpaulin-covered hatches, by holes just big enough to pass, pushing aside the tarpaulin with one hand, while the other steadied yourself. And if there were no moon, how black the outside was to an eye as yet adjusted only to the darkness visible of the lanterns below. Except a single ray on the little book by which the midshipmen mustered the watch, no gleam of artificial light was permitted on the spar upper deck. The fitful flashes dazzled more than they helped. You groped your way forward with some certainty, due to familiarity with the ground, and with more certainty of being jostled and trampled by your many watchmates, quite as blind and much more sleepy than their officers could afford to be. The rain stung your face, the wind howled in your ears and drowned your voice. The men were either intent on going below, or drowsy and ill reconciled to having to come up on deck; in either case inattentive and hard to move for some moments. In truth, the 15 minutes attending the change of a watch were a period not only of inconvenience, but of real danger, too rarely appreciated. I remember one of the smallest seamen and officers of the old navy speaking feelingly to me of the anxiety those instants often caused him. The lieutenant of an expiring watch too frequently would postpone some necessary step, either from personal indolence or from a good-natured indisposition to disturb the men, who, when not needed to work, slept about the decks, except of course the lookouts and wheel. The other watch will soon be coming up, he would argue. Let them do it before they settle down to sleep. There were times, such as a slowly increasing gale, which might justify delay, especially if the watch had had an unusual amount of work. But tropical squalls, which gather quickly and sweep down with hurricane force, are another matter, and it was of these the officer quoted spoke. suggesting that possibly such an experience had caused the loss of one of our large, tall-sparred sloops of war, the Albany, which in 1854 disappeared in the West Indies. The men who have been 4 hours on deck are thinking only of their hammocks, their reliefs are not half awake, and do not feel they are on duty until the watch is mustered. All are mingled together. The very numbers of a ship of war under such circumstances impede themselves and their officers. I remember an acquaintance of mine telling me that once on taking the trumpet, the outward and visible sign of the deck being relieved, his predecessor, after turning over the night orders, said casually, "It looks like a pretty big squall coming up there to windward," and incontinently dived below. "I jumped on the horse block," said the narrator, "and there it was, sure enough, coming down hand over fist. I had no time to shorten sail, but only to put the helm up and get her before it." An instance in point of what an old gray-haired instructor of ours used to say with correct accentuation, "Always the hellum first." But when you were awake, what a mighty stimulus there was in the salt roaring wind and the pelting rain! How infectious the shout of the officer of the deck, the answering cry of the topman aloft, the haul out to windward, together, all that reached your ear from the yards as the men struggled with the wet, swollen, thrashing canvas, mastering it with mighty pull, and lighting to windward the reef band which was to be the new head of the sail, ready to the hand of the man at the post of honor, the weather earing. How eager and absorbing the gaze through the darkness, from deck, to see how they were getting on, whether the yard was so braced that the sail lay with the wind out of it, or really slack for handling, though still bellying and lifting as the ship rolled, or headed up or off, whether this rope or that which controlled the wilful canvas needed another pull. But if the yard itself had not been laid right, it was too late to mend it. To start a brace with the men on the spar might cause a jerk that would spill from it someone whose both hands were in the work, contrary to the sound tradition, one hand for yourself and one for the owners. I believe the old English phrase ran, "one for yourself and one for the king." Then, when all was over and snug once more, the men down from aloft, the rigging coiled up again on its pins, there succeeded the delightful relaxation from work well done and finished, the easy acceptance of the quieting yet stimulating effect of the strong air, enjoyed in indolence, for nothing was more unoccupied than the seaman when the last reef was in the topsails and the ship lying to. Talking of such sensations, and the idle abandon of a whole gale of wind after the ship is secured, I wonder how many of my readers will have seen the following ancient song. I guard myself from implying the full acquiescence of seamen in what is, of course, a caricature. Few seamen, few who have tried, really enjoy bad weather. Yet there are exceptions. That there is no accounting for tastes is extraordinarily true. I once met a man journeying who told me he liked living in a sleeping car, than which to me a dozen gales with their abounding fresh air would be preferable. Yet this ditty does grotesquely reproduce the lazy satisfaction and security of the old timers under the conditions. One night came on a hurricane, the sea was mountains rolling, when Barney Buntline turned his quid and said to Billy Bolin, "A strong nor'wester's blowing, Bill, hark, don't you hear it roar now? Lord help them, how I pities all unlucky folks on shore now. Foolhardy chaps that live in towns, what dangers they are all in, and now lie shaking in their beds for fear the roof should fall in. Poor creatures, how they envies us, and wishes, I've a notion, for our good luck in such a storm to be upon the ocean. And often, Bill, I have been told how folks are killed and undone by overturns of carriages, by fogs and fires in London. We know what risks all landsmen run, from noblemen to tailors. Then, Bill, let us thank Providence that you and I are sailors." Tastes differ as to which of the 3 night watches is preferable. Perhaps someone who has tried will reply they are all alike detestable, and if he be Irish, will add that the only decent watch on deck is the watch below, an all-night inn. But I have also tried, and while prepared to admit that perhaps the pleasantest moment of any particular watch is that in which your successor touches his cap and says, "I'll relieve you," I still maintain there are abundant and large compensations, particularly for a midshipman, for he had no responsibilities. The lieutenant of the watch had always before him the possibilities of a mischance, and one very good officer said to me he did not believe any lieutenant in the navy felt perfectly comfortable in charge of the deck in a heavy gale. Freedom from anxiety, however, is a matter of temperament, not by any means necessarily of courage, although it adds to courage the invaluable quality of not wasting nerve force on difficulties of the imagination. A weather brace may go unexpectedly, a topsail sheet part, an awkward wave come on board. Very true. But what is the use of worrying unless you are constitutionally disposed to worry? If you are constitutionally so disposed, I admit there is not much use in talking. Illustrative of this, the following story has come down of two British admirals, both men of proved merit and gallantry. When Howe was in command of the Channel fleet after a dark and boisterous night in which the ships had been in some danger of running foul of each other, Lord Gardner, then the third in command, the next day went on board the Queen Charlotte, and inquired of Lord Howe how he had slept, for that he himself had not been able to get any rest from anxiety of mind. Lord Howe said he had slept perfectly well, for as he had taken every possible precaution he could before dark, he laid himself down with a conscious feeling that everything had been done which it was in his power to do for the safety of the ships and of the lives entrusted to his care, and this conviction set his mind at ease. The apprehensiveness with which Gardner was afflicted is further exemplified by an anecdote told by Admiral Sir James Whitshed, who commanded the Alligator, next him in the line. Such was his anxiety, even in ordinary weather, that though each ship carried 3 poop lanterns, he always kept one burning in his cabin, and when he thought the Alligator was approaching too near, he used to run out into the stern gallery with the lantern in his hand, waving it so as to be noticed. My friend above quoted had only recently quitted a brig of war, on board which he had passed several night watches with a man standing by the lee topsail sheet, axe in hand, to cut if she went over too far, lest she might not come back, and the circumstance had left an impression. I do not think he was much troubled in this way on board our frigate, yet the Savannah, but little smaller than the Congress, had been laid nearly on her beam ends by a sudden squall, and had to cut when entering Rio 2 years before. Being even at 19 of a meditative turn, fond of building castles in the air, or recalling old acquaintance and old anxiety, the retrospect of youth, though short, seems longer than that of age. I preferred in ordinary weather the mid-watch, from midnight to 4. There was then less doing, more time and scope to enjoy. The canvas had long before been arranged for the night. If the wind shifted or necessity for tacking arose, of course it was done, but otherwise a considerate officer would let the men sleep, only rousing them for imperative reasons. The hum of the ship, the loitering idlers, men who do not keep watch, last well on to 10 or after in the preceding watch, and the officers of the deck in sailing ships had not the reserve or preserve which the isolation of a modern bridge affords its occupants. Although the weather side of the quarter deck was kept clear for him and the captain, there was continued going and coming and talking near by. He was on the edge of things, if not in the midst, while the midshipman of the forecastle had scarce a foot he could call his very own. But when the mid-watch had been mustered, the lookouts stationed, and the rest of them had settled down for sleep between the guns, out of the way of passing feet, the forecastle of the Congress offered a very decent promenade, magnificent compared to that proverbial of the poops of small vessels, 2 steps and overboard. Then began the steady pace to and fro, which to me was natural and inherited, easily maintained and consistent with thought, indeed productive of it. Not every officer has this habit, but most acquire it. I have been told that, however weakly otherwise, the calf muscles of watch officers were generally well developed. There were exceptions. A lieutenant, who was something of a wag, on one occasion handed the midshipman of his watch a small instrument in which the latter did not recognize a pedometer. "Will you kindly keep this in your trousers pocket for me till the watch is over?" At 8 bells he asked for it, and after examining said quizzically, "Mr. Blank, I see you have walked just half a mile in the last 4 hours." Of course, walking is not imperative; one may watch standing, but movement tends to wakefulness. You can drowse upon your feet, while to sit down, besides being forbidden by unwritten law, is a treacherous snare to young eyelids. How much a watch afforded to an eye that loved nature! I have been bored so often by descriptions of scenery that I am warned to put here a sharp check on my memory, lest it run away with me, and my readers seek escape by jumping off. I will forbear, therefore, any attempt at portraiture, and merely mention the superb aurora borealis which illuminated several nights of the autumn in 1859, perceptibly affecting the brightness of the atmosphere while we lay becalmed a little north of the tropics. But other things I shall have some excuse for telling, because what my eyes used to see then few mortal eyes will see again. Travel will not reach it, for though here and there a rare sailing ship is kept in a navy, for occasional instruction, otherwise they have passed away forever, and the exceptions are but curiosities. Reality has disappeared. They no longer have life, and are now but the specimens of a museum. The beauties of a brilliant night at sea, whether starlit or moonlit, the solemn, awe-inspiring gloom and silence of a clouded, threatening sky, as the steamer with dull thud moves at midnight over the waste of waters, these I need not describe. Many there are that see them in these rambling days. These eternities of the heavens and the deep abide as before are common to the steamer as to the sailing ship. But what weary strain of words can restore to imagination the beautiful living creature which leaped under our feet and spread her wings above us? For a sailing ship was more inspiring from within than from without, especially a ship of war, which, as usually ordered, permitted no slovenliness, abounded in the perpetual seemliness that enhances beauty, yet takes naught from grace. Viewed from without, undeniably a ship under sail possesses attraction, but it is from within that you feel the very pulse of the machine. No canvas looks so lofty, speaks so eloquently as that seen from its own deck, and this chiefly has invested the sailing vessel with its poetry. Thus the steamer, with its vulgar appeal to physical comfort, cannot give. Does any one know any verse of real poetry, any strong, thrilling idea, suitably voiced, concerning a steamer? I do. One, by Clough, depicting the wrench from home, the stern inspiration following the wail of him who goeth away to return no more. Come back, come back. Back flies the foam, the hoisted flag streams back, the long smoke wavers on the homeward track. Back fly with winds things which the winds obey, the strong ship follows its appointed way. Oddly enough, two of the most striking sea scenes that I remember, very different in character, associate themselves with my favorite mid-watch. The first was on the night on which we struck the northeast trade winds outward bound. We had been becalmed for nearly, if not quite, 2 weeks in the horse latitudes, which take their name, tradition asserts, from the days when the West India sugar islands depended for livestock and much besides on the British continental colonies. If too long becalmed, the water gave out, the unhappy creatures had to be thrown overboard to save human lives. On the other side of the northeast trades, between them and the southeast, toward the equator, lies another zone of calms, the doldrums, from which also the Congress this time suffered. We were 67 or 8 days from the capes of the Delaware to Bahia, a distance direct of little more than 4,000 miles. Of course, there was some beating against head wind, but we could not have averaged 100 miles to the 24 hours. During much of this passage the allowance of fresh water was reduced to 2 quarts per man, except sick, for all purposes of consumption, drinking and cooking. Under such conditions, washing had to be done with salt water. We had worried our weary way through the horse latitudes, embracing every flaw of wind, often accompanied by rain, to get a mile ahead here, half a dozen miles there, and as these spurts came from every quarter, this involved a lot of bracing, changing the position of the yards. Continuous work, very different from the placid restfulness of a whole gale of wind, with everything snug aloft and no chance of let up during the watch. Between these occasional puffs would come long pauses of dead calm, in which the midshipman of the watch would enter in the log 1 a.m., 0 knots, 2 a.m., 6 fathoms, 3/4 knot, 3 a.m., 0 knots, 4 a.m., 1 knot, 2 fathoms, the last representing usually a guess of the officer of the deck as to what would make the aggregate for the 4 hours nearly right. It did not matter, for we were hundreds of miles from land, and the sky always clear for observations. Few of the watch got much sleep because of the perpetual bracing, and all the while the ship rolling and sending in the long glassy ocean swell, unsteadied by the empty sails, which swung out with one lurch as though full, and then slapped back altogether against the masts with a swing and a jerk and a thud that made every spar tremble, and the vessel herself quiver in unison. Nor were we alone. Frequently 2 or 3 American clippers would be hull up at the same moment within our horizon, bound the same way, and it was singular how, despite the apparently unbroken calm, we got away from one another and disappeared. Ships lying with their heads all around the compass flapped themselves along in the direction of their bows, the line of least resistance. I do not know at what hour, under such circumstances, we had struck the trades, but when I came on deck at midnight we had got them steady and strong. As there was still a good deal of casting to be made, the ship had been brought close to the wind on the port tack. The bowlines steadied out, but not dragged, every sail a good rap full, fast asleep, without the tremor of an eyelid, if I may so style a weather leech, or if any inch of the canvas from the royals down to the courses. Every condition was as if arranged for a special occasion, or to recompense us for the tedium of the horse latitudes. The moon was big, and there was a clear sky, save for the narrow band of tiny clouds, massed like a flock of sheep, which ever fringes the horizon of the trades. Always on the horizon as you progress, yet never visible above when the horizon of this hour has become the zenith of the next. After the watch was mustered and the lookouts stationed, there came perfect silence, save for the slight, but not ominous, singing of the wind through the rigging, and the dash of the water against the bows, audible forward, though not aft. The seaman, not romantically inclined, for the most part heeded neither moon nor sky nor canvas. The vivid, delicate tracery of the shrouds and running gear, the broader image of the sails, shadowed on the moonlit deck, appealed not to them. Recognizing only that we had a steady wind, no more bracing to night, and that the most that could happen would be to furl the royals should it freshen, they hastened to stow themselves away for a full due between the cannon, out of the way of passing feet, sure that this watch on deck would be little less good than one below. Perhaps there were also visions of beans tomorrow. I trust so. The lieutenant of the watch, Smith, and I had it all to ourselves, unbroken save for the half-hourly call of the lookouts, starboard cathead, port cathead, Starboard gangway, port gangway, lifebuoy." He came forward from time to time to take it all in, and to see how the light spars were standing, for the ship was heeling 8 or 10 degrees, and racing along, however quietly, but the strain was steady, no whipping about from uneasy movement of the vessel, and we carried on to the end. Each hour I hove the log and reported: 1 o'clock, 11 knots; 2 o'clock, 11; 3 o'clock, 11. Famous going for an old sailing ship close hauled. Splendid! We rubbed our hands. What a record! But alas, at 4 o'clock, 10. Commonly, 10 used to be a kind of standard of excellence. Nelson once wrote, as expressive of an utmost of hopefulness: "If we all went 10 knots, I should not think it fast enough." But, puffed up as we had been, it was now a sad come down. Smith looked at me. "Are you sure, Mr. Mahan?" With the old hand log, its line running out while the sand sped its way through the 14 seconds glass, the log heaver might sometimes, by judicious feeding, hurrying the line under the plea of not dragging the log chip, squeeze a little more record out of the log line than the facts warranted, and Smith seemed to feel I might have done a little better for the watch and for the ship. But in truth, when a cord is rushing through your hand at the rate of 10 miles an hour, 15 feet a second, you cannot get hold enough to hasten the pace. He passed through a struggle of conscience. Well, I suppose I must. Log her 10-4. A poor tale to our beautiful kite. 10-4 meant 10.5, for in those primitive days knots were divided into 8 fathoms. Now they are reckoned by tenths, a small triumph of the decimal system, which may also carry cheer to the constant hearts of the spelling reformers. A year later, at like dead of night, I witnessed quite another scene. We were then off the mouth of the river La Plata, perhaps 200 miles from shore. We had been a fortnight at sea, cruising, and I have always thought that the captain, who was interested in meteorology and knew the region, kept us out till we should catch a pampero. We caught it, and quite up to sample. I had been on deck at 9 p.m., and the scene then, save for the force of the wind, was nearly the same as that I have just described. The same sail, the same cloudless sky and large moon, but we were going only 5 knots, with a quiet, rippling sea on which the moonbeams danced. Such a scene as Byron doubtless had in memory. The midnight moon is weaving her bright chain o'er the deep, whose breast is gently heaving, like an infant's asleep. Having to turn out at 12, I soon started below, but before swinging into my hammock, I heard the order to furl the royals and send the yards on deck. This startled me, for I had not been watching the barometer as the captain had, and I remember, by the same token, that I was then enlarging on the beauties of the outlook above, accompanied by some disparaging remarks about what steamers could show, whereupon one of our senior officers, overhearing, called me in, and told me quite affably, and in delicate terms, not to make a fool of myself. But Linden saw another sight when I returned to the deck at midnight, sharp, I am sure, for I had held to the somewhat priggish saying, first devised, I imagine, by some wag tired of waiting for his successor: "A prompt relief is the pride of a young officer." The quartermaster, who called me and left the lantern dimly burning, had conveyed the comforting assurance that it looked very bad on deck, and the second reef was just taking in the topsails. When I got to my station, the former watch was still aloft, tying their last reef points, from which they soon straggled down, morosely conscious that they had lost 10 minutes of their one watch below, and would have to be on deck again at 4. The moon was still up, but, as it were, only to emphasize the darkness of the huge cloud masses which scudded across the sky with a rapid but steady gait, showing that the wind meant business. The new watch was given no more time than to wake up and shake themselves. They were soon on the yards, taking the third and fourth last reefs in the fore and main topsails, furling the mizzen, and seeing that the lower sails and topgallant sails were securely rolled up against the burst that was to be expected. Before 1:30 a.m. all things were as ready as care could make them, and not too soon. The moon was sinking, or had sunk; the sky darkened steadily, though not beyond that natural to a starless night. In the southwest faint glimmerings of lightning gave warning of what might be looked for. But we had used light well when we had it, and could now bear what was to come. At 2 p.m. it came, with a roar and a rush, butt end foremost, as the saying is, preceded by a few huge drops of scurrying rain. When the rain before the wind, topsail sheets and halyards mind. But that was for other conditions than ours. A pampero at its ordinary level is no joke, but this was the charge of a wild elephant, which would exhaust itself soon, but for the nonce was terrific. Pitch darkness settled down upon the ship, except in the frequent flashes of lightning, literally blue. I could not see the forecastle boatswain's mate of the watch, who stood close by my elbow, ready pipe in hand. The rain came down in buckets, and in the midst of all the wind suddenly shifted, taking the sails flat aback. The shrillness of the boatswain's pipes is then their great merit. They pierce through the roar of the tempest by sheer difference in pitch, an effect one sometimes hears in an opera. And the officer of the deck, our second lieutenant, who bore the name of Andrew Jackson, and was said to have received his appointment from him, which shows how far back he went, had a voice of somewhat the same quality. I had often heard it assert itself, winding in and out through the uproar of an ordinary gale, but on this occasion it went clean away, whistled down the wind. "I always think bad of it," said Boatswain Chucks, "when the elements won't allow my whistle to be heard, and I consider it hardly fair play." Such advantage the elements took of us on this occasion, but the captain came to the rescue. He had the throat of a bull of Bashan, which went the elements one better on their own hand. Under his stentorian shouts the weather head braces were led along, probably already had been as part of the preparation, but that was quarter-deck work outside of my knowledge, and manned. All other gear being coiled out of the way, on the pins, there was nothing to confuse or entangle. The foretopsail was swung round on the opposite tack from the main, a box, to play the ship's head off and leave her side to the wind, steadied by the close reefed fore and main topsails, which would then be filled. She was now, of course, going astern fast, but this mattered nothing, for the sea had not yet got up. The evolution, common enough itself, an almost invariable accompaniment of getting under way, was now exciting even to grandeur, for we could see only when the benevolent lightning kindled in the sky a momentary glare of noonday. "Now, that's a clever old man," said the boatswain's mate next day to me, approvingly of the captain. "Boxing her off that way, with all that wind and blackness, was handsomely done." After this we settled down to a 2 days' pampero, with a huge but regular sea. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. My First Cruise After Graduation, Nautical Scenes and Scenery, The Approach of Disunion, 1859 to 1861. Part 2. Whether the Congress's helm on this interesting occasion was shifted for sternboard, I never inquired. Marryat tells us it was a moot point in his young days. Our captain was an excellent seaman, but had doxies of his own. Of these, one which ran contrary to current standards was in favor of clewing up a course or topsail to leeward in blowing weather. Among the lieutenants was a strong champion of the opposite and accepted dogma, and a messmate of mine in his division, and shining by reflected light, was always prompt to enforce closure of debate by declaiming, "He who seeks the tempest to disarm will never first embrail the lee yard arm." Whether Falconer, besides being a poet, was also an expert in seamanship, or whether he simply registered the views of his day, may be questioned. The two alternatives, I fancy, were the chance of splitting the sail, and that of springing the yard; and any one who has ever watched a big bag of wind whipping a weather yard arm up and down in its bellying struggles, after clewing up to windward, will have experienced as eager a desire to call it down as he has ever felt to suppress its congener in an after-dinner oration. Both are much out of place and time. Days of the past. Certainly a watch spent reefing topsails in the rain was less tedious than the everlasting bridge of to day. Tramp, tramp, or stand still, facing the wind blowing the teeth down your throat. Nothing to do requiring effort. The engine does all that. But still a perpetual strain of attention due to the rapid motion of vessels under steam. The very slowness of sailing ships lightened anxiety. In such a gale you might as well be anxious in a wheel chair. And then when you went below, you went not bored, but healthfully tired with active exertion of mind and body. Yes, the sound was sweet then, at 8 bells, the pipe, pipe, pipe of the boatswain's mates, followed by their gruff voices drawling out in loud sing-song, "All the starboard watch, come, turn out there, tumble out, show a leg, on deck there, all the starboard watch." When I went below that morning with the port watch at 4 o'clock, I turned over to my relief a forecastle on which he would have nothing to do but drink his coffee at daylight. That daylight coffee of the morning watch, chief of its charms, need not be described to the many who have experienced the difference between the old man and the new man of before and after coffee. The galley kitchen fire of ships of war used to be started at 7 bells of the mid watch, and the officers and most of the men who next came on duty managed to have coffee, the latter husbanding their rations to this end. Since those days a benevolent regulation has allowed an extra ration of coffee to the crew for this purpose, so that no man goes without, or works the morning watch on an empty stomach. For the morning watch was very busy. Then, on several days of the week, the seamen washed their clothes. Then the upper deck was daily scrubbed, sometimes the mere washing off the soap suds left from the clothes, sometimes with brooms and sand, sometimes the solemn ceremony of holy stoning, with its monotonous musical sound of grinding. Along with these, dovetailed in as opportunity offered, in a sailing ship under way there went on the work of readjusting the yards and sails, a pull here and a pull there, like a woman getting herself into shape after sitting too long in one position. Yards trimmed to a nicety, the 2 sheets of each sail close home alike, all the canvas taut up, from the weather tacks of the courses to the weather earrings of the royals. No slack weather braces or weather leeches, letting a bight of loose canvas sag like an incipient double chin. When these and a dozen other little details had remedied the disorders of the night, due to the invariable slacking of cordage under strain, the ship was fit for any eye to light on, like a conscious beauty going forth conquering and to conquer. I doubt the crew grumbled and damned a little under their breath, for the process was tedious. Yet it was not only a fad, but necessary, and the deck officer who habitually neglected it might possibly rise to an emergency, but was scarcely otherwise worth his salt. In my humble judgment, he had better have worn a frock coat unbuttoned. Occupation in plenty was not the only solace of a morning watch, at least in the trades. While the men were washing their clothes, the midshipman of the watch, amid the exhilaration of his coffee, and with the cool sea water careening over his bare feet, had ample leisure to watch the break of day, the gradual lighting up of the zenith, the rosy tints gathering and growing upon the tiny pearly trade clouds of which I have spoken, the blue of the water gradually revealing itself, laughing with whitecaps, like the psalmist's valley of corn, until at last the sun appeared, never direct from the sea, but from these white cloud banks which extend less than 5 degrees above it. Such a scene presents itself day after day, monotonous but never wearisome, to a vessel running down the trades, that is, steering from east to west with fixed fair breeze, as I have more than once had the happiness to do. Then, as the saying was, a fortnight passed without touching brace or tack, because no change of wind. A slight exaggeration, for frequent squalls required the canvas to be handled, but substantially true in impression. Balmy weather and a steady gait, rarely more than 7 or 8 knots, less than 200 miles a day. But who would be in haste to quit such conditions, where the sun rose astern daily with the joy of a giant running his course, bringing assurance of prosperity, and sank to rest ahead, smiling, again behind the dimpling clouds, which he tinged like mother of pearl? Such was not our lot in the Congress, for we were bound south across the trades. This, with some bad luck, brought us close hauled that we might pass the equator nothing to the westward of 30 degrees of west longitude. Otherwise we might fall to leeward of Cape St. Roque. This ominous phrase meant that we might be so far to the westward that the southeast trades, when reached, would not let the ship pass clear of this easternmost point of Brazil on one stretch; that we would strike the coast north of it and have to beat round, which actually happened. Consequently, we never had a fair wind to set a studding sail to till we were within 3 or 4 days of Bahia. This encouraging incident, the first of the kind since the ship went into commission, also befell in one of my mid watches, and an awful mess our unuse made of it. All the gear seemed to be bent with a half dozen round turns. The stunsail yards went aloft wrong end uppermost, dangling in the most extraordinary and wholly unmanageable attitudes. Everything had to be done over and over again, till at last the case looked desperate. Finally, the lieutenant of the watch came forward in wrath. He was a Kentuckian, very competent, ordinarily very good tempered, but there was red in his hair. When he got sufficiently near, he tucked the speaking trumpet under his arm, where it looked uncommonly like a fat cotton umbrella, himself suggesting a farmer inspecting an intended purchase, and in this posture delivered to us a stump speech on our shortcomings. This, I fear, I will have to leave to the reader's imagination. It would require innumerable dashes, and even so the emphasis would be lost. My relief had cause to be pleased that those stunsails were set by 4 o'clock, when he came on deck. Ours the labor, his the reward. A few days more saw us in Bahia, and with our arrival on the station began a round of duties and enjoyments which made life at 20 pleasant enough, both in the passage and in retrospect, but which scarcely afforded material for narration. Our 2 chief ports, Rio de Janeiro and Montevideo, were then remote and provincial. They have become more accessible and modern, but at the time of my last visit, already over 30 years ago, they had lost in local color and particular attraction as much as they had gained in convenience and development. Streetcars, double-ended American ferryboats, electric lights, and all the other things for which these stand, are doubtless good, but they make places seem less strange and so less interesting. But I suppose there must still be in the business streets that pervading odor of rum and sugar which tells us that you are in the tropics. Still there must be the delicious hot calm of the early morning, before the sea breeze sets in, the fruit-laden boats plying over the still waters to the ships of war. Still that brilliant access of life and animation which comes sparkling in with the sea breeze, and which can be seen in the offing, approaching long before it enters the bay. The balance of better and worse will be variously estimated by various minds. The magnificent scenery of Rio remains, and must remain, short of earthquake. The Sugar Loaf, the distant Organ Mountains, the near high surrounding hills, the numerous bights and diversified bluffs, which impart continuous novelty to the prospect. It is surprising that in these days of travel more do not go just to see that sight, even if they never put foot on shore. though I would not recommend the omission. I see, too, in the current newspapers that Secretary Root has attributed to the women of Uruguay today the charm which we youngsters then found in those who are now their grandmothers. As Mr. Secretary cannot be very far from my own age, we have here the mature confirmation of an impression which otherwise might be attributed to the facility of youth. An interesting, though not very important, reminiscence of how things now passed away was the coming and going of numerous vessels, usually small, carrying the commercial flags of the Hanse cities, Bremen, Hamburg, and Lubeck, now superseded on the ocean by that of the German Empire. Scarcely a morning watch which did not see, in its earlier hours, one or more of these stealing out of port with the tail of the land breeze. These remnants of the Easterlings, a term which now survives only in sterling, were mostly small brigs of some 200 tons, noticeable mainly for their want of sheer, that is, their rails, and presumably their decks, were level, without rise at the extremities, such as most vessels show. Up to the middle of the last century, Rio, thanks probably to its remoteness, had escaped the yellow fever. But the soil and climate were propitious, and about 1850 it made good a footing which it never relinquished. At the time of our cruise it was endemic, and we consequently spent there but 2 or 3 months of the cooler season, June to September. Even so, visiting the city was permitted to only a few selected men of the foremast hands. The habits of the seamen were still those of a generation before, and drink, with its consequent reckless exposure, was a right-hand man to Yellow Jack. All shore indulgence was confined to Montevideo, where we spent nearly half of the year, and being limited to 1 or 2 occasions only, of 2 or 3 days' duration each, it was signalized by those excesses which, in conjunction with the absence of half the crew at once, put an end to all ordinary routine and drill on board. My friend, the captain of the forecastle, who apprehended that the Southern leaders would lose their property, a self-respecting, admirably behaved man in ordinary times, was usually hoisted on board by a tackle when he returned. For Montevideo affords only an open roadstead for big ships, and frequently a rough sea. The story ran that he secured a room on going ashore, provided for the safety of his money, bought a box of gin, and went to bed. This I never verified, but I remember a nautical philosopher among the crew enlarging, in my hearing, on the folly of drink. To its morality he was indifferent, but from sad experience he avouched that it incapacitated you for other enjoyments, regular and irregular, and that he for one should quit. Today things are changed, revolutionized. There may be ports too sickly to risk lives in, but the men to be selected now are the few who cannot be trusted, the percentage which every society contains. The result will be variously interpreted. Some will attribute it to the abolition of the grog ration, the removal of temptation, a change of environment. Others will say that the extension of frequent leave and consequent opportunity has abolished the frenzied inclination to make the most, not the best, of a rare chance, has renewed men from within. Personally, I believe the last. Together with a gradual rise of tone throughout society, rational liberty among seamen has resulted in rational indulgence. Better England free than England sober. In the end, it was from Montevideo that we sailed for home in June, 1861. During the preceding 6 months, mail after mail brought us increasing ill tidings of the events succeeding the election of Lincoln. Somewhere within that period a large American steamboat of the type then used on Long Island Sound arrived in the La Plata for passenger and freight service between Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Her size and comfort, her extensive decoration and expanses of gold and white, unknown hitherto, created some sensation and gave abundant supply to local paragraphists. Her captain was a Southerner, and his wife also, of male and female types. He commented to me briefly, but sadly, "Yes, we have now 2 governments." But she was all aglow. Never would she lay down arms. Monsieur Olivier's light heart was not in it with hers. Her countenance shone with joy, except when clouded with contempt for the craven action of the Star of the West, a merchant steamer with supplies for Fort Sumter, which had turned back before the fire of the Charleston batteries. Never could she have done such a thing. What influence women wield, and how irresponsible! And they want votes. In feeling, most of us stood where the captain did, sorrowful, perplexed, but in feeling only, not in purpose. We knew not which became us most, grief or stern satisfaction that at last a doubtful matter was to be settled by arms. But with one or two exceptions, there was no hesitancy, I believe, on the part of the officers as to the side each should take. There were 4 pronounced Southerners, 2 of them messmates of mine from New Orleans. The other 2 were the captain and lieutenant of Marines. None of these was extreme, except the captain, whom, though well on in middle life, I have seen stamp up and down raging with excitement. On one occasion, so violent was his language that I said to him he would do well to put ice on his head, an impertinence considering our relative ages, but almost warranted. I think that he possibly took over the lieutenant, who was from a border state, and, like the midshipmen, rather sobered than enthusiastic at the prospects, though these last had no doubts as to their own course. There was also a sea lieutenant from the South, who said to me that if his state was fool enough to secede, she might go. For him, he would not fight against her, but he would not follow her. I believe he did escape having to fight in her waters, but he was in action on the Union side elsewhere, and I expect revised this decision. This halting allegiance, thinking to serve 2 masters, was not frequent, but there were instances. Of one such I knew. He told me himself that he, on a certain occasion, had said in company that he would not leave the navy, but would try for employment outside the country, whereon an officer standing by said to him that appeared a pretty shabby thing to take pay and dodge duty. The remark sank deep. He changed his mind, and served with great gallantry. It seems to me now almost an impiety to record, but knowing my father's warm love for the South, I hazarded to the marine captain a doubt as to his position. He replied that there could be no doubt whatever. All your father's antecedents were military. There is no military spirit in the North. He must come to us. Many Southerners, not by any means most, had formed such impressions. The remainder of the officers were not so much Northern as Union, a distinction which meant much in the feeling that underlies action. Our second lieutenant, with soberer appreciation of the conditions than the Marine, said to me, "I cannot understand how those others expect to win in the face of the overpowering resources of the Northern States." The leaders of the Confederacy, too, understood this, and while I am sure that expected dissension in the North and interference from Europe counted for much in their complicated calculations, I imagine that the Marines' overweighted theory of incompatibility between the mercantile and military temperaments also largely entered. My Kentuckian expressed the characteristic, if somewhat crude opinion, that the 2 had better fight it out now till one was well licked, after which his head should be punched and he be told to be decent hereafter. We had, however, one Northern fire-eater among the midshipmen. He was a plucky fellow, but with an odd cast to his eyes and a slight malformation, which made his ecstasies of wrath a little comical. His denunciations of all half measures or bounded sentiments quite equaled those of the marine officer on the other side. If the 2 had been put into the same ring, little could have been left but a few rags of clothes, so completely did they lose their heads. But, as often happens with such champions, their harangues descended mostly on quiet men, conveniently known as dough-faces. Dough-faces, I suppose we must have been, if the term applied fitly to those who, between the alternatives of dissolving the Union and fighting one another, were longing to see some third way open out of the dilemma. In this sense, Lincoln, with his lifelong record of opposition to the extension of slavery, was a dough-face. The Marine could afford to harden his face because he believed there would be no war. The North would not fight, while the midshipman, rather limited intellectually, was happy in a mental constitution which could see but one side of a case, an element of force, but not of conciliation. The more reflective of my two Southern messmates, a man mature beyond his years, said to me sadly, "I suppose there will be bloodshed beyond what the world has known for a long time." But he naturally shared the prevalent opinion, so often disproved, that a people resolute as he believed his own could not be conquered, especially by a commercial community, the proverbial nation of shopkeepers. Napoleon once had believed the same, to his ruin. Commercial considerations undoubtedly weigh heavily, but happily sentiment is still stronger than the dollar. An amusing instance of the pocket influence, however, came to my knowledge at the moment. Our captain's son received notice of his appointment as lieutenant of marines, and sailed for home in an American merchant brig shortly before the news came of the firing on Fort Sumter. When I next met him in the United States, he told me that the brig's captain had been quite warmly Southern in feeling during the passage, but when they reached home and found that Confederate privateers had destroyed some merchant vessels, he went entirely over. He had no use for people who would rob a poor man of his ship and cargo. Our orders home and tidings of the attack on Fort Sumter came by the same mail sometime in June. There were then no cables. The revulsion of feeling was immediate and universal in that distant community and foreign land, as it had been 2 months before in the northern states. The doughfaces were set at once like a flint. The grave and reverend seniors, the resident merchants who had checked any belligerent utterance among us with reproachful regret that an American should be willing to fight Americans, were converted or silenced. Every voice but one was hushed, and that voice said, "Fight." I remember a tempestuous gathering an evening or two before we sailed, and one middle-aged invalid's excited but despondent wish that he was 500 men. Such ebullitions are common enough in history for causes bad or good. They are taken at their true worth, not as a dependable pledge of endurance to the end, but as an awakening, which differs from that of common times as the blast of the trumpet that summoned men at midnight for Waterloo differs from the lazy rubbing of the eyes before thrusting one's neck into the collar of a working day. The North was roused and united, a result which showed that, wittingly or unwittingly, the Union leaders had so played the cards in their hands as to score the first trick. Our passage home was tedious but uneventful. I remember only the incident that the flag officer on one occasion played at old-time warfare of his youth, by showing to a passing vessel a Spanish flag instead of the American. The common ship life went on as though nothing had happened. On an August evening we anchored in Boston Lower Harbor, and Mr. Robert Forbes, then a very prominent character in Boston, and in most nautical matters throughout the country, came down in a pilot boat, bringing newspapers to our captain, with whom he was intimate. Then we first learned of Bull Run, and properly mortified we of the North were, not having yet acquired that indifference to a licking which is one of the first steps toward success. Some time after the war was over, an army officer of the North repeated to me the comment on this affair made to him by a Southern acquaintance, both being of the aforetime regular army. "I never," he said, "saw men as frightened as ours were, except yours." The after record of both parties takes all the sting out of these words without lessening the humor. Immediately upon arrival, the oath of allegiance was tendered, and of course refused by our 4 Southerners. They had doubtless sent in their resignations, but by that time resignations were no longer accepted, and in the following Navy Register they appeared as dismissed. They were arrested on board the ship and taken as prisoners to Fort Lafayette. I never again saw any of them, but from time to time heard decisively of the deaths of all, save the lieutenant of marines. One of the midshipmen drew from my father an action which I have delighted to recall as characteristic. He wrote from the fort, stating his comradeship with me in the past, and asking if he could be furnished with certain military reading for his improvement and to pass time. Though suspicions of loyalty were rife, and in those days easily started by the most trivial communication, the books were sent. The war had but just ended when one morning my father received a letter expressing thanks and enclosing money to the supposed value of the books. The money was returned, but I, happening to be at home, replied on my own account in such manner as a very young man would. My father saw the addressed envelope and remonstrated. "Do you think it quite well and prudent to associate yourself at your age and rank with one so recently in rebellion? Will it not injure your standing?" I was not convinced, but I yielded to a solicitude which under much more hazardous conditions he had not admitted for himself, though known to be a Virginian. Shortly after his death, while our sorrow was still fresh, I met a contemporary and military intimate of his. "I want," he said, "to tell you an anecdote of your father." We were associated on a board, one of the members of which had proposed, as his own suggestion, a measure which I thought fundamentally and dangerously erroneous. I prepared a paper contesting the project and took it to your father. He read it carefully and replied, "I agree with you entirely, but will never forgive you, and he is persistent and unrelenting toward those who thwart him. You will make a lifelong and powerful enemy. If I were you, I should not lay this upon myself." I gave way to his judgment and kept back the paper. But you may imagine my surprise when at the next meeting he took upon himself the burden which he had advised me to shun. He made an argument substantially on my lines, and procured the projection of the proposition. The result was a hostility which ceased only with his life, but between which and me he had interposed. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Incidents of War and Blockade Service 1861 to 1862. Part 1. The Congress, upon her return, was retained in commission, though entirely useless, either for fighting or blockade, under modern conditions. I suppose there were not yet enough of newer vessels to spare her value as a figurehead. She was sent afterwards to Hampton Roads, where in the following March she, with another sailing frigate, the Cumberland, fell helpless victims to the first Confederate ironclad. The staff of combatant sea officers was much changed, the captain, the senior 3 lieutenants, and the midshipmen being detached. Smith, the 4th lieutenant, remained as first, and in the absence of her captain on other duty, commanded and fell at her death agony. I was sent first to the James Adger, a passenger steamer then being converted in New York for blockade duty, for which she was very fit, but in 10 days more I was moved on to the Pocahontas, a ship built for war, a very respectable little steam corvette, the only one of her class, if such a bull as a class of one may be excused. She carried one 10-inch gun and 4 32-pounders, all smooth bores. There was, besides, one small nondescript rifled piece, upon which we looked with more curiosity than confidence. Indeed, unless memory deceive, the projectiles from it were quite as apt to go end over end as true. It was rarely used. When I joined, the Pocahontas was lying off the Washington Navy Yard in the eastern branch of the Potomac, on duty connected with the patrol of the river, the Virginia bank of which was occupied by the Confederates, who were then erecting batteries to dispute the passage of vessels. After one excursion downstream in this employment, the ship was detached to the combined expedition against Port Royal, South Carolina, the naval part of which was under the command of Flag Officer DuPont. The point of assembly was Hampton Roads, whither we shortly proceeded, after filling with stores and receiving a new captain, Percival Drayton, a man greatly esteemed in the service of the day, and a South Carolinian. Coincidentally with us, but independently as to association, the steam sloop Seminole, slightly larger, also started. We outstripped her, and as we passed a position where the Confederates were believed to be fortifying, our captain threw in a half-dozen shells. No reply was made, and we went on. Within a half hour we heard firing behind us, apparently two-sided. The ship was turned round and headed upriver. In a few minutes we met the Seminole, her men still at the guns, a few ropes dangling loose, showing that she had, as they say, not been exchanging salutes. We had stirred up the Hornets, and she had got the benefit. Quite uselessly, her captain evidently felt by his glum face and short answers to our solicitous hail. He was naturally put out, for no good could have come beyond showing the position of the enemy's guns, while an awkward hit might have sent her back to the yard and lost her share in the coming fray, one of the earliest in the war, and at that instant the only thing in sight on the naval horizon. As no harm resulted, the incident would not be worth mentioning, except for a second occasion, which I will mention later, in which we gave the Seminole's captain cause for grim dissatisfaction. The gathering of the clans, the ship of war and the transports laden with troops in the lower Chesapeake had of course a strange element of excitement, for war, even in its incipiency, was new to almost all present, and the enthusiasm aroused by a great cause and approaching conflict was not balanced by that solemnizing outlook which experience gives. We lived in an atmosphere of blended exultation and curiosity, of present novelty and glowing expectation. But business soon came upon us, in its ordinary lines, for we were not 2 days clear of the Capes in early November, when there came on a gale of exceptional violence, the worst of it at midnight. It lasted for 48 hours, and must have occasioned great anxiety to the heads of the expedition, for among the curious conglomerate of heterogeneous material constituting both the ships of war and transports, there were several river steamers, some of them small. Being utterly unpractised in such movements, an almost entire dispersal followed. In fact, I dare say many of the transport captains asked nothing better than to be out of the other people's way. The Pocahontas found herself alone next morning, but though small and slow, she was a veritable sea-bird for wind and wave. Not so all. One of our extemporized ships of war, rejoicing in the belligerent name of Isaac Smith, and carrying 8 fairly heavy guns, which would have told in still water, had to throw them all overboard, and her share in the subsequent action was limited to a single long piece, rifled, I believe, and to towing a sailing corvette in the column. There were some wrecks and some gallant rescues, the most conspicuous of which was that of the battalion of Marines embarked on board the Governor, a steamer, as I recollect, not strictly of the river order, but like those which ply outside on the Boston and Maine coasts. She went down, but not before her living freight had been removed by the sailing frigate Sabine. The first lieutenant of the latter, now the senior rear admiral on the retired list of the Navy, soon afterwards relieved Drayton in command of the Pocahontas, so that I then heard at first hand many particulars which I wish I could now repeat in his well-deserved honor. His distinguished share in the rescue was of common notoriety. The details only we learned from his modest but interesting account. The deliverance was facilitated by the 2 vessels being on soundings, the Governor anchored, and then the Sabine ahead of her dropping down close to. The ground tackle of our naval ships, as we abundantly tested during the war, would hold through anything, if the bottom let the anchor grip. With very few exceptions all were saved, officers and privates, but their clothes, except those they stood in, were left behind. The colonel was a notorious martinet, as well as something of a character, and a story ran that one of the subalterns had found himself at the start unable to appear in some detail of uniform, his trunks having gone astray. "A good soldier never separates from his baggage," said the colonel, gruffly, on hearing the excuse. After various adventures common to missing personal effects, the lieutenant's trunks turned up at Port Royal. He looked sympathetically at the colonel's shorn plumes and meagre array, and said reproachfully, "Colonel, where are your trunks? A good soldier should never separate from his baggage." But doubtless to follow it to the bottom of the sea would be an excess of zeal. Not long afterwards I was shipmate with an assistant surgeon who had been detailed for duty on board the Governor, and had passed through the scenes of anxiety and confusion preceding the rescue. He told me one or two amusing incidents. An order being given to lighten the ship, 4 marines ran into the cabin where he was lying, seized a marble-top table, dropped the marble top on deck, and threw the wooden legs overboard. There was also on board a very young naval officer barely out of the academy. He was of Dutch blood and name, from central Pennsylvania, I think. Although without much experience, he was of the constitutionally self-possessed order, which enabled him to be very useful. After a good deal of exertion, he also came into the cabin. The surgeon asked him how things looked. "I think she will last about half an hour," he replied, and then composedly lay down and went to sleep. There was in the hero of this anecdote a vein of eccentricity even then, and he eventually died insane and young. I knew him only slightly, but familiarly as to face. He had mild blue eyes and curly brown hair, with a constant half smile in his eyes as well as mouth. In temperament he was Dutch to the backbone, at least as we imagine Dutch. A comical anecdote was told me of him a few years later, illustrating his self-possession. Cool to impudence. He was serving on one of our big steam sloops, a flagship at the time, and had charge of working the cables on the gun deck when anchoring. Going into a port where the water was very deep, Rio de Janeiro, I believe. The chain cables got away, as the expression is, control was lost, and shackle after shackle tore out of the hawseholes, leaping and thumping, rattling and roaring, stirring a lot of dust besides. Indeed, the violent friction of iron against iron in such cases not infrequently generates a stream of sparks. The weight of 20 fathoms of this linked iron mass hanging outside, aided by the momentum already established by the anchor's fall through 100 feet, of course drags after it all that lies unstoppered within. I need not tell those who have witnessed such a commotion that the orderly silence of a ship of war breaks down somewhat. Every one who has any right to speak shouts and repeats in rapid succession, "Haul to that chain! Why the something or other don't you haul to?" while the unhappy compressor men, saving their own wind to help their arms, struggle wildly with the situation under a storm of obloquy. The admiral, by this time we had admirals, was a singular man, something of a lawyer, acute, thinking he knew just how far he might go in any case, and given at times to taking liberties with subordinates, which were not to them always as humorous as they seemed to him. In this instance he miscalculated somewhat. He was on deck at the moment, and when the chain had been at last stopped and secured, he said to the captain, "Alfred, send for the young man in charge of those chains and give him a good setting down. Ask him what he means by letting such things happen. Ride him down like a main tack, Alfred, like the main tack." The main tack is the chief rope controlling the biggest sail in the ship, and at times, close on the wind, it has to be got down into place by the brute force of 100 men, inch by inch, pull by pull. This is called riding down, and is clearly a process the reverse of conciliatory. The Dutchman was sent for, and soon his questioning blue eyes appeared over the hatch combing. "Alfred, as my own name is Alfred, I may explain that I was not that captain. Alfred was a mild person, and certainly did not like his job. He could not have come up to the admiral's standard. The latter saw it and intervened. 'Perhaps you had better leave it to me. I'll settle him.' Fixing his eyes on the offender, he said sternly, 'What do you mean by this, sir? Why the hell did you not stop that chain?" This exordium was doubtless the prelude to a fit oratorical display; but the culprit, looking quietly at him, replied simply, "How the hell could I?" This was a shift of wind for which the admiral was unprepared. He was taken flat back, like a screaming child receiving a glass of cold water in his face. After a moment's hesitation he turned to the captain, and said meekly, yet with evident humorous consciousness of a checkmate, "That's true, Alfred. How the hell could he?" Still, while the defense implied in the lieutenant's question is logically unimpeachable, it does not follow that the method of the admiral, as distinct from his manner, which need not be excused, was irrational. The impulse to reprimand, applied at the top, where ultimate responsibility rests, is transmitted through the intervening links down to the actual culprits, and takes effect for future occasions. As Marryat, in one of his amusing passages, says, "The master's violence made the boatswain violent, which made the boatswain's mate violent, and the captain of the forecastle also; all which is practically exemplified by the laws of motion communicated from one body to another. And as the master swore, so did the boatswain swear, and the boatswain's mate, and the captain of the forecastle, and all the men." An entertaining practical use of this transmission of energy was made by an acquaintance of mine in China. Going to bed one night, he found himself annoyed by a mosquito within the net. He got up, provided himself with the necessities for his own comfort during the period of discomfort which he projected for others, and called the servant whose business it was to have crushed the intruder. Him he sent in search of the man next above him in turn for another, and so on until he reached the head of the domestic hierarchy. When the whole body was assembled, he told them that they were summoned to receive the information that one PC mosquito was inside his net, owing to the neglect of, pointing to the culprit. This done, they were dismissed, in calm assurance that in future no mosquito would disturb his night's rest, and that the desirable castigation of the offender might be entrusted to his outraged companions. After the gale subsided, the Pocahontas proceeded for the rendezvous, just before reaching which we fell in with a coal schooner. Though a good fighting ship, she carried only 63 tons of coal, anthracite, for that alone we then used to burn. The amount seems too absurd for belief, and it constituted a very serious embarrassment on such duty as that of the South Carolina and Georgia coasts. To economize, so as to remain as long as possible away from the base at Port Royal, and yet to have the ship ready for speedy movement, was a difficult problem, indeed insoluble. We used to meet it by keeping fires so low, when lying inside the blockaded rivers, that we could not move promptly. This was a choice between evils, which the event justified, but which might have been awkward had the Confederates ever made a determined attempt at boarding with largely superior force in several steamers, as happened at Galveston, and once even by pulling boats in a Georgia river. Under steam, the battery could be handled; anchored, an enemy could avoid it. With this poor coal endurance, as the modern expression has it, the captain decided to fill up as he could. We therefore took the schooner in tow, and were transferring from her when the sound of cannonading was heard. Evidently the attack had begun, and it was incumbent to get in, not only on general principles, but for the captain's own reputation, for although in service he was too well known to be doubted, the outside world might see only that he was a South Carolinian. It was recognition of this, I doubt not, that led Admiral Dupont, when we passed the flagship after the action, to hail aloud, "Captain Drayton, I knew you would be here," a public expression of official confidence. We were late, however, as it was, probably because our short coal supply had compelled economical steaming, though as to this my memory is uncertain. The Pocahontas passed the batteries after the main attack, in column on an elliptical course, had ceased, but before the works had been abandoned, and being alone, we received proportionate attentions for the few moments of passage. The enemy's fire was good line, but high. Our mainmast was irreparably wounded, but the hull and crew escaped. After the action there followed the usual scene of jollification. The transports had remained outside, and now steamed up, bands playing, troops hurrahing, and with the general expenditure of wind from vocal organs, which seems the necessary concomitant of such occasions. And here the Pocahontas again brought the Seminole to grief. She had anchored, but we kept under way, steaming about through the throng. Drayton had binoculars in hand, and while himself conning the ship, was lively interested in what was passing around. I believe also that, though an unusually accomplished officer professionally, he had done a good deal of staff duty, had less than the usual deck habit of his period. Besides, men used mostly to sails seemed to think steamers could get out of any scrape at any moment. However that may be, after a glance to see that we were rightly headed for a clear opening, he began gazing about through his glasses, to the right hand and to the left. He had lost thought of the tide, and in such circumstances as ours a very few seconds does the business. When he next looked, we were sweeping down on the Seminole without a chance of retreat. There was nothing but to go fast ahead and save the hulls at least from collision. Her flying jib boom came in just behind our mainmast. We had only two masts, and as the current of course was setting us down steadily, the topping lifts of our huge main boom caught her jib boom. Down came one of the big blocks from our masthead, narrowly missing the captain's head, while we took out of her all the head booms as far as the bowsprit cap, leaving them dragging in helpless confusion by her side. Then we anchored. It is a nuisance to have to clear a wreck and repair damages, and the injured party does not immediately recover his equanimity after such a mishap, especially coming fresh upon a former instance of trouble occasioned barely a fortnight before. But after a victory all things are forgiven, and the more so to a man of Drayton's well-deserved popularity. A little later in the day he went on board the flagship to visit the admiral. When I met him at the gangway upon his return, I had many questions to ask him, and among others, "Have you learned who commanded the enemy?" "Yes," he replied, with a half smile. "It was my brother." Very soon afterwards he left us, before we again quitted port. He was dissatisfied with the Pocahontas, partly on account of her coal supply, and the captain of the Pawnee then going home, he obtained command of her. The Pawnee was sui generis, in this like the Pocahontas, only a good deal more so, representing somebody's fad. I cannot vouch for the details of her construction, but as I heard, she was not only extremely broad in the beam, giving great battery space, which was plain to see, but the bilge on each side was reported to come lower than the keel, making, as it were, two hulls, side by side, so that a sarcastic critic remarked, "One good point about her is that if she takes the ground, her keel at least is protected." Like all our vessels of that time, she was of wood. Owing to her build, she had for her tonnage very light draught and heavy battery, and so was a capital fighting ship in still shoal waters, but in a seaway she rolled so rapidly as to be a wretched gun platform. Her first lieutenant assured me that in heavy weather a glass of water could not get off the table. Before it has begun to slide on one roll, she is back on the other and catches it before it can start. This description was perhaps somewhat picturesque, impressionist, as we now say, but it successfully conveyed the idea, the object of all speech and impressions. However satisfactory for glasses, not too full, it may be imagined that under such conditions it would be difficult to draw sight on a target between rolls. Whatever her defects, the Pawnee was admirably adapted for the inland work of which there was much in those parts, behind the sea islands, and she continued so employed throughout the war. I met her there as late as the last 6 months of it, but she was not reproduced, and remains to memory only, an incident of the speculative views and doubting progresses of the decade before the War of Secession.
End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Incidents of War and Blockade Service, 1861 to 1862. Part 2. Drayton's successor was one of the senior lieutenants of the fleet, George B. Balch, late the first of the Sabine frigate. His services in saving the people of the governor have already been mentioned. He still survives in venerable old age, but Drayton, who later on was with Farragut at Mobile, being captain of the flagship Hartford and chief of staff at the time of the passage of the forts, was cut off prematurely by a short illness within 6 months after hostilities ended. Balch remained with us till the Pocahontas returned north, 10 months later. He was an officer of varied service, and like all such, some more, some less, abounded in anecdote of his own experiences. A great deal that might be instructive, and more still that is entertaining, is lost by our slippery memories and the rarity of the journal-keeping habit. I remember distinctly only 2 of his stories. One related to a matter which now belongs to naval archaeology, backing and filling in a tideway by a ship under sail. In this, in a winding channel, the ship sets toward her destination with the current, up or down, carrying only enough canvas, usually the 3 topsails, to be under control, to move her a little ahead or a little astern, keeping in the strength of the stream, or shifting position as conditions of the navigation require. Backing is a term which explains itself. Filling applies to the sails when so trimmed as to move the vessel ahead. Sometimes a reach of the river permits the sails to be braced full, and she bowls along merrily under way. Anon a turn comes where she can only lie across, balanced as to headway by the main topsail aback. Then the smallest topsail, the mizzen, has a game in its hands. The ship, as she drifts up or down, may need to be moved a little astern, more or less, to avoid a shoal or what not, and to do this the sail mentioned is braced either to shake, neutralizing it, or to bring it also aback, as the occasion demands. This rather long preamble is perilously like explaining a joke, but it is necessary. Balch had seen a good deal of this work in China, and he told us that the Chinese pilot's expression, if he wanted the sail shaken, was "make ye sick the mizzen topsail." But if aback, he added, "kill him dead." I wonder, does this give us an insight into the nautical idiom of the Chinese, who within the limitations of their needs are prime seamen? By the time I got to China, 2 years after the War of Secession, steam had relieved naval vessels from backing and filling. I once, however, saw the principle applied to a steamer in the Paraguay River. We were returning from a visit to Asuncion, and had a local pilot who was needed less for the Paraguay, which though winding is fairly clear, than for the Paraná, the lower stream, which finally merges in the Rio de la Plata, and is constantly changing its bed. We had anchored for the night just above a bend, head of course upstream, for the tide does not reach so far. The next morning the pilot was bothered to turn her round, for she was a long paddle steamer, not very handy. He seemed to be in a nautical quandary, similar to that which the elder Mr. Weller described as being on the wrong side of the road, backing into the palings, and all manner of unpleasantness. The captain watched him fuming for a few minutes, and then said, "Is there any particular trouble on either hand, or is it only the narrowness?" The pilot said no, the bottom was clear. "Well," said the captain, "why not cast her to port and let her drift till she heads fair for the turn below?" This was done easily, and indeed was one of those things which would be almost foolishly simple did we not all have experience of overlooking expedients that lie immediately under our noses. Balch's other story, which I recall, was at the moment simply humorous.
but has since seemed to me changed with homely wisdom of wide application. He had made a rather longish voyage in a merchant steamer, and during it used to amuse himself doing navigation work in company with her master, or mate. On one occasion a discussion arose between them as to some result, and Balch, in the course of the argument, said, "Figures won't lie." "Yes, that's all right," rejoined the other. "Figures won't lie, if you work them right. But you must work them right, Mr. Balch." I was too young then to have noted a somewhat similar remark about statistics, and I think now, after a pretty long observation of mankind, its records and its statements, that I should be inclined to extend the old seaman's comments to facts also. Facts won't lie, if you work them right. But if you work them wrong, a little disproportion in the emphasis, a slight exaggeration of color, a little more or less limelight on this or that part of the grouping, and the result is not truth, even though each individual fact may be as unimpeachable as the multiplication table. After the capture of Port Royal, and the establishment there of the naval base, and until the arrival of monitors a year later, operations of the South Atlantic Blockading Squadron, as it was styled, were confined to blockading. This took two principal forms. The fortifications of Charleston and Savannah being still in the hands of the enemy, and intact, these two chief seaports of that coast were unassailable by our fleet. Even after Fort Sumter had been battered to a shapeless heap of masonry, and Fort Pulaski had surrendered, neither city fell until Sherman's march took it in the rear. But the numerous inlets were substantially undefended against naval attack, and for them the blockade, that tremendously potent instrument of the national pressure, the work of which has been too little commemorated, was instituted almost universally within. Even Fort Pulaski, before its fall, though it sealed the highway to Savannah, could not prevent the Union vessels from occupying the inside anchorage off Tybee Island, completely closing the usual access from the sea to the town. During the ensuing 10 months there were very few of these entrances, from Georgetown, the northernmost in South Carolina, down to Fernandina in Florida, into which the Pocahontas did not penetrate, alone or in company. I do not know whether people in other parts of the country realize that these various inlets are connected by an inside navigation, behind the sea islands, as they are called, the whole making a system of sheltered intercommunication. The usefulness of this was reinforced by the numerous navigable rivers which afford water roads to the interior, and give a vessel, once entered, refuge beyond the reach of the blockader's arm, with ready means for distribution. Such a gift of nature to a community, however, has the defects of its qualities. Ease of access and freedom of movement in all directions now existed for foe as it had for friend, and the very facility which such surroundings bestow had prevented the timely creation of an alternative. Deprival, consequently, was doubly severe. It thus came to pass that by a gradual process of elimination, blockade in the usual sense of the word, blockade outside, became confined to Charleston and its approaches. It is true that much depended on the class of vessel. It was obviously inexpedient to expose sailing ships where they might be attacked by steamers, in ground also too contracted for manoeuvring, and 2 years later I found myself again blockading Georgetown in a paddle steamer from the merchant service, the size and unwieldiness of which prevented her entering. Moreover, torpedoes had then begun to play a part in the war, though still in a very primitive stage of development. But in 1862 there was little outside work except at Charleston. The very reasons which determine the original selection of a port, facility for entrance, abundant anchorage, and ease of access to the interior for distribution and receipt of the articles of commerce, determine also the accumulation of defences to the exclusion of other less favored localities. All these conditions, natural and artificial, combined with the Union occupancy of the other inlets to concentrate blockade running upon Charleston. This in turn drew thither the blockaders, which had to be the more numerous because the harbor could be entered by 2 or more channels widely separated. There was thus constituted a blockade society, which contrasted agreeably with the somewhat hermit-like existence of the smaller stations. The weather was usually pleasant enough. Many Northerners now know the winter climate of South Carolina, so during the daytime the ships would lift their anchors and get more or less together, the officers, and to a less extent the crews, exchanging visits. Old acquaintanceships were renewed, former cruises discussed, yarns interchanged. And then there was always the war with its happenings, Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, Shiloh, the Monitor and Merrimac fight, the capture of New Orleans by Farragut, all occurred during the stay of the Pocahontas upon the blockade in 1862. Our news was apt to be 10 days old, but to us it was as good as new. Indeed, somewhat better, for we heard of the first reverses at Shiloh, and by the hands of the Merrimac, by the same mail which brought word of the final decided victory. Thus we were spared the anxiety of suspense. Even the disasters about Richmond were not by us fairly appreciated until the ship returned north, when the mortification of defeat was somewhat solaced, and the tendency to despondency lessened, by the happiness of being again at home, in my case after a continuous absence of more than 3 years in the Congress and Pocahontas. Talking of despondency, I had an odd experience of the ease with which people forget their frames of mind. While Burnside was engaged in the movements preceding Fredericksburg, I was in conversation with a veteran naval officer at his own house. Speaking of the probable outcome of the operations in progress, which then engrossed all thoughts, he said to me, "I think, Mr. Mahan, that if we fail this time we may as well strike." The naval phrase "strike the colors" being the equivalent of surrender, give up. I dissented heartily, not from any really reasoned appreciation of conditions, but on general principles, as understood by a man still very young. More than 2 years later, when the war had just drawn to its triumphant close, I again met the same gentleman. Amid our felicitations, he said to me, "There is one thing, Mr. Mahan, which I have never allowed myself to doubt, the ultimate success of our just cause." After all, it was very natural. When you are cold, you're cold, and when you're hot, you're hot. And if you are indiscreet enough to say so to someone who feels differently, he remembers it against you. What business have you to feel other than he? If, with the thermometer at 0, I chance to say that I wish it were warmer, I am sure of someone, a lady usually, bursting in upon me when it is 95 with the jeer, "Well, I hope now you are satisfied." I recall distinctly the long faces we pulled when we reached Philadelphia on our return, and realized, by the withdrawal of McClellan's army to Washington, the full extent of our disasters on the peninsula. My old Commodore might have found some to say "Amen," but this did not keep our hats any lower when we chucked them aloft over Vicksburg and Gettysburg, and forgot that we had ever felt otherwise. Vicksburg and Gettysburg, by the way, and their coincidence with the 4th of July, have furnished me with a reminiscence quite otherwise agreeable. The ship in which I then was spent the 4th at Spithead, England. We dressed ship with multicolour signals, red, white, and blue at every yard arm, big American ensigns at the 3 mastheads and the peak, presenting a singularly gay and joyful aspect, which could profitably be viewed from as many points as Mr. Pecksniff looked at Salisbury Cathedral. At noon we fired a national salute, all the more severely punctilious and observant, because by the last mail things at home seemed to be looking particularly blue. The British ships of war, though I fear few of their officers then were other than pleased with our presumed discomfiture, dressed likewise as by naval courtesy bound, and also fired a salute. The Times of the day arrived from London in due season, and had improved the occasion to moralize upon the sad condition to which the Republic of Bunker Hill and Yorktown was reduced. Grant held up at Vicksburg, Lee marching victoriously into Pennsylvania, no apparent probability of escaping disaster in either quarter. The conclusion was couched in that vein of Pecksniffian benevolence of which we hear so much in life. Let us hope that so much adversity may be tempered to a nation afflicted with evil as unprecedented as its former prosperity, and this will indeed be the case if America is led on this day of festivity, now converted into a day of humiliation, to review past errors, and to consider that, if her present policy has led her so near ruin, in its reversal might lie the only path that can conduct her to safety. I wonder if there had been a cable, would that editorial have been headed off? It was not. And there it stands until this day to witness if I lie. It was bitter to my taste, but sweet were the chuckles which I later had, when the actual transactions of that anniversary came to hand. Whatever their sympathies, the British naval officers during that stay in British waters had no difficulty in paying us all the usual personal attentions, but a particular incident showed for our susceptibilities a nicety of consideration, which could not have been exacted, and was very grateful at the time. We were at Plymouth, under the breakwater, but some distance from the inner anchorage, when a merchant vessel lying inside hoisted a Confederate flag at her mizzen masthead. We saw it, but of course could do nothing. It was a clear case of intended insult, for the ship had no claim to the flag, and could only mean to flaunt us. It flew for perhaps an hour, and then disappeared. The same day, and not long afterwards, a British lieutenant from a vessel in the harbor came on board, and told me that he had had it hauled down, acting in place of his captain, who was absent. The communication to me, also momentarily in command, was purely personal. Indeed, there was nothing official in the whole transaction, nor do I know by what means or by what authority he could insist upon the removal of the flag. However managed, the thing was done, and with the purpose of stopping a rudeness, which, it is true, reflected more upon the port than upon us, for I think the offending vessel was British. Very many years afterwards I had occasion to quote this, when, during the Boer War, on the visit of a British squadron to one of our seaside resorts, a resident there thought to show American breeding by hoisting the fore color. In the late winter of 1863-64, I again met this officer and his ship in New Orleans. In conversation then he told me he did not believe the Union cause could succeed, that he, with others, looked to see 3 or 4 nations formed. In the same month of 1863, this anticipation would not have surprised me, but in 1864 it did, though Grant had not yet begun his movement upon Richmond. Blockading was desperately tedious work, make the best one could of it. The largest reservoir of anecdotes was sure to run dry, the deepest vein of original humor to be worked out. I remember hearing of 2 notorious tellers of stories being pitted against each other for an evening's amusement, when one was driven to a last resort to recounting that Mary had a little lamb. We were in about that case. Charleston, however, was a blooming garden of social refreshment compared with the wilderness of the Texas coast, to which I found myself exiled a year or so later. A veritable Siberia, cold only excepted. Charleston was not very far from the Chesapeake or Delaware, in distance or in time. Supply vessels, which came periodically and at not very long intervals, arrived with papers not very late, and with fresh provisions not very long slaughtered, but by the time they reached Galveston or Sabine Pass, which was our station, their news was stale, and we got the bottom tier of fresh beef. The ship to which I there belonged was a small steam corvette, which with 2 gunboats constituted all the social possibilities. Happily for myself, I did not join till midway in the corvette's stay off the port, which lasted in all nearly 6 months, before she was recalled in mercy to New Orleans. I have never seen a body of intelligent men reduced so nearly to imbecility as my shipmates were then. One of my captains used to adduce, as his conception of the extreme of isolation, to be the keeper of a lightship off Cape Horn. a professional conceit rivaling the elder Mr. Weller's equally profound recognition of the connection between keeping a pike and misanthropy. We off Sabine Pass were banished about equally with the keeper of a turnpike or a remote lightship. We ought, of course, to have improved the leisure which weighed so heavily on our hands, but the improvement of idle moments is an accomplishment of itself, as many a retired business man has found out, too late. There is an impression, derived from the experience of passengers on board ocean steamers, that naval officers have an abundance of spare time. The ship, it seems assumed, runs itself. The officers have only to look on and enjoy. As a matter of fact, sea officers under normal conditions are as busy as the busiest housekeeper, with the care to boot of 2, 3, 4, or 500 children, to be kept continually doing as they should. The old woman who lived in the shoe had a good thing in comparison. Thus occupied, the leisure habit of self-improvement, other than in the practice of the calling, is not formed. At sea, on a voyage, the vicissitudes of successive days provide the desultory succession of incidents, which vary and fill out the tenor of occupations, keeping life full and interesting. In port, besides the regular and fairly engrossing routine, there are the resources of the shore to fill up the chinks. But the dead monotony of the blockade was neither sea nor port. It supplied nothing. The crew, once drilled, needed but a few moments each day to keep at the level of proficiency, and there was practically nothing to do, because nothing happened that required either a doing or an undoing. Under such conditions, even a gale of wind was not unwelcome change. Although little activity was required to meet it, it at least presented new surroundings, something different from the daily outlook. After a very brief period, it became the rule to ride out the storms at anchor, and I remember one of our volunteer officers, who had commanded a merchant ship for some years, saying that he would have been spared a good deal of trouble on occasions had he had our experience of holding on with an anchor instead of keeping under way. It was, however, an old if forgotten expedient, where anchorage ground was good, bottom sticky, and water not too deep. In the ancient days of the French wars, the British fleets off Brest and Toulon had to keep under way, but that blockading Cadiz in 1797 to 98 used to hold its position at anchor, and under harder conditions than ours, for there the worst gales blew onshore, whereas ours swept chiefly along the coast. A standing dispute in the British Navy in those days of hemp cables used to be whether it was safer to ride with 3 anchors down, or with one only, having to it 3 cables, bent together so as to form one of thrice the usual length. The balance of opinion leaned to the latter. The dead weight of so much hemp held the ship without transmitting the strain to the anchor itself. She rode to the bight, as the expression was, that is, to the cable, curved by its own weight and length, lying even in part on the bottom, which prevented its tightening and pulling at the anchor. What was true of hemp was yet more true of iron chains. The Pocahontas used to veer to 100 fathoms, and there lie like a duck in 50 or 60 feet of water. I remember on one occasion, however, that when we next weighed the anchor, it came up with parts polished bright, as in my childhood we sometimes used to burnish a copper cent. This seemed to show that it had been scoured hard along a sandy bottom. We had had no suspicion of the ship's dragging during the gale, and I have since supposed that it may have started from its bed as we began to heave, and so been scrubbed along toward us. The problem of maintaining the health of ship's companies, condemned to long months of salt provisions, and to equally depressing short allowance of social salt for the intellect, which reasonable beings crave, has to be ever present to those charged with administration. Nelson's Cattle and Onions sums up in homely phrase the first requirement, while for the others his policy during a weary 2 years, in which he himself never left the flagship, was to keep the vessels in constant movement, changing scene, and thereby maintaining expectation of something exciting turning up. Our men's minds, he said, are always kept up with the daily hopes of meeting the enemy. As the Confederacy had practically no navy, this particular distraction was debarred our blockaders. But in the matter of food, we in the early sixties had not got beyond his prescription for the opening years of the century. The primitive methods then still in vogue for preserving meats and vegetables fresh, accomplished chiefly by making them perfectly tasteless and to the eye uninviting, the palate, accustomed to the constant stimulant of salt, turned from bouilli, beef, and desiccated potatoes, jaded before exercise. Like liquor, salt, long used in large measures, at last becomes a craving. I have heard old seamen more than once say, "I must have my salt." And I have even known one to express his utter weariness of the fresh butter France sends up with its morning coffee and rolls. So we on the blockade depended more upon the good offices of salt than upon those of tin cans for giving us acceptable food. The consequence being, with us as with our British forebears, a keen physical demand for cattle and onions. In one principal respect our supplies differed from theirs, in the profusion of ice afforded by our country. Our beef, therefore, came to us already butchered, while theirs was received on the hoof. Many of my readers, doubtless, will recall the adventures of Mr. Midshipman Easy, when in charge of the transport from Tetuan with bullocks for the fleet off Toulon. Onions, blessings on their heads if they have any, came to both us and our predecessors as easily as they were welcome. I have sometimes heard the plea that nature is the best guide in matters of appetite, advanced for indulgences which, so construed, seemed to reflect upon her parental character. But there can be no doubt concerning onions to a system well saturated with salt. When you see them, you know what you want, and a half dozen raw, with a simple salad dressing, were little more than a whetter on the blockade. Would it be possible now to manage a single one? End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of From Sail to Steam by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Incidents of War and Blockade Service Continued, 1863 to 1865.
The Pocahontas came north for repairs in the late summer of 1862, and after a brief leave I was ordered to the Naval Academy. Under the stress of war, this had been broken out from its regular seat at Annapolis and transferred for the moment to Newport. All the arrangements were temporary and extemporized. The principal establishment, housing the three older classes, was in a building in the town formerly known as the Atlantic Hotel, while the new entries, who were very numerous, were quartered on two sailing frigates, moored head and stern in the inner harbor off Goat Island. This duplex arrangement necessitated a double set of officers, not easy to be had with war going on, the more so that the original corps had been depleted by the resignations of Southern men. The embarrassment arising from the immediate scantness of officers led naturally, if perhaps somewhat irreflectively, to a large number of admissions to the Naval Academy, disregardful of past experience with the '41 date, and of the future, where room at the top would be lacking to take in all these youngsters as captains and admirals. This was constituted the hump, as it came to be called, which, like a tumor on the body, engaged at a later day the attention of many professional practitioners. As it would not absorb, and as the rough and ready methods by which civil life and the survival of the fittest deal with such conditions could not be applied, it had to be dissipated, a process ultimately carried out with indifferent success. While it lasted, it caused many a heartache from postponement. As one of the sufferers said, when hearing the matter discussed, "I don't know about this or that. All I know is that I have been a lieutenant for 20 years. Owing to the slimness of the service in the lower grades, they became lieutenants young, but there they stuck. Every boom is followed by such reaction, and for a military service war is a boom. Expansion sets in, and when contraction follows somebody is squeezed. At the end of the Napoleonic Wars there were over 800 post captains in the British Navy. What could peace do for them? 8 pleasant months I spent on shore at the Academy, and then was again whisked off to sea, there to remain for substantially all the rest of the war. Although already prominent as a fashionable watering place, Newport then was very far from its present development, but in winter it had a settled and pleasant, if small, society. At this time I met the widow of Captain Lawrence of the Chesapeake, who survived until 2 years later. She was already failing, and not prematurely, for it was then 1862-63, the 50th year since her husband fell. She lived with a sister, also the widow of an officer, and was frequently visited by her granddaughter, the child of Lawrence's daughter, a singularly beautiful girl. I remember her pointing to me a picture of the defeat of the Peacock by the Hornet, under her grandfather's command, on which, she laughingly said, she had been brought up. This meeting had for me not only the usual interest which a link with the distant past supplies, but a certain special association, for my grandmother, then recently dead, had known several of Lawrence's contemporaries in the Navy, and my recollection is that she told me she had seen him leaving his wife at their doorstep when departing to take command of the Chesapeake. When the summer of 1863 drew nigh, the question of the usual practice cruise came up. I have before stated the two opinions, one favoring a regular ocean voyage, with its customary routine and accidents of weather; the other more disposed to contracted cruising in our own waters, anchoring at night, and by day following a formulated program of varied practical exercises. For this year both plans were adopted. There were 2 practice ships, one of which was to remain between Narragansett and Gardiner's Bay, in Long Island. I was ordered as first lieutenant of the other, which was to go to Europe. The advisability of this step for a sailing ship was on this occasion doubly questioned, for the Alabama had already begun her career. In fact, one of the officers then stationed at the school had been recently captured by her, when making a passage to Panama in a mail steamer. I remember his telling me, with glee, that when the Alabama fired a shot in the direction of the packet, called, I think, the Ariel, a number of the passengers took refuge behind the bulkheads of the upper deck saloons, which, being of light pine, afforded as much protection as the air, with the additional risk of splinters. He hoped to escape observation, but the Confederate boarding officer had been a classmate of his, and spotted him at once. Being paroled, he was for the time shut off from war service, and was sent to the Academy. He was a singular man, by name Tecumseh Steece, and looked with a certain disdain upon the Navy as a profession. In his opinion, it was for him only a stepping stone to some great future, rather undefined. At bottom, a very honest fellow, with a sense of duty, which while a midshipman had led him to persist defiantly in a very unpopular, though very proper, course of action, he yet seemed to see no impropriety in utterly neglecting professional acquirement, rather boasting of his ignorance. The result was that, having been detailed for the European cruise, he was subsequently detached, I think from doubt of his fitness for the deck of a sailing vessel. While at the Academy at this time, he took a first step in his proposed career by writing a pamphlet, the title and scope of which I now forget, but unluckily, by a slip of the pen, he wrote on the first page, "We judge the known by the unknown." This, being speedily detected, raised a laugh, and I fear prevented most from further exploration of a somewhat misty thesis. He was rather chummy with me, and tried mildly to persuade me that I also should stand poised on the Navy for a flight into the Empyrean. But if fain to soar, which I do not think I was, like Raleigh, I feared a fall. For himself, poor fellow, weighted by his aspirations, he said to me, "I don't fear death, I fear life." And death caught him early, in 1864, in the shape of yellow fever. One of his idiosyncrasies was a faith in coffee as a panacea, and I heard that while sickening he deluged himself with that beverage, to what profit let the physicians say. The decision that one of the practice ships should go to Europe had, I think, been determined by the officer who was to have commanded the Macedonian, the vessel chosen for that purpose. She was not the one of that name captured in 1812 by the United States, the only one of our frigate captures brought into port, but a successor to the title. Before she went into commission, the first commander was detached to service at the front, but no change was made in her destination, even if any misgivings were felt. One of my fellow officers at the Academy, who was not going, remarked to me pleasantly that if we fell in with the Alabama, she would work round us like a cooper round a cask, an encouraging simile to one who has looked upon that cheerful and much one-sided performance. We were all too young. I, the senior lieutenant, was but 22, and too light-hearted to be troubled with forebodings, and indeed there was in reason no adequate inducement for the Confederate cruiser to alter her existing plans in order to take the Macedonian. Had we come fairly in her way, to gobble a large percentage of the Naval Academy might have been a fairly humorous practical joke, but it could have been no more. I remember Mr. Schuyler Colfax, afterwards Vice President, then I think a member of the House, being on board and mentioning the subject to me. After all, he said, I suppose it would scarcely do for one of our vessels to be deterred from a cruise by regard for a Confederate cruiser. Considering the disparity of advantage due to steam, I should say this would scarcely be working theory, in naval life or in private. Our military insignificance was our sufficient protection. During my cruise in the Congress, a ship much heavier every way than the Macedonian, the commander of one of our corvettes, substantially of the Alabama class, said to our captain, I suppose if I fell in with you as an enemy, I ought to attack you. Well, replied the other, if you didn't, you should pray not to have me on your court-martial. The officer originally designated to command the Macedonian had been very greatly concerned about the midshipmen's provisions, the quality of which they should be, and the room to be kept for their stowage. I wonder would his soul have been greatly vexed had he accompanied me the first evening out, as I inspected the steerage while we were at supper. What? Shouted one of them to a servant as I passed. What? No milk? The mingled consternation, bereavement, and indignation which struggled for full expression in the words beggar description. I can see his face and hear his tones to this day. Laughable to comedy, yet to a philosophizing turn of mind, what an epitome of life. Do we not at every corner of experience meet the princess who felt the 3 hard peas under the 50 feather beds? Sidney Smith's friend, who had everything else life could give, but realized only the disappointing view out of one of his windows. We might dispense with Hague conferences. War is going to cease because people adequately civilized will not endure hardness. Whether in the end we shall have cause to rejoice in the double event remains to be seen. The Asiatic can endure. Among the Macedonian's lieutenants was the late Admiral Sampson. We had also for deck officers 2 who had but just graduated, one of them a young Frenchman belonging to the Royal House of Orleans, who had been permitted to take the course at our naval school, I presume with a view on his part to possible contingencies recalling the monarchy to France. Under Louis Philippe, a member of the family had been prominent in the French navy as the Prince de Joinville, and had commanded the squadron which brought the body of Napoleon from St. Helena. The representative with us was a very good-tempered, amiable, unpresuming man, too young as yet to be formed in character. As messmates we were, of course, all on terms of cordial equality, and one of our number used frequently to greet him with effusion as "you old king." He spoke English easily, though scarcely fluently, and with occasional eccentricity of idiom. At the Academy, before graduation, he took his turn with others of his class as officer of the day, one of whose duties was to keep a journal of happenings. I chanced once to inspect this book, and found over his signature an entry which began, "The weather was a dirty one." While at school, the young Duke had been provided with a guide, philosopher, and friend in the person of an accomplished ex-officer of the French navy, who had been obliged to quit that service under the Empire because of his attachment to the exiled monarchy. I knew this gentleman very well at Newport, exchanging with him occasional visits, though he was much my senior in years. His name was Fauvel, which the midshipmen or other had promptly anglicized into Four Bells, a nautical hour stroke. I suppose this propensity to travesty foreign or difficult names is not merely maritime, but naturally enough my reading has brought me more in contact with it in connection with naval matters. Thus, the Ville de Milan, captured into the British service, became to the seamen the Wheel 'em Along, and the Bellerophon, originally their own, is historically reported to have passed current as the Bully Ruffian. Captain Fauvel accompanied us in the Macedonian, but after arriving in England, as we were to go to Cherbourg, his charge and he left us, neither being persona grata at that date in a French harbor. When we reached Cherbourg, Fauvel's wife was there, either resident or for the moment, and at our captain's invitation visited the ship to see where her husband had been living, and would again be when we reached a more friendly port. As contrary luck would have it, while she was on board, the French admiral and the general commanding the troops came alongside to return the official call paid them. The awkwardness, of course, was merely that her presence obtruded the fact, otherwise easily and discreetly ignored, that when out of French waters we were hospitably entertaining persons politically distasteful to the French government, the courtesies of which we were now accepting, and there was a momentary impulse to keep her out of sight. A better judgment prevailed, however, and a very courteous exchange of French politeness ensued between the officials and the lady, to whom doubtless political significance attached. A more notable circumstance, in the light of the then future, was that during our few days in Cherbourg arrived the news of the capture of the city of Mexico by the French troops, and before our departure took place the official celebration with flags and salutes of that crowning event in an enterprise which in the end proved disastrous to its originator and fatal to his protégé Maximilian. The Macedonian, for a sailing vessel, had a quite rapid run across from Newport to Plymouth, 18 days from anchor to anchor, though I believe one of our frigates after the war made it in 12. This was the only occasion during my fairly numerous crossings that I have ever seen icebergs under a brilliant sky. Usually the scoundrels come skulking along masked by a fog, as though ashamed of themselves, as they ought to be. They were among the most obnoxious of people who do not know their place. This time we passed several, quite large, having a light breeze and perfectly clear horizon. After that it again set in thick, with the usual anxiety which ice, unseen but surely near, cannot but cause. Finally, we took a very heavy gale of wind, which settled to southwest, hauling gradually to northwest, and sending us rejoicing on our way 1,000 miles in 4 days, much of this time under close reefed topsails. I am not heedless of the great danger of merely prosing along in the telling of the days of youth, so I will shut off my experience of the Macedonian with an incident which amused me greatly at the time, and still seems to have a moral that one needs not to point. While lying at Spithead, a number of the midshipmen were sent ashore to visit the dockyard, professional improvement. When they returned, the lieutenants in charge were full of the block-making processes. The ingenuity of the machinery, the variety and beauty of the blocks, the many excellences, had the changes rung upon them, meal after meal, till I could hear the whir of the wheels in my head, and see the chips fly. Meantime, our captain went to London, having completed his official visiting, and an English captain came on board to return a call. Declining my invitation to enter the cabin, he walked up and down the quarter-deck with me, discussing many things. Under his arm his sword. Suddenly he stopped short, and pointing with it to a big iron-strapped leading block, he said, "Now that is what I call a sensible block. I wonder why it is we cannot get blocks like that in our ships." I was not prepared with a reason for their defects, then or since, but my unreadiness has not marred my enjoyment of these divergent points of view. Perhaps the captain was a professional malcontent; for, looking at a Parrott rifled 100-pounder gun which we carried on the quarter deck, he said interrogatively, "Not breech loading?" "No," I answered, "breech loading is not in favor with us at present." "And very right you are," he rejoined. I think they then, 1863, still had the Armstrong breech loading system. This incident may deserve a place in the paleontology of gun making. There are now, I presume, no muzzle loaders left, unless in museums as specimens. Very shortly after the Macedonian's return home, I was sent to New Orleans for a ship on the Texas blockade, transportation being given me on one of the beef boats, as the supply vessels were familiarly known. Among fellow passengers was one of my class, for a while, indeed my roommate at the academy. When we reached New Orleans, the chief of staff said to me, "There is a vacancy on board the Monongahela," a ship larger and in every way better than the Seminole to which I was ordered. Moreover, she was lying off Mobile, a sociable blockade, instead of a jumping off place, the end of nowhere, Sabine Pass, where the Seminole was. He advised me to apply for her, which I did, but Commodore Bell, acting in Farragut's absence in the North, declined. I must go to the ship to which the department had assigned me, and for which it doubtless had its reasons. So my classmate was ordered to her instead, and on board her was killed in the passage of the Mobile forts the following August. I can scarcely claim a miraculous escape, as it does not appear that I should have got in the way of the ball which finished him. But for him, poor fellow, who had not been long married, the Commodore's refusal to me was a sentence of death. I shall not attempt to furbish up any intellectual entertainment for readers from the excessively dry bones of my subsequent blockading, especially off the mouth of the Sabine. Only a French cook could produce a passable dish out of such woeful material, and even he would require concomitant ingredients in remembered incidents, wherein, if there were any, my memory fails me. Day after day, day after day, we lay inactive, roll, not wholly ineffective, I suppose, for our presence stopped blockade running. But even in this respect the Texas coast had largely lost importance, since the capture of Vicksburg and Port Hudson the previous summer had cut off the trans-Mississippi region from the body of the Confederacy. We used to see the big light draft steamers coming up the river, or crossing the lagoon-like bay, sometimes crowded with people, and the possibility was discussed of their carrying troops, and of their coming out to attack us, as not long before had been successfully done against our vessels inside Galveston Bay. In a norther, possibly such a thing might have been tried, for the sea was then smooth, but in the ordinary ground swell I imagine the soldiers would have been incapacitated by seasickness. The chances were all against success, and no attempt was ever made, but it was something to talk about. The ensuing 12 or 15 months to the close of the war were equally uneventful. Long before they ended, I had got back to the South Atlantic coast. To this I was indebted for the opportunity of being present when the United States flag was ceremoniously hoisted again over what then remained of Fort Sumter by General Robert Anderson, who, as Major Anderson, had been forced to lower it just 4 years before. Henry Ward Beecher delivered the address, of which I remember little, except that, citing the repeated question of foreigners, why we should wish to reestablish our authority over a land where the one desire of the people was to reject it, he replied, "We so wish because it is ours." The sentiment was obvious enough, one would think, to any man who had a country to love and objected to seeing it dismembered, but to many of our European critics it then seemed monstrous in an American; at least they said so. The orator on such an occasion has only to swim with the current. The enthusiasm is already there; he needs not to elicit it. Here and again a blast of eloquence from him may start the fire roaring, but the flame is already kindled. The joy of harvest, the rejoicing of men who divide the spoil, the boasting of them who can now put off their harness, need not the stimulation of words. The exact coincidence of raising the flag over Sumter on the anniversary of its lowering was artificial, but the date of the surrender of Charleston, February 18th, was just opportune to complete the necessary arrangements and preparations without holding back the ceremony, on the night of which, Good Friday, within 12 hours, President Lincoln was murdered. Joy and grief were thus brought into immediate and startling contrast. A perfectly natural and quite impressive coincidence came under my notice in close connection with these occurrences. I was at this time on the staff of Admiral Dahlgren, Commander-in-Chief of the South Atlantic Blockading Squadron during the last 2 years of the war, and accompanied him when he entered Charleston Harbor, which he had so long assailed in vain. The following Sunday I attended service at one of the Episcopal churches. The appointed first lesson for the day, Quinquagesima, was from the first chapter of Lamentations, beginning, "How doth the city sit solitary that was full of people? She that was great among the nations, and princess among the provinces, how is she become tributary?" Considering the conspicuous and even leading part played by Charleston in the Southern movement, the cradle of secession, her initiation of hostilities, her long successful resistance, and her recent subjugation, the words and their sequence were strikingly and painfully applicable to her present condition. For the Confederate troops in evacuating had started a large destruction of property, and the Union forces on entering found public buildings, stores, warehouses, private dwellings, and cotton on fire. A scene of distress to which some of them also further contributed. I myself remember streets littered with merchants' correspondence, a mute witness to their devastation. My recollection is that the officiating clergyman saw and dodged the too evident application, reading some other chapter. Many still living may recall how apposite, though to a different mood, was the first lesson of the Sunday, the third after Easter, which in 1861 followed the surrender of Sumter and the excited week that witnessed the uprising of the North. Joel 3, verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles, prepare war. Wake up the mighty men, let all men of war draw near, let them come up. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. I was not in the country myself at that time, and my attention was first drawn to this in 1865 by a clergyman who told me of his startled astonishment upon opening the book. In the then public temper it must have thrilled every nerve among the hearers, already strained to the uttermost by events without parallel in the history of the nation. Being on Dahlgren's staff gave me also the opportunity of seeing, gathered together in social assembly, all the general officers who had shared in the march to the sea. This was at a reception given by Sherman in Savannah, within a week after entering the city, which may be considered the particular terminus of one stage in his progress through the heart of the Confederacy. The admiral had gone thither in a small steamer, which served as flagship, to greet the triumphant chief. Few, if any, of the more conspicuous of Sherman's subordinates were absent from the rooms, thronged with men whose names were then in all mouths, and who in honor of the occasion had changed their marching clothes into full uniform, rarely seen in campaign. From the heads of the two armies, the union of which under him constituted his force, down through the brigade commanders, all were there with their staffs, and many besides. The tone of this gathering was more subdued than at Fort Sumter, if equally exultant. Success, achievement, the clear demonstration of victory, such as the occupation of Savannah gave, uplifts men's hearts and swells their breasts. But these men had worked off some of their hate in doing things. Besides, there yet remained for them other and weighty things to do. It could be felt sympathetically that with them the pervading sensation was relaxation, repose. They had reached their present height by prolonged labor and endurance, and were enjoying rather the momentary release from strain than the intoxication of triumph. In expectation of the victorious arrival of the army in Savannah, I had been charged with two messages in pathetic contrast with each other. The first was from my father to Sherman himself, who 20 years before had been under his teaching as a cadet at the military academy. I cannot now recall whether I bore with me a letter of congratulation which my father wrote him, and to which he pleasantly replied that he had from it as much satisfaction as when in far-away days he had been dismissed from the blackboard with the commendation, "Very well done, Mr. Sherman." My reception by him, however, was in the exact spirit of this remark, and characteristic of the man. When I mentioned my name, he broke into a smile, all over, as they say, shook my hand forcibly, and exclaimed, "What, the son of old Dennis?" reverting instinctively to the familiar epithet of school days. My other errand was to a former schoolmate of my mother's, resident in Savannah, with whom she had long maintained affectionate relations, which the war necessarily suspended. The next day I sought her out. When I found the house, she was at the door in conversation with some of the subordinate officials of the invading army, probably with reference to the necessity of yielding rooms for quarters. The men were perfectly respectful, but the situation was perturbing to a middle-aged lady, brought for the first time into contact with the rough customs of war, and she was very pale, worried in look, and harassed in speech, evidently quite doubtful as to what latent possibilities of harm such a visit might portend, whether ultimately she might not find herself houseless. I made myself known, but she was not responsive. Courteous, for with her breeding she could not be otherwise, but too preoccupied with the harsh present to respond to the gentler feelings of the past. It was touchingly apparent that she was trying hard to keep a stiff upper lip, and her attempted frame of mind finally betrayed itself in the words, uttered tremulously with excitement or mortification, "I don't admit yet that you have beaten us." I could scarcely contest the point, but it was very sad. At the moment, I could almost have wished that we had not. At the mouths of the Georgia rivers, Sherman's soldiers struck tidewater, many of them for the first time in their lives, and a story was current that two, foraging, lay down to sleep by the edge of a stream, and were astounded by waking to find themselves in the water. To consider the tide, however, is an acquired habit. Sherman's approach to the Atlantic had given rise to a certain amount of naval and military activity on the part of the forces already stationed there. In connection with this, I had been sent on some staff errand that caused me to spend a couple of days on board the Pawnee, which had just been carrying about army officers for reconnaissances. "By George," said her captain, laughing and bringing down his fist on the table, "you can't make these fellows understand that the ship has to look out for the tide. I would say to them, 'See here, the tide is running out, and if we don't move very soon we shall be left aground, fast till next high water.' 'Oh, yes, yes,' they would reply, 'all right,' and then they would forget all about it, and go on as if they had unlimited time. But of course the captain did not forget. The fall of Richmond and Charleston and the surrender of Lee's army, assuring the early termination of hostilities on any grand scale, the admiral had kindly transferred me from his staff back to the ship on board which I had joined the squadron a year before, and which was soon to return north. War service, nominal at least, was not, however, quite over, for after some brief repairs we were sent down to Haiti to take up the duty of convoying the Pacific mail steamers from the Windward Passage, between Cuba and Haiti, some distance toward Panama. It is perhaps worth recording that such an employment incident to the war was maintained for quite a while, consequent upon the capture of the Ariel before mentioned. Upon my personal fortunes it had the effect of producing a severe tropical fever, engendered probably during the years of Southern service, and brought to a head by the conditions of Haiti. Whatever its cause, this led to my being invalided for 6 months, at the expiration of which, to my grievous disappointment, I was again assigned to duty in the Gulf of Mexico. The War of Secession then, December 1865, was entirely over. But the Mexican expedition of Napoleon III, the culminating incident of which, the capture of Mexico, we had seen celebrated at Cherbourg in 1863, was still lingering. Begun in our despite, when our hands were tied by intestine troubles, it now engaged our unfriendly interest, and part of the attention paid to it was the maintenance of a particular squadron in those waters, observant, if quiescent. Here again sickness pursued not me, but my ship. From the mouth of the Rio Grande we returned to Pensacola, with near 100 men, half the ship's company, down with fever. It was not malignant. We had but 3 deaths, but one of those was our only doctor, and we were sent to the far north, and so out of commission in September 1866. The particular squadron was continued till the following spring, when, under diplomatic pressure, the French expedition was withdrawn. But by then I was again in Rio de Janeiro, on my way to China. The headquarters of this temporary squadron was at Pensacola, but until her unlucky visit to the Rio Grande, my ship, the Muscuta, one of the iron double-ender paddle steamers which the war had evolved among other experiments, lay for some months at Key West, then, as always, from its position, a naval station of importance. I suppose most people know that this word key, meaningless in its application to the low islands which it designates, is the anglicized form of the Spanish Cayo. Among the valued acquaintances of my life, I have met a clergyman whose death at the age of 80 I see as these words pass from my pen. As chaplain of the garrison, he had won the esteem and praise of many, including General Sherman, for his devotion during an epidemic of yellow fever, and he was now rector of the only Episcopal parish. He told me an anecdote of one of his flock. Key West, from its situation, had many of the characteristics of an outpost, a frontier town, a mingling of peoples, with consequent rough habits, hard drinking, and general dissipation. The man in question, a good fellow in his way, professed to be a very strong churchman, and constantly so avowed himself, but the bottle was too much for him. The rector remonstrated. "How can you go around boasting yourself a churchman when your life is so scandalous? You are doing the church harm, not good, by such talk." "Yes, Mr. Herrick," he replied, "I know it's too bad, it's a shame, but you see, all the same I am a good churchman. I fight for the church. If I hear a man say anything against her, I knock him down." It was at Mr. Herrick's table I heard criticized the local inadequacy of the prayer book petition for rain. "What we want," said the speaker, "is not moderate rain and showers, that we may receive the fruits of the earth, but a hard downpour to fill our tanks." Key West and its neighbors then depended chiefly, if not solely, upon this resource for drinking water. End of chapter 8.